Because I can't find any kind
It's a
of marking.
7.5, I think. Here. Oh no, on the barrel will be stamped.
7.5 by
7.5,
55
right?
millimeter.
Yeah.
7.5
It's gonna be
by
a European
55.
stuff, yeah.
Waffenbrock.
right.
Waffenbrock.
I love the K98s, the German Milsurps. Man, overseas, I fell in love with them. You can pick one up overseas for like $300. Dude, like, yeah, man, all right. How much? 300. Cool. There you go. And it's just ammo is a bit expensive.
You got the magazine that goes with it?
Yeah.
Dude, that's sweet, man.
Yeah, it
That's
just
a sweet
says
rifle.
432636, and it's the same number that matches the bolt, the mag, the barrel, the chamber, or I guess the receiver.
So you have a matching rifle too. Wow. Bravo. But does it have a Swiss? Does it have a cross up top? What does it have?
It's got.
Oh my God! Yeah, it's the real deal.
Swiss cross, and it's got.
You have a K31, sir. A beautiful.
It's got like an M, a weird maker's mark.
Worth decent money because it's a matching rifle. All the numbers, all the serials match.
If it's a Jubilee, it could be if it's a Swiss K31 Jubilee, it could be 22 LR too. It doesn't have that stamped anywhere on the barrel.
No.
Well, if it's 22, you can tell. Just look at the muzzle and just make sure it's unloaded. Of course, pull the bolt back.
22. This looks like.
Oh, it's a 7.5 then. Just look at the muzzle. Look at the muzzle. Measure. If you got calipers, measure the muzzle. The barrel inside. Just dip your calipers inside. Just open them up and see what the diameter of the bore is. Now you have, you know exactly what the diameter of the bore is. You know exactly what that thing shoots. But of course, the best way is to get a bore clay or whatever they sell, where you like push this clay down the bore, right, and it makes an imprint, right, and you push it out, and you have an exact match of what the chamber is, what it's chambered for. That way, that's for like guns that have no markings. But that's a Swiss K31, man. If you have no markings, you can always do that to your chamber.
I don't know what kind of fucking rounds.
Get a chamber print. Chamber print is what they call it. There it is. Yeah, my gunsmithing is coming back. Don't worry. Chamber printing
on all these rounds, but I don't know if that's 1943 or if that's the size. FA43. But it won't fit in the magazine, so these aren't the rounds for that.
No, just hey, take a pic of the chamber, man. Just pull the bolt back, take the bolt out of the gun, all right, all the way back. That way you can line up your camera straight from the back end of your rifle, and you can look down the bore. Down the chamber. You'll see how fat the chamber is. You'll know if it's a 7.5 by 55. That's a big ass round. It's not small.
So, like the same as the Mosin Nagant?
So a 308 is a 7.62 diameter-wise in millimeters. So a 308 is equivalent to, I think, a 7.62 by 51 NATO round, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct, Mike? Mike will get me on that. I'm not sure what that NATO round equivalent is. But I'm just
308. It's equivalent to one.
I think, it's with the 6.72 by 51. So this is a 7.5 by 55, so it's a little bit longer. So it's essentially, to your eye, it will look like a 308, but longer and more straight. I think the casing, with the neck on the casing, or the shoulders are straighter.
Yeah, 308 is the 51, 7.62 by 51.
I'll get you a picture of. Let's do this. Let's Google, man. Let's use the Library of Alexandria, right? 308
picture of this
versus 7.5
there we go.
by 55.
There we go. It's the best picture I could get. Didn't really help much, does it?
Let me see. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at. That's from the back.
Yeah.
Hold on.
This bolt has the
Don't worry.
the Swiss
I'm
cross
deciphering.
over it too.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, that does not look like a 22 LR at all to me. From looking from over here down into no, into the chamber. The chamber does not look like a 22 at all. Because the chamber is dark. So if you could light up the chamber, keep your camera there, but from the receiver end, just put a light in from the receiver, or down the barrel from the other end, put a light in, and it should shine enough light where we'll actually see the rifling and a lot of cool stuff if you do that. Yeah, that's like it'll be a cool camera shot.
I could do on that.
No, you can do better. Just put a light from the other end. All right. Yeah, well, I'm trying to get you the. Here's the 750 rifle for it. I mean the round. I'm sorry, for this rifle. That's it. But I want it like in comparison to something.
I'm gonna place a 22 or a 22 Magnum on there, which is
they got
the same as a
K11 and a K31, but they're both 7.5 by 55.
Here, so download the image here. I got you. I found here, bro. So so you're familiar with the 308. So here. So from the right, it would be the third one in from the right.
So it's not the dimple rounds, okay?
It's not that round that you got in your hand.
No.
No, I know.
To the left, those are by 57. It's the one in the middle. That's the Swiss round in the middle. It's a beast.
Yeah, 7.5 by 55.
That's it. Yep. It's a beast of fucking round. Like it's got you can put a lot of powder in that fucker. The 308 is the second one in from the right, so you can see the casing. You can you can if you like to risk it, nickel case and you can have fun. High pressures.
357.
Some high pressures.
45 Win Mag. 4570 government. This one. Damn it. 30 carbine. 30-30.
Okay, so
Remington.
What round did you put in that bolt?
Oh, that was a 22.
It's a 22? Okay, so it doesn't fit. You see? Yeah, exactly. So you see that extractor? You see that extractor on the bolt? Yep. And you see, you can measure the bottom of that, and for sure, 100%, dude, 100%. It's a Swiss K31 chambered in 7.5 by 55. So buy a box of ammo. If I'm wrong, I'll pay you for the box. For sure.
Okay, so
got my word.
It's definitely longer than this
from the bolt. Yeah, from the bolt. You see that 22.
35 Remington. I want to get this other 35.
Do you have a 308? Do you have a 308? Huh? Do you have a 308 round at hand? Yeah, put that on the bolt. It should be
One of these punk ass kids always fucking message me. Damn it. I knew better than to come off invisible. Where are you at? I'm looking in new arrivals. When I find you, I'm banning you, perk.
It should snap into the extractor. It should almost snap. If it doesn't snap, it should almost snap.
Oh yeah, it'll go into the extractor. That's not a problem, but
so it will seat in the bolt, right?
About half a millimeter too short for the box mag.
Well, yeah, do not shoot that. It is not a 308. It's a 7.5 by 55, which is very close to 308 in size. especially in
It fits,
like
but it's
casing
not
wise.
exactly centered, so
Yeah,
it'd be
yeah,
more
it's
of an
not a
aggressive step on it, more of an aggressive shoulder on the case.
yeah.
It's 308.
Yeah, it will not chamber. It will fall short.
See if a 30-30 fits on it.
Wait, it's a 7.5, man.
Yep. 30-30 fits perfectly. Locks into place too.
Snaps,
On the
pops.
bolts. Yep.
Well,
on the
now
bolt.
take a measurement of that, and it's 100%. It's a 7.5 by 55, so you don't have to do any measurements. But
No, I'm just sitting there thinking, wondering.
fucking around.
Oh wow. 636 is the number on the knob. Crazy.
That's a cool round, man. You know.
What about a trapdoor gun?
Ballistics wise, like it will be a bit more stout than 308. So it'll shoot flatter, if it's faster. Of course, you can make sure that it goes faster, so it shoots flatter, and that's cool. It's a cool round. That's what I'm saying. It's a nice gun, man. Those are hard to find. I like most herbs.
Put it on safe by twisting the bolt out. There we go.
I'm reading a forum where they say they convert. Some people converted these in Canada to 308 and 30-30.
So it's
I think it's just a head spacing difference.
Yeah. And rim fire versus center fire.
They turned it into rim fire? It's center fire, ain't it? Yeah, it's a center fire. Yeah, center fire.
Yep, there it is. This bitch,
Yeah,
I have no
cool
idea
gun,
what
man.
this shoots.
People customize it, Mike. I told you, man. It's
Oh, I know.
What? You have no idea what shoots, man. What you
This
got?
U.S. model 1878 Springfield trapdoor gun.
Trapdoor. Post it. We'll go. Let's play the gunsmithing game, man. I love this game.
I don't like them trapdoor open breech guns. I don't like them. But that's just me. It's preference.
I just want to know what caliber it shoots. That's all.
Okay, there's one. Because it don't have any markings on it. Well, it's got like Hallmark, but no serial. Because it's pre-serial. It's got a brown barrel. Rust browned. Yeah, there's like no other identifiable markings on this thing.
So they customize it. They put a new barrel on it, Mike, and whatnot. They rechamber it for 308.
Yeah, I didn't read the whole forum. It's late.
Ah.
I put that link there. It says Home Machinist, View Topic, PHP.
I see, yeah. I'll check it out.
Yeah, that's where they're talking about it. Shit, they talk about converting it to 30 cal, 308, 30-06, all that.
Mm-hmm.
This looks like it's converted from an old musket. Got that whole Civil War era look.
Converted from a musket.
Yeah.
Isn't that called? It's a breech load.
I have no idea what this shoots. I'm thinking the 4570 because it's got a huge ass barrel on it. In fact, let me grab one of these 8 keys. Nope, it's not a 45. Bigger. Maybe 45-70 government. Gotta be these 45-70.
Do you have any measuring tools at hand, like machinist tools?
45-70.
Dude, that's a Springfield trapdoor rifle.
45-70 fits perfectly in the breech.
What does? Okay.
Oh yeah, spring loaded everything. 45-70 government.
It's a it's a Springfield trapdoor 45-7 government 2-band rifle. The old war gun.
Good to know I got ammunition for it.
45-70 is a bad motherfucker. Be ready for it when it kicks. Just so you know.
Oh, I know. And then
I got a brown
looks
vest.
like it's gonna hurt.
I got a lever action 45-90 and a lever action 45-70. They're bad motherfucker.
There's a big ass barrel on that son bitch.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's gonna kick, dude. For sure.
But I mean, they're not. It's not converted from a muzzle loader. It's a breech. You breech it and then load it, but it's called a trap door. It's a breech. Trap door breech.
I was saying because how the hammer is, it's off to the side.
Mm-hmm.
A couple years newer, and that would be a lever action.
I got 2 of those. One of them I can't find ammunition anywhere for it.
I'm sure that gun right there is worth some money.
375 ammunition.
375. That gun is. I've already told you that gun's. It's valuable. Don't just don't just give it away.
We've never fired it.
Those are not cheap guns.
And it's got nice lockup lugs on it too. Because most lever actions, it matters on the pins of the linkage, and they'll be slop.
Yours looks just like the 1873. I zoomed in on it, and then it's got the same fucking markings as the 1873, unless it's a replica. Oh, well, let's look at that bolt. I wonder, is that a newer bolt up there by the hammer?
I have no idea, Mike. These are all family heirloom.
Yeah, well, just that the newer style bolt is a little telling, but a lot of times those did fall out and people replace them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, my dad liked those guns. We didn't. That's a newer manufactured bolt there, but still, it wouldn't matter too much on value. You can get them bolts. You
That's
get the old
Thunder tube.
Right. Yeah, that's a hell stick. That motherfucker. You can reach out and touch somebody with that, right? It's not that far from 50 cal.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's a fat fucking round, dude.
The markings on the side, it looks like a fucking antique cadet Springfield. It looks like it's from 1873, maybe up to 1880.
That's what was marked on it. Fuck. I forgot. And I didn't take a picture of it because I had the fucking breech open.
I wonder what the prices are on these.
I'm looking at the reloading data for the 4570. That's what I'm looking at. It's like strong actions only. Like I'm looking at a chart from Nosler. Yeah, like it's telling you like strong actions only. Because you don't blow the fucking chamber on your rifle. Interesting. So it's a cool round, huh? Never shot that.
Yeah, it's a big ass fucking round, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't no joke.
So I wonder what shoots them fucking 45 min or what is it? Win mag? Yeah, the 45 Win mag. Because it won't fit in the 410. You need 45 long Colt for that.
Yeah, like what, 400 grain bullets in those rounds?
Yeah, that's like an elephant gun, man.
Well, the one that you for your 45-70, man. That's
Yeah.
Are they lead?
No, they're
jacketed.
bonded jacket. Yeah, jacketed.
Oh, okay.
Soft tip.
The 45 Win Mag, isn't that a pistol chamber round?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Don't got no pistol for it. I know it
Old
won't fit
school
in my
would be
1911.
your Thompson Contender for the Freedom Arms Model 83. That's
Ain't
the
got
old.
one.
Those are the short 45s.
Yep, it's an extended 45 ACP, I think, right?
Yep. It's got like 1/4 inch extra brass on it.
Okay. And more powder. Oh, come on, kitty cat. Goodness. Spilled my coffee. No. My late night coffee so I can go to bed.
I
Good
see,
keep.
guys. I see these are on sale at the gun broker I'm on. Most people want at least $2,000 for their Springfield.
Where at? Did you post something?
Hmm?
No, he's on Gun Broker.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah, no, I can't share this. It's got my info on it.
See, I was thinking about putting all this shit on gunbroker.com too. Because I'm the only male.
So, does it have a year on it?
On what?
On the trap door.
Yeah, it did.
What?
It's model 18 something. God damn it.
Yeah,
Hang on, I gotta go back inside and look.
Well, the difference between the 1830s and the 1880s is a couple $1,000.
Well, it's 1880s. But I don't know if it's 1883 or 1886. Can't remember.
Let's see. The 79, one dude's asking $3,000, 3,100 for a 79, and it's in good condition. But he's got the box and the box and the bayonet.
Those are not cheap. Okay. Cool.
It's 1878.
Collector's sort of thing, huh?
Model 1878. And it's got the pop-up butterfly sights or whatever the hell they call them.
Yeah. Flip up dial-in.
How much is that worth, Mike?
Wing sight. Well, it depends.
Anything on number of
condition? On the condition, it looks like
the condition's not great on this.
Anywhere from 1,500 to 35, depending on condition and whether or not you got the box and the bayonet with it.
No.
The bayonet adds it seems you can buy one of those bayonets for like $150, but it adds $500 of value to your gun.
Yep, I would do that.
You see, I'm an avid gun collector. I got like 3 brokers on a Ready Click right on the bar, right up there in my favorites.
Okay.
I can buy a gun, dude, and it's already attached to my Google. It's swiping my card as soon as I click yes, add to cart.
Nice. And you pick it up from your local gun shop or whatnot, yeah?
Oh yeah, them motherfuckers ship it. Shit.
Yeah.
I'll pay for overnight too.
Oh, nice.
Listen, it depends on how stoned I am that night. I'm
Oh,
shopping.
get yourself a Sphinx, man, and let me know.
Look, I'm trying to just look at his models, his Springfield model right now. That's all I'm looking at, damn it. I'm not shopping. I'm too tired for that shit. I'll wake up a week from now and get 10 boxes and be like, what the fuck? How high was I? God damn it. Where the fuck I'm going to put this shit? I'm going to have to build
Scoot it.
I'm going to have to build another barn.
What about the Game Master trademark model 141 Remington 35 pump action?
Model 35.
No, it's not a model 35. It's a model 141, and it shoots Remington 35. 35 Remington.
Yep, I'm with you. I couldn't remember if you said model 141 or model 35.
141.
What is it called? Manufacturer. Who makes it?
Remington.
Oh, Remington. Oh, okay.
And
I thought it was I thought you said Trademaster or something. I was like, oh. What?
Well, it's called the Game Master trademark
Game Master.
model 141, and it's Remington UMC 35 Remington. This is the button on it.
These are averaging anywhere from 800 to 1200. And the last 18 sold. And that's a pump, right? Remington pump.
Yep. It's got some weird fluting, like twisted fluting on the.
You got a year on that? Is that a 1941?
I have no idea where to find the year on this. I'll be honest with
you. Generally, 141 is the first series in 1941, but yeah.
I bought a Benelli M4. How much are they used? Like, do you have used ones on there?
Benelli M4?
Yes, sir.
I have to look. I can also look through just an instant gun value thing. I got one of those.
I wonder what the bayonet for this bitch is.
New, they're $2,000 new, man, for that shotgun. So, and it is a badass shotgun. So, it's a semi-auto or pump, and it will eat whatever you feed it.
The new one's $1,900.
Yeah, they're around $2,000, man. Yeah. So
I see.
The thing is to get a decent deal on a used one, you know.
Yeah, I see used goes about $850 to $900.
That's not, at least so all right. See that? There you go. Save half right there. Because like I like to gunsmith, you know. So it was like for sure. So hopefully one day stumble like upon it in a gun shop somewhere, or it was like $600. Like, oh, cool.
So what you're saying is $80 is a good price for a Mossberg 500?
No.
Yes.
A Benelli M4.
Benelli M4.
Yeah, that was a Benelli M4.
Yeah.
You're going.
Mossberg 500s are like run of the mill shotguns.
If it is the 1941, it can run up to $1,500 depending on the condition. And it seems these are popular guns. Game Master pump action. Everybody got to have a Game Master. That's why I like my Ithaca pump, featherweight edition.
Ithaca. Is that a modern looking gun?
It is.
Or no?
I have an Ithaca
Is it?
break
Well,
action.
yeah, my featherweight edition is from 1803, but it still is really similar to what the police put in their cop cars for a riot gun.
Okay.
They use Ithaca arms, but
How do you spell that?
Ithaca. Ithaca shotguns.
Okay. Why isn't this stupid search coming up on Buds? Not right.
I can't remember which one it is, but it's a cheap
Find it.
ass one too. It's like less than $100.
Model
You can
number
buy 'em right now.
37. Listen,
Mossberg 500 is like running.
it's ITHACA.
ITH.
ACA. Look at the Model 37 Featherweight Edition. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's
Okay.
the Model 37 is what the police make into a riot gun.
Okay, it's out of stock. How much is that going for here? So it's out of stock at Buds. So I don't know how much.
I'm
I
not
see.
sure.
Yeah.
Mine is my serial numbers. It's a 00000089. So I got one of the first. I got one of the first 100 guns ever made of this model. It's a first production of that model too. So.
Yeah, and I have matching barrel with the frame, serial 419.
Yeah, see, that's where the money is. The lower the production, the price starts going up.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. What gun's that on that has low serial number?
1911. And
I've
traced it back to being issued to the Argentine Navy.
Well, you can pretty much double what people are asking for a lame one because yours isn't lame. It has history. It's an early production model. All this stuff matters when you're pricing guns. I can get the average price of the average gun, and then we got to determine whether or not we're talking about an average firearm or not. Average
what the fuck is that?
Within the first
donkeys.
Dude, within the first 300, if you got a gun produced within the first 300, sometimes that in itself can double the price or triple, depending on the popularity of that firearm.
Yeah, this donkey just scared the shit out of me.
Are we like the only ones in the room? Dang, it's been gun talk for a while. I love it. I'm just saying. I don't want to bore anyone else. Let me see. Yeah, okay, it's cool. There's not that many people. Gun talk it is. Hey, Truth. See that you posted something, so you must be around.
Yeah, my Ithaca, that was my grandfather's. It's engraved too. It's got an engraved mural on the side of it. It's pretty bad.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's badass. It's got like, alright, I know what you mean.
A hunting scenery for ducks.
Yeah. Is it like silver or no? Like or bronze, like the
It all kinds of looks silver right now because it's faded, but you don't re-blue an antique,
Right. But it was blued.
That's why I leave it brown, rust brown.
It was blued, but it's now looking. Okay. It's got a silver tone to the whole thing.
Okay. Yeah, the patina, man, it's worth money the way it is.
It is.
It loses value, yeah.
Like the Remington shotgun I have.
Yeah, my buddy's kid got one, man, and he fucking made it look brand new. I was like, dude, the fucking antique. That gun is supposed to look used, and you just made it look brand new, and now it's worth $500. I was like, sure, it's worth $500, but when you brought it home with your fingerprints on it and shit, it was probably worth $3,000. He's like, what? I was like, yeah, look at mine. I bust mine out the cabinet. Check that out. Go ahead, touch it. Fuck. You don't want antique guns looking brand new. When people wonder if you're faking it.
Yeah.
not really an antique. Or you're just a dumbass, one of the two.
It's like one of those idiots steal wool,
Yeah.
scrapes off all the brown. So no. That's
Steel
patina.
wool.
Yeah. I
To
gotta get it
what?
shiny
I mean,
again.
like rust. Yeah, okay. If it's rusty, yeah, you have to treat rust. I get
No,
it.
it's rust
no.
brown patina. I mean,
Yeah, the patina. Oh no, man.
Well, that's when they got spray on Sullivans for that. You spray the Sullivan on and let it eat it off. And then you buff
a
it
little
with a
WD-40. Yeah, a little bit of WD-40
you
and
buff
just
it with a
rub it
cotton
action.
rag. Yeah, you buff it with a cotton rag.
No.
or
If
just
it's
card
deep,
it after
I
you
won't-
boil the piss out of it.
Yeah, I won't leave a gun fucking rusted. No.
Boil the
they
piss out of it, card it, and then after it's carded, put a nice
machine
thin layer of
tools.
machine oil on it.
Yep, machine tools get a different treatment than any other tool in the shop. You know, it's a different cat. It's always oiled and never let the rust get to it. You know what I mean? Just always maintained. After you use it, you clean it. You know, that's how you do it.
Yep.
See, a lot of people don't even realize that gun blue is actually rust that's been converted
It
to
is, yeah.
magnetite. So if you have like a rusty barrel or something, or a rusty piece of metal,
Hot bluing is
boil
the
it.
way to go, though, versus
Yeah.
cold bluing.
Well,
You know,
you just
Hot
boil it.
bluing
You
is-
boil the hell out of it, and the heat with the water converts it to magnetite. It's
Yeah, but like
conversion.
the hot blue is like it's I forgot what the chemical bath you blew it in, right? It's the bluing compound.
Some kind of a potassium salt.
Yeah, you buy it like
You gotta bake
get
it
it from
on.
Brownells. Yeah.
Yeah, you bake it on. Yeah.
I prefer to parkerize like bare
Yeah.
metal if I want to keep it around. Parkerize it, heat it up and dunk it in oil.
Yeah, for that black coating.
Well, it's just to protect it.
Yeah.
Like, say I'll have like a cheater bar or something, because I got a whole huge stack of steel. I'll go and I'll get like a cheater bar and cut a piece off of the stock pipe, and then I'll have stock pipe that's all full of rust and shit. So what will I do?
I'm a bitch. I'm
Stick it-
sorry.
I'll
Stainless. Yeah.
I'll stick it in the thing and boil the piss out of it. After it's boiled, I'll take it out and I'll roast it over the fire. And then after it's like gone through one cycle of heating up and then letting it normalize, not even getting it red hot, just heating it up and letting it normalize, then I'll wrap oil soaked rags over it, and then let the oil soaked rags, like I'll put it back in the fire and let the oil soaked rags burn off. Then when I take it out, it's got a nice thick layer of bluing on it and parkerizing.
Yeah.
And then it don't matter because I'm only using it to, beat bearings on or use it as a cheater bar.
Yeah, I have this weird affection towards stainless, where it's like, if I need something to never rust on me, my brain doesn't go towards treating anything. It's like stainless. That's it. It's like never have to paint it, nothing, just boom, the right alloy for the proper application, end of story.
For the longest time, I thought
Yeah,
Great
but
Grandpa's gun
when you
was
parkerize it, aren't you supposed to acid dip it too?
Yeah, but it's just for a tool. It's just for a tool that's probably going to be left somewhere.
Right. Well, you just you want to kill the rust and not seal it in.
Yeah.
Make sure it all changes.
Yeah, you got to fully convert it.
Yeah.
You can get a cold bluing compound. You know that, right? You can just.
Well, you can, yeah. I don't like that.
I'm not gonna re-blue this 1911. It's starting to get a nice patina developed upon it.
No.
The barrel is shiny as shit.
You would use it like on a screw, like let's say you mar up a screw and you buff it out and you lose the bluing. Then yeah, you could cold blue the screw or something like that. That's where you would use that cold bluing shit. The high quality stuff.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is. Who makes it?
Brownells
bottle.
or something.
Is that who it is? It comes in a little
Well,
bottle.
Brownells, they have a lot of, they have a lot of, if you go to brownells.com, it's a good gunsmith and website.
Chem blue or cold blue?
Yeah, cold bluing, yep. Cold blue. It's an iron oxide,
All it is
right?
is it's like a nitric acid base, something gets on there and it converts it.
Yeah. Oh, it's 2 o'clock.
Son of a bitch it is.
Yeah. Need to get me some sleep, man.
It's 217. 218 now.
All right, guys. Have a good night. Just good chatting with you guys. Nice gunpowder talk. I enjoyed it. Peace. You guys have a good night.
Hasta mañana, muchacho.
Yeah, I'm almost finished with my coffee, so I think I'm gonna go back to sleep too. You guys gonna tell a bedtime story?
Thinking about laying down myself.
You tell it, I'll listen. Forever.
I just hope my buddy Mike gets his back in order so can go over there and finish putting that Volkswagen together for him. All right, y'all. It's 2:20 a.m. I'm gonna go ahead and call her quits for the night. Y'all have a good one.
Good morning, family. Mic check. Anybody here?
Morning, Gippy Gip.
Hey, is that you, Ryan?
Yes, sir.
Morning. Yeah, nice to hear you. How are you doing?
Good, man. Good. Just waking up, sucking down that first cup of coffee.
Oh, that's good. I opened a energy drink. I was too lazy to make a coffee.
I did that yesterday.
Yeah. Man.
What kind of energy drink do you like?
Red Bull and Effect.
Oh, cool. Yeah,
I know they are not good. They are poison, but I'm vegan and I can easily tolerate them. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I try to stay away from as much as possible, but sometimes, what the hell, You're vegan, you said?
Yeah.
Almost there. I'm planning eventually to become raw vegan, but yeah, I still eat eggs and cheese and stuff.
Well, if you don't have a health condition and stuff, it's not very necessity. It's good to try it, like a period of time, like fasting and stuff like that. But yeah, I do it for health reason. It makes me feel better. So yeah.
Same here.
Yeah.
Yeah, big time.
We got 3 vegans here now.
Hey, Ildiko, welcome.
Hello. Another vegan.
Yeah, I know you are.
Hello, good morning. We got to keep this under hat, though. Don't let it out because there's not everybody is for vegans.
Yeah.
Here.
And coming from you, Ildiko, I take it that you have much more life experience,
Yeah, that comes with age. Yes. I've been a vegan a very, very long time. I've been a vegetarian since I was 14 years old.
Wow.
I'm 70 now. So I don't ever get ill. Ever.
Yeah.
What you say, it makes me think like you lived a holy life.
Yeah.
That's how it sounds.
Not to hurt anybody.
Yeah.
I've tried not to. I've always tried to live by the golden rule: treat others the way you want to be treated.
Yes, ma'am.
And
but it's true. Through food is the easiest way to get defiled. Our body.
Is because you eat, you put it into your body.
Yeah.
Every single day, and that becomes the major factor in how your body functions.
Yes.
That's my problem with allopathic medicine, man. If the doctor's not prescribing diet, then he's not doing his job.
Indeed.
That's right. And they don't really care about your prolonged health. They only care about curing the immediate problem, or at least masking it.
Yeah.
Masking
the symptoms. Yeah.
I've never believed in drug medicine, the pharmaceutical. Now with what's going on, with the pandemic, it's just it's almost like they're force feeding you.
I wish it was like the old days where you knew your doctor knew everyone in your family, you all knew each other by the first name. Doctors cared at one point.
Oh, they used to come to your house.
Yeah.
Instead of going to them. I still remember.
I've seen documentaries with these animal farms, and they were showing how they give every day antibiotics to these animals. Because without the antibiotics, they will die.
Exactly. And then you're absorbing that when you eat them.
Yeah.
In a concentrated form.
Yeah.
I have this is kind of off topic, but I have a tooth issue right now, and they're trying to get me to take antibiotics before they'll extract it. And I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. I don't know what to do. I don't want to take the antibiotics.
3 days, I recommend. I would say it's okay.
Well, antibiotics, when you're in a critical state, when your body is already so toxic, I believe that their solutions are for critical situations.
Agreed.
They have to intervene.
I tell you what. Sorry, Ildiko.
No, go.
I tell you what. If you want not to take the antibiotics, 3 or 4 days before the extraction, don't eat anything from animals. No eggs, no milk, no meat, nothing. Only tomatoes, raw, salads. And with the bread, try to make your own bread without yeast. And do this kind of diet for 3 days. And then you go to the dentist. It will take it out. You tell him, I took the antibiotics, blah, blah. They give you the antibiotics because after the extraction, there is a big open wound there. And this mouth tissue, the gum, is very sensitive to infections and all this stuff. And if you wouldn't take antibiotics, but if you eat dairy, milk, eggs, and stuff like that, you have those things inside your body and will make that wound to swollen, get an infection.
I agree. I totally get what you're saying. Yeah. I don't eat much dairy. I have every once in a while I like to have my smoked cheese, but that's about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I can promise you that if you overeat in one day, like you go into cheese, eggs, meat, you eat a lot, at evening you will have tooth pain if you have a problem with that tooth.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It may get even inflamed, like it's getting swollen.
Well, I'm considering going ahead and doing it because it is, like you guys said, it has its uses, and it's, at this point, it's pretty dangerous to have an infected tooth. It could go somewhere else in your body or whatever.
Yeah. I also read some therapies from some guys they were doing with coconut oil. You rinse your mouth with coconut oil for like 10 minutes every day. And they say that, you can even rebuild that tooth. It will fix that. If you have a cavity, it will be covered up and it becomes like new.
I've heard that so much, and I've never given it a try.
Yeah, but it's not a quick process. I mean, a cavity to develop, it takes like couple years, and it will take like 6 months, 9 months to start having to see a improvement,
Yeah,
but
for sure.
I've seen and heard on YouTube back in the days when we had these videos, but now they are being removed. So I'm sorry for interrupting you, Ildiko.
Oh no. You're absolutely right. I've never tried that, but my teeth are good. Thank God.
Yeah.
I have no problems. I noticed though that you see, I've been a vegan for about now 14 years, and prior to that, I ate yogurt. That was the only sort of animal product that I ate, and once in a while, during those many years that I was a vegetarian like that, I would contract a cold. You know, I sometimes would get a cold, a very mild one, but nonetheless, it surprised me. And then when I stopped eating dairy completely, I've never had a cold since.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
Me too. I stick to a lot of I do love yogurt, and so I can't, I have a lot of that, like
I loved yogurt.
Coconut yogurt or almond yogurt or cashew yogurt.
Yeah, even I like those much more than cow milk or anything like that.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Almond milk and coconut milk. It's amazing.
Very addictive once you start dairy. It's one of the most addictive foods.
Yeah. And
hard.
I was eating this milk and cheese and stuff when I was in school. Breakfast in the morning, and at school I was always sleepy, not able to focus my attention to the teacher, and but I was like gifted with quick understanding, I just had to hear a couple of terms, and I knew generally what the teacher is talking about, and mixing that with my previous knowledge and stuff, it was making sense, and I was able to give a reply if the teacher was asking me a question or stuff like that. So but it's true. My focus, attention focus, was weak, poor.
I don't know how the kids do it. I'll tell you. If you've seen what they eat in school, the cafeterias, the food the quality of the food is just horrendous.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get how people are sending their kids there anymore.
Yeah.
No.
They have better food in prison.
In prison.
Yeah.
Not to mention the industrial Wi-Fi, man. I mean, those entire schools are just inundated with industrial Wi-Fi. They got to communicate from building to building,
Yeah.
Now they can't even breathe because of the masks.
Yeah.
Poor kids.
Oh, well.
Yeah. I sure wish we all do, but I wish I could figure out these sons of bitches.
Yeah.
Excuse my language.
Everybody complies. They feel even very self-righteous about their compliance.
It's crazy. I know guys that, that my best friend, for instance, against it at first, and I don't talk to him as much as I used to. I moved to Oklahoma, and just the short time that I was gone, he's just become this champion for vaccination. He's walking around. He did it because he had to for his job. So he's basically talked himself into it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. And now I'm going to tell everyone else they should do it too. And if they don't, then I'm going to shame them. And it's just crazy.
I think I've lost my best friend over it. She's a Democrat, watches CNN constantly, and her indoctrination is so thorough. I can't even come over to her house anymore. I mean, she won't permit me to because she knows I'm anti all that. So,
yeah, I don't get invited very much anymore either. I'm no holds barred, especially with like my family. I love them so much. I'll do whatever I have to. I'll say whatever I have to, hopefully get through to them. And I have gotten through to a few of them. But yeah, I noticed that not being invited and simple things like going out.
It's so sad. Someone could actually not want to be your friend over this.
It's crazy. They knew what they were doing, man. They're not going to force it on anybody. They're going to give us all kinds of reasons why we want to do it.
They knew that vast majority of people are cold-blooded, hearted beings. They knew.
They just know the level of naivety, gullibility.
Yeah.
They've been trained in schools to be obedient.
Yes.
To authority. It's in their psychic makeup.
I could say that they put you through this their educational system, which is a circus in disguise. And then once you start becoming an adult, they give you these tests under the pretext that they give you a degree which helps you get a job and all that stuff. But actually that test is not a intelligence or for testing how much you know, but actually it is a test to see how efficient their methods of indoctrination were. And based on that, when you have a good grade, then they give you this job. They know that you are the perfect soldier. And once you get it, they know that whatever they say to you on TV, you will be executing.
Yep. It's interesting how they introduced the television so quickly and made it cheap enough for everyone. And I remember when I was a child how proud my parents were when we first got our TV. It's a symbol of success.
Yeah. I will say that the Second World War main reason was to put the television inside people's homes, to change their mentality, not to view this technology and objects like boxes with demons inside them,
Yeah.
And they had to exterminate all those kind of people, get mankind through extreme poverty and the war, which is horrible. And in such times, you don't spend your time asking your elders to educate you. You are actually spending time to hide, to stay low, to get some food. Yeah.
Fear.
So
fear is all a fear tactic.
Yeah. You don't get that education, so it's lost. And now you are an empty vessel, which they can take you and pour in any kind of mindset and thinking. And they tell you, oh, look, this guy has a TV, he's watching these shows. He comes out on the street and he's talking about what he heard on the radio, what he saw on TV. And 3-4 of them gather together and talk about it, and they laugh, and you sit like a fool, and you don't understand what they are talking about, and they tell you, oh, you don't have a TV, go away.
Exactly. And people bond television programs. You know, they watch the same programs, so they're on the same page mentally, and they then feel as if they're in a community.
Yeah,
and so it activates something very fundamental in a human, which is the need for community, for family.
Yeah, I know from my great grandmother. In the 90s, she was about 80 something years old. She been through the World War, and she told me how a queen built a small castle and park in this village, and she was coming certain periods of the year, and she was visiting the village, and she was bringing this music player, magnetophone. It wasn't digital or electronic anything. It was playing with these old vinyls, and she was telling me how first time people thought that this woman is a witch doing witchcraft and stuff like that. But then, they learned that this is a device that you can record and listen to music, and
entertainment. It's a means give them, what is it? Give them bread and circuses. Which is exactly what it is. Just feed the people and entertain them. And therefore, you will have no problem in corralling them to do what you want by having them totally distracted and satisfied that they're at least not starving. And so these tactics have been used since the beginning of time.
Yeah, football, the modern day gladiator.
Yeah, and they knew that when they introduced sports to building these huge stadiums, arenas, exactly. And most of the people that do are fanatical about sports, are completely incapable of any kind of critical thought.
You're right. Yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah. But you and I differ as far as religion is concerned, because I'm very suspect of all religion. I realize that there are many truths within the context of the doctrines of religion. I don't discount that, but I suspect very much the motivation behind religious movements. They're, to me,
I will never advise you, hey, join the Catholic Church. Hey, join the Orthodox. Hey, join the Muslim. No, I will never advise anyone to do that.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that when you identify yourself with any particular doctrine, you're also subject to the many links within that doctrine that will lead you into compliance as well. Surrender of your critical thinking.
I see it the same way. Once you join a certain religion, then it's like you just put your blind horses on. Yeah.
Because again, it's that feeling of community. You want to be accepted. You want to be loved.
Useful,
Yes.
Yeah.
And especially if you're vulnerable and you don't have the kind of human love in your life, then you'll substitute that for the promised love of an invisible creator.
Yeah. Well, when it's about religion, I don't recommend people to join a church or stuff like that. But I tell them, hey, take the book, read it, and see what you understand.
Yes, yeah.
How does it make sense with your life? Yeah.
Yes. The problem because of ad hoc acceptance of a book as a complete guide to life. Within that book, certainly there are always kernels of truth. Most religious doctrines, but the problem becomes when that book becomes the reason that you divide yourself from someone else who doesn't take the book as being a direct word of God.
Well, the problem rises when you start accepting others to explain, to interpret what that those texts actually mean.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I've seen it. I read it once from cover to cover, and then I started reading it again. And when I was reading second time, I felt that, hey, I'm getting new knowledge, and it's not like when I got it for the first time. I was getting new insight because my mind was already prepared, and knowledgeable. First time, it was a great shock, and it was very hard also to read it. Like I would say, oh my God, I did this, I did that, and I saw what people got their punishment and what happened to them, for their wrongdoings, and I was like, yeah, I know I did these things, and so by default I can't be worthy. I deserve so much punishment. Yeah.
Karma.
Yeah. And only when you get by the end. Yeah.
All I'm saying is that, the book can point out what it is to be human very well because it was written by humans.
Yeah.
The problem becomes when certain aspects of the knowledge that you're getting comes with strings attached. That string being that if you don't believe this, then you're not going to heaven. If you don't believe this, then you are not you're not a good member of our social group. You're not accepted. You're not one of us. This becomes, I think, so pernicious, so dangerous.
Yeah. Well, I don't see sin. I see it a huge problem. It is very well defined and explained in the laws. They actually define what sin is. So if you can't read the laws, if you don't read them, then you're not capable to discern between sin and living clean,
So what do you mean? You mean you have to read about it to know what good living is as opposed to
well, for example, we know what lying is. We all lied, right?
You can lie with a good heart intent, saying when you meet someone who's fat and you say, "Oh, you're looking good."
Yeah.
This is a lie.
That's an excuse because you hold back your mind and
you don't want to
lie.
hurt someone's feelings.
It's not about hurting. Is actually that thought that comes in your mind is actually something that you really have to say to that person.
Not necessarily.
But
see, what I'm saying is that these things are not black and white. They're not.
I know, but you see, sometimes it's evil intent, and I'm not talking about that.
Well,
so,
that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
How are you to tell me what my intent was evil or not? Who are
Exactly.
you?
Well, oh, I'm not saying that. Yeah,
No,
I was exemplifying. Yeah,
that it becomes how we judge each other.
Yeah.
And the book and any book, any doctrine that then becomes the judge and executioner.
Well, no, this is where I see people mistaken. When they start hearing or talking about judgment, they relate that to punishment and executioner also. We don't have that right. We don't have the right to punish anyone around us. That's not our job here to do. We are not for that. That is God's job, And any man who becomes the executioner or the punisher, he is taking the role of God. He is playing God on other humans. And that is wickedness. That is the root evil.
There's the concept of original sin.
Yeah.
If we think about it.
But for me,
it's like a universal condemnation of humanity.
It is because we went astray from the path we were designed.
But then don't you see how dare someone say that? How dare they make that kind of accusation about the entire human experience? How dare they? That's how I feel about it when I read. And I'm offended to my core.
I'm with Ildiko on this one. A baby is already sinful, when they're born.
Yes, it's offensive.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Ildiko.
Oh, good. Thank you. Hello.
Well, babies are innocent. Hey, hello, Ilya.
You guys are having a great conversation. I was just listening in, but
thank you.
That's great. Yeah. I'm with you on that, Ildiko. The idea of original sin. I was raised as a Catholic and then, Christian for a long time, and I understand what the Bible says, but this idea, there's more to it than just that. And there are a lot of principles. I mean, don't not read the Bible. That would be kind of dumb, really. If you have any part of spiritual, if you have any idea about spirituality, you're going to have to read the Bible. You're going to have to really understand different religions from across the world so that we can all, figure out what's really going on.
Can I give a simple example to Ildiko? I just want her to better understand me. There was you said like when a woman she's being told that she's like fat or stuff like that. The problem is we've been educated in this fashion model industry. We've been told what is the beauty standard, which is fake, is false. The beauty of a woman, which is a mother, yes, mankind has always worshipped, the round shapes of these women, and ancient sculptors and painters, they were using like voluptuous woman to portray fertility and beauty, these things. And there is beauty in it, but I'm not saying that slim women are ugly. They are not.
I think she was just giving an example. I mean, of it was just because you could see someone that that's like that is obese or whatever, and then you see them a few months later and they're smaller or whatever. Oh, you're looking good because they're on the path to being healthier or whatever path they're on or whatever. I think you were just using that as an example, right?
Yes,
people are ugly just because they're fat or anything like that.
But that was just an example of how a lie doesn't necessarily have bad intent behind it. That's all.
Yeah.
That lies. You can
for me,
I call them little white lies, right? But it's not. I mean, because they can be looking good, Yeah. So it doesn't necessarily.
So what if they're not looking good and you still want to encourage them, You don't want to make them feel bad. Because what for? That's not the approach. You could take a more intellectual approach, by offering them solutions innocuously, but you don't have to slay them right away with the truth.
Yeah, especially if you haven't seen them in a long time, you're just going to say, "Hey, you look good. How you been?" So it's a greeting, and not. Yeah, you're just going to say they're looking good just to
make them feel good.
Begin the conversation or whatever.
Yeah, so we lie all the time, and but there's a difference between lying with ill intent. You see, it's the intent behind it that determines the what that lie actually will do.
Why do the lies got to be white though? I'm offended by that. I'm just playing.
Well, you see, these white lies, they help people taking those decisions to make a liposuction operation or Botox and silicone implants. Yeah. So that's why when I see a woman, she's voluptuous. Today, I'm honest. If I tell her that she's beautiful for her shapes and stuff, oh my God, you're so fat and you're good looking. That means for me that she's very rich and good looking. But if I say that, she will take it as an insult. Because
I like women of all shapes and sizes. I ain't.
Yeah, but when I look at a slim girl or woman and I see her like that, I'm not telling her, hey, you are poor or anything like that. I see an angel, a person who lived holy, and that's something to appreciate and value, know?
Yeah.
But you don't have to disregard a woman that is already a mother and she shows these signs of fertility and everything. And I mean, it's two distinct beauties. Yeah.
Yeah, and your attraction to whatever type of woman, I mean, that's not determined by necessarily, for each man, it's not determined by looks, necessarily.
Yeah. I was going to say, on a worldwide level, there are many different concepts of what beauty is. In Africa, for instance, a long neck is considered beautiful, so they put these rings around children's necks so that they would be exaggeratedly long.
Right.
I mean, to the point of looking ridiculous, for us. But in that culture, that was beautiful.
Yep.
Yes.
Exactly.
It was the royal families, actually, who had long necks. But I've seen in Africa also tribes where the bride was going through a getting fat therapy before a wedding, and only if she was getting certain shapes and she was considered beautiful.
Exactly. So our concept of beauty has much to do with the culture.
Look at Miguel's gif, the ET gif.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, Miguel. He always posts the craziest shit. Anyway, pardon me. I just like I like Miguel's gifs. His posts. He always posts funny stuff. We're talking about long necks, and then we got ET.
You gotta wonder,
hey, Ryan, are you going to be here today or not?
Yeah, we're planning. That's the plan.
All right, cool. We're having a meetup tonight.
Oh, is it today? Oh, well, good luck on that.
6 p.m. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Damsel Medic's going to be here, which is really cool. She's a couple hours away near Mountain View, Arkansas. It's in Fayetteville. So if you guys are, anyone listening, if you're close to Fayetteville, I'm going to post the link to the promo video that I made. Where's it at?
Yeah, I sent it to my whole family.
Did I think it's? I mean, we had one a couple months ago, and there were 6 people, and it was freaking awesome. There was some really cool people that showed up that I'd never met before, and hopefully some of those people will be there again. And I'm looking forward to meeting you, Ryan, and your wife and your kids, and Damsel Medic, of course.
Helio, I just wanted to apologize for upsetting you last night. Like,
what? No.
You were tired. And I wasn't explaining myself.
I don't know. I mean, I don't always know what I do, so.
Yeah. No, with that laser test, with battle mode discussion.
Oh, no. Well, that kind of, yeah.
It was like I didn't understood. Yeah.
No, you didn't upset me at all. No.
Oh, good.
It's just
good.
But I mean that needs to be pointed out that at the 42-kilometer there wasn't a target there. They just saw it across.
Yeah, it wasn't a target. They see it with the naked eye. Yeah. And
they just saw it with the camera or with the naked eye. They had a camera that they saw it, but there wasn't a target there because the beam divergence was too wide. Yeah, that's not a big deal to me. I think that Michael brought it up because he kind of just found out there was no target there when I already knew that, but so we were just talking about it. It wasn't a big deal to me. If you thought I got upset, I probably was just being bombastic and just being.
Yeah, at some point you were shouting. Hey!
Oh, really? I'm sorry.
You don't get it. But
I apologize for getting overboard.
You didn't say my name or something, like addressing directly to me, because it was also Sasha asking, and it sort of looked like we were silly and not understanding,
Yeah, well, I apologize if I was being
no problem.
Being rude.
No need.
All right,
no need.
Cool. Anyway.
So Julio, I have to leave soon, but I did a little piece on Bitcoin, and I posted it just now. So if you're interested, it's a very simplified explanation of it, and so if you're interested, it's only about 15 minutes.
Check it out. I looked into crypto a little bit, but no, and a lot of people are concentrating on it, or what it. Oh, it's a spiritual perspective on.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
Oh, interesting. I want that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely check that out.
Cool.
By the way, Nico.
Yes.
How is it going with the crypto?
Excellent. Couldn't be better.
I'm glad to hear that.
And it's not necessarily only about making money, but about I'm absolutely fascinated with the technology, the blockchain technology, and what it means for humanity.
Do you think it's once you understand this, do you think it's trying to that people that understand it can kind of get ahead of the game? Well, because it's gonna move that way.
Well, I guess I'm now what they call a Bitcoin maximist. I believe only in Bitcoin and not the other cryptos. Yeah. The other cryptos, it can make you money, of course, but it's a huge study in which ones are viable and which ones aren't.
Right.
It's also a risk. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very risky. Whereas Bitcoin is an entity unto itself, and has actually 5 of the foundational aspects of what makes money perfect as a medium of exchange. And
it's like with the other currencies, it's more like day trading, in the stock market, right?
Exactly. It doesn't matter when you come into buy Bitcoin. Doesn't matter. Just buy it and hold it. Don't worry about anything else. Just buy it and hold it. It's undervalued now because of the potential it has to be adopted more and more. The more it's adopted, the more secure it becomes.
I think you're right. So yeah. Even I'm going to watch your video, but I think I'll start investing in Bitcoin again.
Just a little at a time. $50 here.
I want to ask Ildiko, where are you buying from?
I buy from a trading platform, a trading exchange called Voyager, and the reason I like that is because it's commission free.
Yeah.
It has, you can see it has a lot of aspects to it. It's secure. They've fully vented. And they have a great customer service history,
Yeah.
I only have $50 Bitcoin right now because it's kind of popular. But I use Robinhood. Have you ever heard of Robinhood?
Yes, I've heard of Robinhood.
Is that one okay?
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily. I mean, I'm not actually active in it now, but
you know what I did? Finally, I learned how to take it off of the exchanges and put it into a cold wallet. There's an expression now that they say if you don't own your key, you don't own your coin.
Yeah.
And so now I have it completely privately in a my own wallet.
Personal wallet.
Well, it's kind of like having physical gold.
Yes.
In your house.
In your house, so that you're not trusting a third party to own it or to secure it or to house it, or store it for you. You're storing it, and from my cold wallet, I can send that Bitcoin to anyone in the world, privately. You see, the transactions are put on the blockchain ledger, and they're there permanently as a record, but there's no record of who owns that. You see?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's quite a remarkable piece of technology, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I think that's awesome.
I want to address another point here. For example, I have a card, and this is like an online bank.
Yeah.
And with this card, you can buy. They say invest in Bitcoin, like buy Bitcoin. So whenever I have euros in my account, I can buy this Bitcoin. But I see my money being converted to Bitcoin on the phone, but I don't get these keys. And actually, I'm not able to send these bitcoins, like downloading them onto a USB. Because I think it's these bitcoins are only inside this
Yes, I know.
network. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what you have to be careful about too.
Yeah.
Is just go on a regulated exchange.
Yeah.
Buy your Bitcoin. Get yourself a cold wallet and put it in immediately into your cold wallet.
And that's a digital wallet that you hold yourself. Do you like hold it with the heart, with like a jump drive or something?
Yeah, it's a physical wallet. I have Trezor. You just order it from Trezor. It comes, you hook it into your computer, and you transfer from the trading platform into your cold wallet, and it's there permanently. And you can then put it, if you want to convert it into cash, you put it back onto the trading platform and convert it to cash and put it in your bank if that's what you want. At any time.
Definitely going to
Salvador is just about to go Bitcoin, completely making it legal tender. The first country in the world.
Oh, which country?
El Salvador.
Oh, Salvador. Okay. I think we have a crypto room here.
Yeah.
We have the Chill VC, and there's a cryptocurrency text chat that's pretty active. A lot of people are into right here in the Discord. Have you ever been in there or seen it?
Well, when I first started, I did go in there for information, and then I went on this huge journey to learn about it, and I have books, I have videos, oh my God, it's incredible from then to where I am now in understanding it.
Cool.
Reading this book called Life After Google, The Fall of Big Data and the Rise of the Blockchain Economy by George Gilder. Oh, I would really highly recommend this book. If you want to understand the evolution of technology and why blockchain is now headed to be the replacement to the algorithmic technology that Google and the rest of them are all based on.
Yeah, and the current system, we all know it's failed. The financial system. There's no gold to back up the money in it.
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
what my video.
Bankers are just lying to us. They've been lying to us for 100 years.
Yeah, that's why I made
the real value of everything.
I wanted people to understand how we got into this place, and so I took because I have been a reader of Goethe, his two-part play called Faust, and in that play, which was written I think in 1832.
So it's 100 years, man. They've been lying to us about money.
About money, and so in that beautiful story, there's a section that deals with the problem of gold and fiat. So I used that play as a part of my video to show people that this problem has been in existence for a very long time.
Oh, and I can't wait to watch your video. That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, I've got to run because I got to get on my bike. Get out there. It's too hot.
Have a nice Sunday, Ildiko.
You too. Delightful to speak.
Great.
Thank you.
You too, guys. Hey, see you later, Ildiko. Yeah, she's great.
Yeah. You too, Helio.
No, I'm a piece of shit. I don't know what you're talking.
No, you're not. You're being modest. Yeah, I know. That's a gift.
Hey. Yeah, because I don't know. I was hearing you talk. When you speak in your regular language in Romanian, do you speak as slow when you're talking? Are you just a slow talker? I'm only saying this because but do you just like talk in Romanian the same slow pace?
I talk even slower than this.
I seriously doubt that. Anyway, no, I love you, brother, man. You're fun to have on here, man. You've been here for what, 3 years, I think, in this server. You've been.
I'll say 4, maybe.
Yeah, 4, maybe. Yeah. You've been here for a long time. You've been good benefit. I'm just.
I had a different name in the beginning. I made the username just to join the Discord, and I got to talk with Becky. She checked me in here.
Yeah, I miss Becky, man. I wish she would come back. Yeah. She's not permabanned or anything. She must be doing something else. She get tired of some of the bullshit. I get tired of some of the bullshit and drama and shit in here sometimes. But anyway.
And well, this is my gift here, my good luck, because sometimes I don't understand much when people pick on me or make fun of me, or and I don't take it seriously anyway. So I just go along. Yeah, tomorrow is a new day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if somebody really offends you, or if if there's something going on, for the most part, a lot of people will come in and jump out, whatever. I don't necessarily know all of the things, that go on in the background.
No, I had never such things like someone to offend me.
I try to avoid that stuff.
Yeah, and I can't say there hasn't been times when I felt, but it was my misunderstanding. I didn't understood correctly what the person meant, But then I asked nicely, and he told me, and great.
Sure, if you're honest with each other, or if you want to have a private call to get over whatever issue you might have had, in a public room or whatever. It's always the way to go, man.
Yeah, this place made me come up with this new word, family with capital FE from Flat Earth.
A family? Is that what?
Yeah, family. Yeah.
That's all right, bro, man. That's not bad. We're here all the time, man. We pay attention, and we're definitely concerned with stuff. There's a lot of shit going on right now. It's just crazy what the world is turning into. What we've been trying to warn everyone about for years. So it's just happening.
Man, I would say like 3-4 years ago, I would never guessed this shit is going to take place.
It's freaking insane. I really don't know what to. I mean, there's no words that There are words that I want to say, but if I say them, then the channel's going to get shut down.
Platform.
Yeah, or at least on YouTube anyway. Which at this point, the subs on YouTube are getting stale. It's kind of slowing down. It's just like we've got the max, I guess, that people want to hear. But we're still going to move forward. It's just, I can't believe that people aren't embarrassed by their actions. Like everything that was predicted, in the Bible and all of us, been doing this for years. It's like, you bunch of conspiratards. They don't really see it. All of our conspiracy theories are happening to them right now, and they don't even realize it. That's it gets me, man. It's just, I cry sometimes over it. It's crazy.
Yeah, me too. But
I'm just some conspiratard on the internet.
How do I say? I'm saying to myself, hey, you're not God to change this whole world to your likeness, you know. You can do small changes like within your reach, like your neighbors and stuff like that. You can plant a seed and idea.
Dude,
but
every single person in my family knows exactly what I do here every day.
Yeah.
And they haven't changed their mind. So I mean, like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Well, but I've talked to a lot of them, you know, and they just don't see it, you know what I mean? So it's not
what
like.
What about your son?
My son doesn't see it either. He might, but he won't tell me right now. But he's influenced by a lot of his friends and stuff, so it's not like he really gives a shit. He's just being caught up in the game. I mean, he's been on like Black Lives Matter marches in Little Rock and shit, you know. And I'm just like, dude. And you know, they had. You remember when they put they have this Baphomet statue they're putting at different capitals in different states. He went to that march, you know, the Baphomet statue march, and you know, supporting kind of that shit. Which to me, I mean, that's kind of
it's good for him.
It's just a misunderstanding. Yeah, I mean, he does make some political posts and shit on Facebook sometimes. And some of them are decent. It kind of makes me think that he's, you know, has an open mind. But he's still influenced by a lot of his peers and stuff. So anyway, I mean, he's in early 20s right now.
What age? What age is?
Yeah, he's about. I think he's shit. He was born in '96, so he's, I think, 23.
Oh,
it's
96. He's not that young anymore.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, 24. I think. Yeah, 24.
Yeah, he's an adult. You can discuss Flat Earth with him.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to talk about it with me. But anyway. But I send him shit all the time, though. Crazy shit. Sometimes he doesn't respond or whatever. I know he's got other shit going on.
Yeah, these are how young men are. They are, you know, very quick. They want to go out a lot, experience on their own, you know.
Matter of fact, I mean, he's got it's a small record label, but he's got an album coming out next week.
Oh, nice.
He's a drummer.
He will come around later. Don't worry.
Yeah, he already knows. I mean, it's like I said, all my family knows that I'm a crazy conspiratard. So anyway.
Yeah, but they don't know that it's actually not a conspiracy.
Yeah, it's not. Well, it is a conspiracy, but it's like if you watch TV news and think that everything's happening the way that the news is saying it's happening, you're completely wrong.
Yeah.
There's all the handshake deals and everything behind the scenes. That's what's really going on. Yeah. But you know, the news is supposed to.
Oh,
it's like they put truth in the movies and lies in the news. So if you believe the news, this is the really crazy thing. People will watch the news, believe that that's real, then watch movies about conspiracies and not connect the two. This is insane to me.
Do you guys in USA still have handshakes?
I don't. Well, I mean, I'll shake hands with somebody I ain't scared.
Somebody you ain't scared.
No, I ain't scared of nothing, man. I mean, I'm not scared of the air. So
me neither. Yeah.
Yeah.
But here in Germany,
like you know, in stores, restaurants, I mean, people are still wearing masks for them. You know, some people are, but it's not a big thing now. At least where I'm at in Arkansas, you can wear a mask or not wear a mask. For the most part, everything's back to normal. You know, whatever normal is.
Well, here in Germany, when I go to supermarket, you still find these.
Ooh, I like that one, Miguel. You see that? You see that one? Jimmy Jet. That's a.
Yeah. Nice.
Hell yeah.
Fluid exchange.
I ain't scared of nothing.
Yeah. Here in Germany is funny. I go to supermarket and you see an old man as so kind of shelf worker or security, and they tell you, "Hey, sir, you have to pull your mask over your nose. Blah blah. You have to take a shopping cart. You can't just go in like that, you know." And when I hear these things, I'm like. A split second and I explode, you know.
Are you in Germany? I thought you.
Yeah, I'm in Germany now.
Okay, but you're Romanian, right? Yeah. But you live in Germany. Okay, cool. So you're talking about the supermarket, like like this old man won't let you walk in without putting a mask on.
You know, first 3 weeks here, I was going to the supermarket. Nobody said anything. You know, I even went with my mask on my neck, you know, hanging. And after 3 weeks, this old man shows up being hired in this supermarket, and when I enter, he shouts after me, Sir, you have to get a shopping cart, and you have to pull your mask over high, blah, blah." Man, what the hell are you doing? Who are you? Are you a doctor? What are you here? What's your role? Go back to your shelves, you know? Yeah.
Man. It's fucking sad, man. Everybody's scared of the air. That's
I hate when people make the things above what they are supposed to do. You know, they do tasks which they are not supposed.
Do you think there was? Well, I mean, there was. I think about 100 years ago, a little over 100 years ago. Wasn't there a thing about masks? What was it? Spanish flu or some shit like that? They started doing the mask thing or whatever, and they're like, wear a mask to protect yourself from the Spanish flu. Yeah. But that was before there was really any understanding of viruses. You know.
Yeah.
It's like you think a virus can't get through your freaking mask? That you're out of your mind.
No, they have no effect. Nothing. They do nothing. These masks are just a psychological. The ancient, not ancient, but couple hundred years ago, the Arabs, they found out that if you put a mask on the face of your slaves, it crushes their character and it makes them more obedient and docile. So that's what it is, you know. And when it all started, what did the government do? They took out the toilet paper. So and this means for the government, in the government mindset, this has the meaning of this. Everybody is shitting their pants now. When a man is shitting his pants, that means an act of fear. He's afraid. He's scared. So, yeah, the government took the toilet paper, and now, he's saying, oh, you are scared. You are afraid, right? Oh, come here. It's going to be good. I'm going to give you this and that, you know, listen to Bill Gates. And, he's going to save the world. Mic check.
Yeah, bro, it's kind of but it sounds like it's a little bit worse in Europe than it is here, you know, with some of that bullshit. But But I live in Arkansas, so it's probably worse in California and different liberal cities and shit. People are just out of their freaking mind.
In America, you guys, you always were. Was a lot of people had this connection with internet. You started getting yourself informed from the internet and not the media since the 90s, early 90s. And yeah, I do remember how it was in the 90s when I was talking with an American. Those guys were actually very intelligent ones, because in the 90s, most of people that used the internet was these guys who are actually like 10 steps ahead,
Yeah, well, even in America, I mean, when I was growing up in Arkansas, I got in the 80s, 90s, I got the last of the shit, because like when stuff became popular, I was the last one to get all the popular stuff because it happened in California or New York.
Yeah.
So it's like it had to make its way to Central.
Yeah, but also English language and, this computer technology, it doesn't work without English language. I mean, if you want to do something right, you have to learn English, programming.
Hey, Miguel, Fayetteville's not flat. There's hills everywhere.
Yeah. But here in Europe, vast majority
west of us,
were...
Oklahoma and Kansas is flat as shit.
Oh, they sure are. Yeah. Kansas is flat like a pancake.
Yeah, that's what they say. No, I was just saying
stuff is flat
because Miguel posted that Fayetteville. Yeah. It's not flat here, bro. There's hills everywhere.
Yeah. He's so good at his posts, Miguel. Yeah.
Yeah, I love all
amazing.
Yeah. I don't understand this. Well, I guess maybe the panda one, is that because the baby sneezed or something? And then he's just like, oh, the virus.
I read a joke recently saying like back in the days, people often used to sneeze to cover when they fart. Today, they fart to cover when they sneeze.
What the hell?
They fart loudly. Yeah, they prefer to. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Hey, when I'm in a supermarket.
Go ahead, bro. Is that Broken Curse? What's up, bro?
Yeah. Nothing. What y'all doing? I was gonna say, when I'm in a supermarket and I gotta clear my throat, I feel like everybody's looking at me, like.
Yeah.
Well, that's like when all this shit started, and I'm like going in the gas station and everybody's wearing a mask, and I'm not, because I don't care what you mandate or whatever, and I go to the same gas station every day, to buy my cigarettes and stuff, and if I cough, and then I'm just like, hey, that's smoker's cough. I'm buying cigarettes. I'm a smoker. I don't think nothing to see here. Move along.
Well, try to lean on the side and release some gas pressure, and everybody will say, "Oh, it's fine. He's doing rocket science."
Yeah, go ahead, Broken Curse. What were you going to say?
Yeah.
I was going to say, but it's weird though, because I know 3 people now who are either dead or on hospice after getting the shot, the vaccine.
You heard about Rob Skiba is in the hospital now too, and have you heard of
what?
Yeah, Rob Skiba's in the hospital. He didn't take the shot. I don't think he did, but yeah, Rob Skiba's sick right now.
Oh, he was preaching so much against it, and he took the shot. I mean,
no, I don't think Rob took the shot. I mean, I don't have any.
Yeah.
Let me look into it real quick. I don't think he took the shot, but he's really sick in the hospital right now.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's a crazy situation. Like but is the supposed vaccine worse than the sickness? You know, I think they're messing with things that they don't truly understand, and they'll never admit it. You know, they're still calling parts of our DNA junk DNA. I don't think they need to be altering books that they can't read.
Junk DNA. God. Well, it's like vestigial organs or whatever. It's like God don't make no junk. You know, let's see if I get. Here's 11 hours ago update. First, y'all are amazing. That's no surprise. There's been so much awesome input from you today. I don't have an update as far as any change in his condition, except that he's holding his own and still in need of your continued prayers. I will presume to speak for them here and say, I know that they love you guys. Rob's in the hospital right now. He's, as the Brits would say, in hospital.
Is it COVID related, or is it something else, or do you know?
Well, I mean, can you test for COVID? That's another conversation for another time. But yeah, he's pretty sick. Apparently, he's in the hospital, and people are,
I tell you what, like I knew something was wrong when this pandemic first started, and I watched a YouTube video on making masks by a pediatrician, a doctor, and she explained how she had tried using a plastic bag to create a mask for herself to stop. Yeah.
Did she die?
No, but she was just informing everyone that you can't breathe through plastic. She just figured that out.
Oh wow!
Well, if you take some toothpicks and poke it around your mouth, and maybe you could just wrap yourself in plastic and breathe through them, and then oh shit, that still lets the air in. And everyone's scared of the air, so never mind. That wouldn't work.
Yeah, it freaked me out. Like that a doctor, a pediatrician who tells parents regularly, don't let your children play with plastic bags. They'll put them over their heads and smother. Put a plastic bag over her fucking face. Like, I was like, everybody's lost their friggin' mind.
I've always thought that the warning on plastic bags that say, don't put this over your head, I've always thought that would be like, anyone in their right mind would never do that anyway. You don't even have to put the warning on there, but I guess the plastic bag manufacturers have to put it on there to make sure that they're not sued when some idiot puts a plastic bag over their head and tries to breathe.
Yeah, like oh man, everybody's like nervous, paranoid, crazy, and like in this vaccine talk, I can kind of like compare it to 500 years ago where they were drilling holes in people's heads to let out the demons. I can see the same arguments being used back then to justify it. You know what I mean? Like, well, it's science, you know.
Hey, your name's John, right? Can I call you John, or is it John?
Yeah, John. Yeah, my name's John.
Did you watch that Witsit debate last night?
No, I didn't even know he had a debate. Well, I've been out of.
Him and Kai. Kai, who's one of the, a member of our server. They're both members here. They had a debate on modern day debates last night with McToon, and he's the resident idiot, Globy. And some chick named Carissa. I've never seen her before, but anyway, you should check it out, man. I'll send a link just here in a second after I fill up my zip.
I was about to say, is it one of those where he ended up having to debate the moderator too?
No. A lot of people give shit. What the hell's his name? The guy. Fuck. What's his name? Anyway, no. The moderation was fine. But you know how McToon is. You've seen him before. And Carissa, I've never seen her, before, and so it was her and McToon versus Witsit and Kai, who's a member here, and Witsit and Kai were in the same room on the same camera, right? And apparently they're a thing now, so that's a cool thing. Witsit found a girlfriend, and Kai found a boyfriend. So whatever.
Yeah.
And they anyway, you just have to watch it, man. It was such bullshit. I just started watching the beginning of it again before I came on here and started talking. And McToon's first, he opened the debate, and he started with the triangulation on Earth, with being greater than 180 degrees. I mean, yeah, with each angle being greater. God. I know, that's where he started it. And then, it was just like, he already fucked up there.
Yeah, you already killed it. If your angles are more than 180 degrees, you're not triangulating shit, dude.
Well, here's. I mean, just watch the beginning of it, and he'll say, "Well, here's a survey from. Here's a 600-page thing where these geodetic surveyors did this." He won't tell you that they used spherical calculations, presuming that the Earth was a globe when they came up with these fucking numbers.
Yeah, well, trilateration is one of their big ones they go to, where they use radar bounce or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? And what it is it's when you send out the information and you get the return, you can figure out two lines, right? So you're still using a form of the circle of equal altitude, except you have 2 points, and we call that altitude, right? So with your 3 points, you end up with two altitudes. You have a lower altitude and a higher altitude from the point, because you don't know which one it is, and that's what the fourth position does, is it tells you whether they're at 50 degrees altitude or 250 degrees altitude, but it's still done on a flat plane. It's still using triangles.
But if even with these instruments, that McToon, when you watch the beginning of this, you'll understand what I'm saying. With these instruments, he said that they're a certain height from certain place or whatever, and that he's acting like that they're not. He's like, there's no presumptions made here. They're just using drop values, which is absolutely not true. But anyway,
drop value. Drop values absolutely presuppose a sphere.
I know.
Like, what the fuck? Like, are you trying to slip that in? It's a sphere because you say so?
Dude, even after this video, I've read, several of the comments below this after the debate, and there's so many freaking brainwashed people that think that McToon won this debate. It's freaking, he got roasted, bro.
Well, one of the things that I've been trying to get people to do is stop debating Coriolis. Because if you don't have a radius, you can't assert an axial value.
Well, it's kind of like it was the same thing with curvature. But if there's no curvature, then there's nothing to debate.
Right.
Exactly. If the Earth is spinning, then it would be obvious to everyone. If the Earth was curved, it would be obvious, right? So I mean, where's this globe?
Well, see, the spinning part, right? You have to presuppose that Earth has a radius for that to get a spin. Because you'll have a radial value. It's
well, they get the spin from the motion of the sun, moon, and stars, right? So.
Right, but that's the sky. We're talking about Earth, right? So we need to measure a radial value, a spherical radial value to Earth.
Hey, Broken Curves, how long did you argue with flat earthers about this shit before you actually turned over and said, I get it now, I get it?
Hold on a sec, because it's actually a good argument.
Many times, but anyway, go ahead.
It's a good argument to be a glober if the horizon is a geometric, like within a geometric position.
It's the curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
Right. Well, it's still begging the question, because you don't know that. But if it was at a fixed position for a set height, as it asserted in the Earth curve calculator, you can argue that position, and then say that you have a measurement of that value. And that's what kept me bound to it so long, is I thought I was measuring something. And like the black swan, it made me think. But when I started hearing everybody like just knee-jerk refraction, I was like, you can't do that. No. Like you would make every sextant and theodolite void. They'd be useless.
Amen. On that point.
Like where do you
get on that point? Yeah, the sextants, they're actually based on the angle above the horizon, which is supposedly a physical point.
Yeah, so much of this is wrapped up in the language,
It is.
Because they call a horizon an object, and I don't think that's an accurate description of what it is.
Yeah.
I think the horizon can only be defined as what it isn't. And that's kind of weird in itself.
No, it's not weird. It's not weird. It's actually what we see. We see the ground and the sky apparently meet. That's as far as we can see.
Right, but I mean, from a theological position, right? They're coming into this debate saying that we live in a physical, natural world, and if we can measure it, it's physical. Like that's what they believe wholeheartedly when they enter this.
So this is where we get the challenge, right? This is where I catch them, right? So it's like, all right, so I ask them, what do you think the horizon is? And more, ballers are going to say, well, it's the curvature of the Earth. They can't say it anymore. The standard debunkers here on our platform. But when new people come in, I ask them, what do you think the horizon is? They're going to say it's curvature of the Earth, right? It's the point where ships go over or the sun sets behind. They really don't have anything to offer unless they've been in this argument and heard flat earthers tear that shit apart.
But yeah, but like the refraction claim, like you can't do your tangential geometry. That's like the whole point. Like how do you hold on to the idea it's a sphere that you can measure with tangential geometry, and then say it's refracted to a point that you can no longer do tangential geometry? It's like, what? I don't. That's nonsense. And
take a look at the very first. I mean, on that video I posted, you have to skip forward a little bit because there's an intro thing because you want to get the the chat room to fill up before you start the video. But once it starts, it goes immediately to McToon, and he starts right away screen sharing spherical triangulation shit. He's like, this is the baller, and of course this. Yeah, it's that was the worst thing that he could have done. He lost the whole debate right from that start with that bullshit.
Yeah, well,
if you go through the comments under the video, it's all about everybody being pissed off and saying flat earthers are dumb and all, which is that's common, but whatever.
Well, I've noticed this, especially like in politics. It's the people that win the debates in the minds of the people who are religiously attached to that political party will always say that their candidate won, no matter how embarrassing or dumb the shit that comes out of their mouth.
Exactly. Yeah, of course.
But it's it's almost gotten to the point with the Globers or the anti-flat earthers, whichever one you want to call these morons, that like we should just be laughing at them.
Yeah, and that's Globers. I mean, it's like it doesn't matter if you're Christian, Muslim. Most people don't pay attention to this argument, so I guess the anti-flat earthers thing is more of a thing than other people that are Globers that aren't paying attention to this argument. So I wouldn't call them anti-flat earthers, but I would call the people that are against us here on the internet anti-flat earthers, because they don't bring any evidence to the table. They just whine and cry about the earth being not flat or whatever. They don't have any evidence. They just really are upset that people think that the earth is not a globe, and they want to express themselves.
Yeah, like I think. Do you remember? It's been about a year back. I suggested that there was a scientific experiment involving the horizon, and everybody was like, on both sides of the argument, was like, "Shut up, you're a moron."
Scientific horizon? Did you say? Is that what you said? Scientific horizon?
No, that you can test the validity of their what they're asserting, because they're claiming it's physical, right?
Right.
So you can test that, and I've done it before. I didn't realize I was doing it. I was even a Glober when I did it, and I just you compartmentalize things as a Glober, and that's all I did with it. Because we were at the beach, and there was we had a telescope, just a cell phone, and then the video camera that he had, and the horizon was in three different positions at the same observer height, which is
over time or like at the same time. What do you mean?
At the same time. It was because it's each one of those devices had different apertures and lenses,
Oh, so you use different devices and caught the horizon with a different.
Right. Well, see, we say the horizon, but the horizon is dependent upon the instrument you use to view it with.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess.
Right. So I'm seeing three different horizons, and then the horizon I'm seeing with my own eyes. Right. But there's only one horizon in each device. It's just a limitation of that device,
Yeah, so you can view the horizon with your eyes, or you can use it with a camera, and the horizon will be where it is, and it's not the same place. I mean, the horizon is not a place anyway.
But my whole assertion is if you can physically manipulate the lenses and aperture of a camera to change the distance to the horizon can't be physical.
Change
it can't be
distance of the
Right? It can't be a refracted physical. It can't, it can't be physical at all. It has to be within that device. It's a, and,
it's in the definition of horizon, it doesn't say it's physical. So why would anybody be able to tell where it is?
Well, that's the theological position, and that's people that you come up with a scientific method hold that theological position that everything we observe is physical and natural. No,
but not the horizon. The horizon is the point where the ground appears to touch the sky.
Right. But
who can measure that? Who can measure that?
But for materialists, right? People that come up with the scientific method, they believed that was a physical thing, like a ball. A ball's.
I kind of disagree. Are you talking about what's that? The Arab guy that shit, the name eludes me right now. The guy that
Bacon.
Say Bacon, Francis Bacon. No, that's not him. That's not what I'm talking about. No, it was a freaking Middle Eastern guy that claimed that he measured to the horizon.
Al-Biruni.
Yeah, Al-Biruni.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the actual scientific method itself was devised by a theology that says the only thing that exists are the things that we can measure, which are physical and natural. That's like if you look at the definition of science.
Sure, and I guess maybe we're talking past each other. I was just talking about nobody, uses science to go, measure the horizon, from your point. I mean, that's a different part of.
Well, thing, that's a what is. That's measurement.
Right.
Measurement. What I'm talking about is manipulating the phenomenon, and something changing its apparent or changing its distance from you, depending on what you view it with. That's a phenomenon. It's something happening.
Something happening, but you can't establish it through anything that has to do with the scientific method, because it definitely changes depending on conditions. Go ahead.
Right. Yes. Which you can make controls to handle those conditions, and one of those controls is doing, 3 different devices to view the horizon at the same time from the same elevation, because that eliminates weather, that eliminates a bunch.
That kind of makes me think of they claim that the sun doesn't change in angular size, and I think that was brought up on the debate there with it earlier. Doesn't change in angular size, which we've all seen the sun change in angular size with our natural eyes.
But see, that's a moot argument, though. Like, what the hell does it matter if it doesn't change its not actual size?
Well, I mean, but they'll put a sun filter on a camera and say, "Look, even though it looks bigger, here's what it really looks like." But that really doesn't prove anything. So anyway.
Right, but what I'm saying though is that there is a positive claim that they make that the horizon's physical, whether it's refracted,
exactly,
making their argument paradoxical. Like it's no longer their horizon should be geometric and physical for their argument to have any weight, right? But they're trying to hold on to the physical part by making it non-geometric now, which is nonsensical in itself. But you have people like Andrew Thomas Young, who are subject matter experts, who are pushing that idea. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
that's exactly right. Who was that guy that said the only way we change our mind is through experiment? What was his name? Feynman.
Yeah. I think you're right.
And that was the point. Like, I'm not testing my alternative in the experiment I'm describing. I'm testing theirs.
Yeah, and if you watch the beginning of this debate, what he was saying, what McToon was saying about he's reading a document, or he said, here's what I want to focus on. They did, triangulation from 3 points in America from on top of a mountain, and this is, the angles they observed using a theodolite. He said, oh, well, but this is like a 20-inch theodolite, so it's,
Yeah, like
it was so dumb. I mean, just watch it. It's so dumb. He doesn't. I'm not. Right. To be honest, though, I mean, if these geodetic surveyors did this, and they thought the Earth was a globe, and they were trying to go ahead and do that, doesn't mean that the Earth is actually a globe. It just means they thought it was a globe, so they put their calculations into their measurements. What the entire fuck? And he said there's no presuppositions here. He kept saying that. That's fucking insane.
The presupposition comes with the presupposition comes with the geometry. The geometry itself is the presupposition.
His first fucking post had the calculations with the radius already in it. And he's like, there's no presuppositions here. It was it's the most thing. So,
it's fun stuff, like you say, you got that R value. How did you get that?
These other people are just like thinking, yeah, you got him, McToon. I'm like, no, he didn't. He kept saying there's no presuppositions because Earth is obviously a globe, basically. It's just like, no, you didn't get him. It's just like, there's no presuppositions, but the globe Earth is in the math. But I'm not making a presupposition. Fucking idiot.
Well, see, that tangential geometry is what bound the math to the measurement, That's what made it a claim in reality, and everything was built on that. And then the minute they said refracted, it was like, well, that thing that bound our claim to reality, we're just going to go ahead and push that away and then hold on to the math without a measurement. Like, well, that's stupid. I can prove unicorns if that's your level of proof,
It's So, when you used to argue against flat earthers, were you like, did you get frustrated and said, you know what, I just don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to go ahead and just go off into Never Land and believe whatever the fucking government says and news and everything.
No.
So you were already kind of like in this conspiracy road. Or whatever you might want to call it.
I don't know. I was like, I guess on the cusp, because I found this subject by studying law, which is fucking weird, but it's knowledge. Law is built on what you know, right? Sure. You can't make a claim against someone unless you know something, right? So I really fell down the rabbit hole of what I actually know, and I danced around with philosophies that say you can't know anything, They know that you can't know.
That's backward engineering of psychology.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, so I made my way through the weeds on that, and then I kept on having it pop up. Because I guess a lot of my searches were aligning with what flat earthers were looking for. I was getting debunking flat earth videos, and like I started watching them. I was like, do people really believe this?
You didn't actually look into other conspiracy stuff before you found the flat Earth stuff, or like 9/11, or I'm not going to name all of them, but whatever. Or were you familiar with, let's say, the Federal Reserve scam that came about in 1933 or 1913?
Well, see, I can, but I kind of understand the point. So I could argue that that's not a conspiracy, which a lot of people don't like. But yeah, I wasn't a conspiracy theorist at all when I come to this subject. And
cool. I want to hear it. I've heard a little bit of it before, but since we're here and it's just me and you, and most people aren't talking, I want to hear how you came across this, and you're just like, these flat earthers are dumb, and then all of a sudden, they actually have a point.
One of the people I used to troll a lot was the Morgile, because he got wrapped up in a debate with. It wasn't a debate. It was sort of like an online back and forth with somebody talking about the change in angular velocity of the Earth and Moon system within the heliocentric paradigm. You know who I'm talking about? I can't even remember his name now. I blocked it out of my fucking mind.
No, I don't know who you're talking about. I'm kind of distracted. I had a message from somebody. Who? Say that again.
The Morgile was pointing out the change in angular velocity, because the guy, he got he got a tennis ball and like a fruit, and then spun them. He had them hanging from ropes, and then spun them together, and he showed the elliptical motion.
Yeah, if you put water on something, that's spherical, then you spin it, then the water comes off of the center.
No.
Is that what you're talking about? Or?
No, it's when two things are, if you get like a ping pong ball and a baseball on a string, and you spin them together. Well, maybe not a ping pong ball, something a little bit heavier, but you spin them together, right? And the strings interlock. You'll get an elliptical pattern, right? Which is a change in acceleration. And that's what they say that the Earth and Moon system is doing, because the center of gravity, whatever the fuck that is causing, a wobbly path of the Earth and Moon system. Have you not heard ballers talk about this while they rub themselves?
Rub themselves? I'm not sure about the rubbing, but
oh no, yeah, they get the real superior voice in their tone, and you can tell that we're spinning through space while we.
Yeah, they're just like, everybody knows the Earth is a globe. It might as well be, because everybody knows. I mean, that's the appeal to authority fallacy. So anyway,
right, but the Morgile was pointing out that there's a change in the speed of those objects, and the guy that he was debating with was completely lost on the subject, didn't know how to argue it, but I was still making my dumbass ball-tart arguments, which were it's a constant rate, blah, blah, blah.
If you're on a train and you jump up, you're going to land back in the same spot, those kind of dumb arguments, something that.
Right, but they're all built on, we can measure that we're on a sphere, so this must be true if we're on a sphere. That's how everything is built. It is begging the question, and the smarter globers will tell you that yes, we're pre-assuming it's a globe, because we've measured it to be, is what they should say.
Yeah, basically what they say is that yes, it happens this way. Don't worry about it. Gravity knows what to do. Well, it's gravity. Gravity's your god. It will tell you. It will tell everything what to do to make the Earth appear as a level stationary plane when it's actually not. Gravity knows what to do. Don't believe your eyes, just believe that it's a
globe. Well, now hold on, because the plane part, right?
Cool. Go ahead.
Yeah, like that was what the horizon was about. Was like, you know,
it was the curve of the Earth, right?
Right. It wasn't a plane. It only appeared so. It was actually, you know, we actually had curvature. It appeared flat because it was so big, you know. And it's those two words that ballers mix up all the time as actual and apparent, you know. And like the deeper you go into the religion, the more they mix those two words up. But, you know, that was what it was actually measured as a sphere. And that's what the justification of everything else was built upon, was that measurement, the dip angle. And
dip angle measured with what tool?
Theodolite.
See, that's where the first person I ever talked to about this online was Red's Rhetoric. He brought this up, and I was ignorant about that. He brought up the theodolite and the dip angle. I'm not ignorant about this anymore. but this was like 4 years ago. Yeah.
Well, that's where I was arguing from was knowing, like I didn't think there was I knew there was a presumption made, but I didn't think that the distance of the horizon changed, you know, to non-geometric locales. You know what I mean? Like that's what did it in for me. You know, I thought I was measuring this object. I thought I was measuring an object. And it is. It's a really convoluted argument, you know, using optics to justify geometry and then turning around and claiming optics when the geometry doesn't work out. Like,
yeah, you know. No, I had to grab a beer. But yeah, you're exactly right. So if you're using a theodolite to measure to the horizon, that's not what it's... If you take a theodolite to the ocean, that's not what that instrument's designed for.
Well, it's used to measure angles, right?
Well, I mean, it's an instrument that you use in conjunction with other. It's a surveying instrument. If you pointed out the ocean, you're not going to be able to tell a goddamn thing about the ocean by just looking through a theodolite. It's used in it's for surveying land.
Right, measuring angles. Yes.
Oh, did that conversation get brought in here?
Oh shit. No, we were talking about how I figured out the Earth was flat, but.
Oh, I see. Oh, well, I was just in another chat where they were talking about the same exact thing. I was like, whoa.
No, yeah, I mean, theodolites aren't designed to measure, you know, dip angles over the ocean. That's a totally different thing. So yeah, theodolites used in conjunction with other tools, you know, to survey land. It's not designed to measure the fucking dip angle of the ocean. That's fucking retarded.
Well, yeah, hold on. No, you got to think about what you just said. It's used to measure the land, right? Now, from a globe perspective, what you just said is like a well, duh. Of course the land's curved. We're measuring it, you know? We're using tangential geometry to do so.
Just like I said, you know, when McToom was bringing that shit up with the survey, they're going to put the R in their calculations to begin with, and presuming, you know, he's like, there's no suppositions being made here, but it's in the fucking calculation, you fucking idiot. And it's not even
right. Yeah, but like most people, most of the anti-flat earthers don't even know the claim that, you know, binds you to a globe to begin with. I've noticed that. You know, like they'll bring up geometry in a vague way and say absurd things, but they don't know what the actual claim is. I don't think.
And you know what else? Yeah, but the ignorant ones you can tell, but the liars you can tell them those two. Yeah, they'll lie.
The
like McToon is a liar. Well, McToon is a liar. He lied through that whole fucking debate.
Well, the Rumpus is a bad liar.
Yeah, he's a liar.
When he said to Nathan Oakley that he refracted everything, I was like, the hell you did. You wasn't doing tangential geometry with the Earth curve calculator if you were refracting everything. That's for fucking sure. Everything used to be with respect to the horizon. The Black Swans changed everything. It has. You know, everything used to be refracted with respect to the horizon because that was a constant.
And you know what? Even before the Black Swan, I mean, it was just like us trying to explain the horizon. You know, it was really cool that BLMSB 69 caught that image because I mean, it's pretty much, you know what, a lot of flat Earth has been saying for a long time. You know, you see too far, you know, and it was just really cool. Solidified, you know, we have these demarcation points, you know, this oil platform, the horizon's way beyond it. I mean, it was just really cool that he captured that. And it's not like we haven't been saying that, but it was really cool that he captured that.
The problem is people were saying we just see too far. And they were talking about no evidence objects.
For it. Right.
Right. They were talking about objects in the distance, right? And, you know.
Well, hold on. Even before that, though, we could zoom in on boats that you can't see and then zoom back out. You know, those
an object, right?
Yeah, that was good. You know, over the ocean, you can zoom in on it. And then you zoom back out. Now you can't see it, you know. So the horizon,
that's what
the curvature of the Earth.
Hold on, no, that's what 7/6R was about. Not necessarily the horizon. It was about being able to see things past the horizon, right?
Yeah.
But you had to have that fixed horizon, and that's where the
Black Swan just kind of broke the veil, you know. Right. So it's like, all right, so where's the horizon in this image? It's at least 10 miles away from 1 foot off the ground. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's not even the best image, you know, like the crane being refracted in the image and hearing people say the horizon's refracted kind of is what woke me up. Because I was like, you can't refract the fucking horizon. What the hell are y'all talking about? You know?
Yeah. They actually want to claim the horizon is looming or something. They're going to claim it depends on who you talk to. They make all kinds of freaking weird assumptions about the horizon.
The horizon used to be a fixed constant from which you could measure all points, right? And that's all your celestial shit was based on it. Everything was based on that physical geometric obstruction we call the horizon within the heliocentric paradigm, right? And the minute it stopped being geometric, it stopped being a ball.
Yep.
And everybody else just become flat earthers, it seemed like. And I was like, what are you guys doing? You know better. Like, yeah, you've been arguing this with me for 3 years, and now you're saying the exact fucking opposite of what you've been saying for 3 years? How can you do that?
Wait, I mean, there was a lot of globies.
It's easy when you're full of shit. I mean,
well, I mean, I'm asking you, Broken Curves, there were a lot of globies that converted at that point.
No, I don't think so. I think they become flat earthers or anti-flat earthers.
Anti. So they'll just make anything up. They'll just say refraction. Refraction.
Right, but the anti-flat earthers have no positive claims to make about reality, right?
Yeah, they just claim whatever argues with you. Yeah.
Yes. Right.
Hey, what's up, Rookie? Have I ever talked to you before?
Yeah, we talk all the time.
Oh,
it's usually very short, but yeah.
1973. That's the year I was born. Are you the same age as me?
I guess I am. I was born on August 17th.
Oh, I was born in June. Well, I'm not going to give him my fucking birthday.
Well, you don't need to.
I think it's on my Facebook page. It probably wouldn't even fucking matter anyway.
I don't even use Facebook, but that's okay.
Yeah, but
I'm good.
Anyway, cool. So
you don't have to share anything you don't want to, bro.
Hey, I'm going to share something right now. We're having a meetup today at 6 p.m. in Fayetteville, Arkansas. I know Broken Curves, you're in Tennessee, right?
I wish I could go.
I'm on the I'm the very far end of the state, like near the Bristol Motor Speedway.
Oh, you're in the eastern part?
Yeah, I'm friggin' way on the other side of it. That's a long ass state to drive across too.
It is, man. I've done it. I've been to Nashville. I've driven through Tennessee to get to South Carolina and shit. Yeah, but it's a long way to drive.
Yeah, that's actually where I'm working at now. Is in Nashville.
Oh yeah, what do you do? For work, if you don't mind me asking, you don't have to tell us. But
I'm an instrumentation technician and field engineer.
Field engineer, that's pretty broad.
The electrical. I thought the instrumentation technician.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's electrical and mechanical.
So you're working with like in construction of a building or something?
Most of it has to do with like I'm at a car plant right now, so I'm helping program the robots.
Oh, nice, cool.
But my instrumentation technician covers like anything that controls the process. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it can.
I'm a cabinet maker. I'm a cabinet maker. Just a simple cabinet maker.
Well, if I had to describe what an instrument tech was, it would be like if you went through the 5 years of apprenticeship for an electrician and the 5 years of apprenticeship for a pipe fitter, and then you got certified in a career that combined both. That's kind of what I do.
So the wiring and the tubing, you designed that entire structure. Is that what you're doing? Or?
No, I'm not the designer. I'm the guy that comes in and makes it work after the engineers fuck it up.
You make it happen. Yeah, dude, I'm totally familiar. I used to freaking build cabinets for corporate aircraft. And you said after the engineers fuck it up, I'm the fixer.
Yeah,
that was me. I used to build fucking cabinets for aircraft. They can make their cartoon, and then I have to come in there and tell them what they did wrong when I try to build it.
Yeah, that's what I do.
The same thing. I'm not sure if it's the same thing I do, but yeah, I used to do that. I did that for 9 years for an aircraft company. The engineers, they just like send me a computer model and I try to build it, and I'm like, this shit ain't gonna work, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can do things on a computer you can't do in reality.
That's because of math.
Yeah. Well, no, it's like when you're modeling a three-dimensional space on a two-dimensional screen. You can throw some tricks in there. It's like sort of like the Earth curve calculator, You throw some tricks in there, man. It ain't no biggie. What?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's what I do. But yeah, I'm classified, I think, as an engineer. I'm EPRI certified, so Electrical Practices and Research Institute. Electronics Practices and Research Institute.
Interesting. Well, you guys got me all beat. I don't have any degrees, and I don't have any of that stuff.
Apparently, they don't mean anything. Like from what I've seen so far, people can have doctorates and be retards. So, yeah,
I tend to agree with that. Yeah. It's basically meaningless. Well, not meaningless. I mean, it shows that you can put your mind to something. I mean.
It seems as if degrees and, all those accolades are just like a little sticker you get in kindergarten. It's the adult version of that.
Yeah. It's the 8th grade bullshit, yeah. I gotta stop cussing, I'm sorry.
Like, I used to think I was an intellectual until I come to this subject. No, it's humbling.
You got a point.
I was one of those guys that thought math was reality. And as long as you had a measured value, you could calculate the universe. Da-da! Da-da! Yeah, I jerked off to Deanna Troi when I was younger.
Oh,
Star Trek.
Been there. Don't know if I ever jerked to her, but she was pretty though.
Oh yeah, I was there. I was empath in that shit. You know what I mean?
You were sending messages to her.
Yeah, that's it's kind of depressing now. I can't. Like I've been. I guess it's gotten a little bit easier about watching space shows or things that have space in it. But like for about a year there, my wife couldn't watch movies with me anymore because I wouldn't shut up.
That's where I'm at now. Hey.
Hi.
What's going on? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right.
Hello.
Hello. What's on your mind?
I'm going to back away from the mic now because I feel like I've wasted a bunch of time. But hello, everybody.
Hi.
Broken curves. I have a question about the transistor. Do you think it was reverse engineering?
I think the transistor was reverse engineered. No. Well, hold on. Do I think people observed phenomenon and then tried to figure out the cause of that phenomenon, and that's how the transistor was discovered? Yes.
But you know that United States Army, when they have some advanced technology or some technology they don't understand, they send it to top genius guys in some labs, and that's when the reverse engineering happened. Like lasers.
Well, no, hold on. The technology we don't understand, and whose technology do we not understand?
Okay, so we know that the Nazis came to United States to two places, One was from NASA, and the other was to CIA. It was the Operation Paperclip. So they just wanted the rocket technology, and there are some things they keep in secret from the public, so all the time.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. Like the nuclear weapons thing. See, I've worked in nuclear reactors, and I've seen. I don't want to say. I've experienced things that are really weird, as far as nuclear energy goes. Especially within the oculus of the nuclear device, it's hard to describe, because it's stuff you can't see, but you can still perceive almost. And there's places in that if you stand, you can get burnt, but like you can't feel no fucking heat passing through it. Like it's a different kind of burn, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yes, like microwaves. That's why how the microwave works,
Yeah, but the reason
we don't feel.
Right. Yeah. There's so many regulations on the nuclear industry because we don't understand nuclear technology. We really don't. And with nuclear weapons, I'm not saying it's impossible that you start a chain reaction by shooting two enriched uranium bullets at each other, or a bullet and a plug, and that causes a big explosion or a chain reaction. I don't know that. That's something you'd have to experiment and show, and they say they have, but I can't validate that, and no normal person can. So it could be just rhetoric to control people. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yeah. They just keep lots of secrets from us,
Well, I tell you what, nuclear weapons were a great way to create espionage acts that kept whatever the government wanted to be quiet, because all they had to do was say national security after that point. So I can say that the actual act of setting off a nuclear weapon is miraculous as being able to video it with light sensitive equipment. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't seem possible either, because of the increased photon activity you would get. Like the whole fucking film should have been exposed.
Yeah.
Like the stuff they claim about the sky vacuum and videoing up there, like if what they said was true about it, then you shouldn't be able to use light sensitive cameras to take pictures. Everything should have been overexposed the minute they opened up the shit, what do you call that on a camera that opens up? I went retarded.
Shutter. The shutter.
The shutter. Yes, sir. Thank you. But then again, that's all taking place in a second law of thermodynamics violation. So, in Narnia, you can have cameras do anything you want. It's your imagination,
Yeah, you can make up anything you want from these cartoons.
Like the first man on the moon, the cameraman, and the last one. There's a clip, a video where the modeler lunar model just jump and the camera moves up. Yeah, made in a Hollywood studio basement.
When I was a Glober and used to watch those videos, like, I could justify all of that crap. You know, like I was full of excuses for anything and everything that happened.
It's funny because I never did all that. I always kind of knew. I was told when I was 8 that the earth was flat. And it was shown to me in the Bible and all that stuff. I was like, what?
Really? Well, I mean, that's cool. I've heard other people say that, like Chocolate Sam, who comes in.
I'm not bragging. I'm not saying that that I was all into it and that I could argue it or nothing, because I didn't really know what all the evidence was, but I always knew that was going to turn out to be true in my heart. You know what I mean? I know that's not evidence, but it is what it is.
I'll tell you what, one thing I have liked about coming to this subject, even though I was, pulled kicking and screaming away from my ball, but one thing I've really enjoyed is the logic and reason, like figuring out the reason, behind it.
That's the hardest part, as far as I know.
Yeah, I guess that's really learning to think on your own. It's learning to think on your own, like it's hard. It's really hard because the first thing you want to do is go listen to someone else, and hear what, like, well, what do you think it is? What do you think it is? Oh God.
Right. Yeah. Then your mind just goes crazy.
Yeah, like you do. It's such a.
Possibilities are endless when you don't really know what's going on.
Yeah,
that's what makes it, so attractive.
Well, and when I was a heliocentrist, like, it all crumbled around me. It's like I thought I knew what everything was, and it was like it was like I was in the Antarctic and I had a really warm blanket wrapped around me, and you some bitches come and jerked it right the fuck off of me.
Yeah.
Not right.
For me, it was more like I knew what they told me was true, right? I knew at the time when it was explained to me and when it was shown, it was like, that makes sense. That makes total sense, right? But then I went through this, 40 years or 30 something years of trying to come up with well, how do you argue that when you don't really know enough about science or all that? So over time, I started learning more and more about science and this and that, but
Well, the thing that really gets me about this,
when I found the evidence that you guys have been showing on here, like when I started seeing that like a few years ago, it was like, whoa, I didn't know there was all this. It was like, where did this come from?
Yeah,
I was
that's
shocked.
interesting.
I was like, thank God, like finally somebody's on my side. Like, God, I can come out of the closet finally, like.
Well, like science though is really, it's like a basic method, like, and they taught it to us in school. They did, and it was easy to figure out why it's empirical. Like if A, then B, if A, not B.
The Lotus Collins, thing.
But it's the stuff they teach you after that convolutes the shit out of it.
Right.
Like you forget about it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's because they talk you out of it. But they tell you two contradictory things, and then they wait for the person in the room to go, "Hey, that doesn't make sense," and then they single him out. That was always me. It really was. I got in trouble at school. I didn't get along. It's just constant.
Have you heard Jeranism's quotes that tell us we've all been lied to?
Probably, yeah. I listen to Jared occasionally.
It's like a 3-hour-long video with quotes from various people: Kepler, Einstein, Newton, so many other people.
Possible I did, but share it with me if you want.
they basically say there's no evidence. We just feel like that. But everyone says no, there's scientific evidence, and they're like, there's no scientific evidence. We just feel like that.
I'll tell you what,
multitudes of whatever they say.
Edwin Hubble and what he said about the redshift. I wish Chocolate was here. He could verbatim quote that shit. About idea of a preferred position must be avoided at all costs.
Oh, really?
That's so damning. And
it's a tell, right?
Yeah, it's such a damning thing to say about your own religion.
Right. I agree.
But yeah, like science and the logic behind it is simple. Like it's like so much of this was simple, and it was just the arguments that come later are so convoluted, and the things they tell you are so like not based on it. But they tell you,
drag you into a conversation that has nothing to do with it. Doesn't prove anything. It's like,
right?
It's frustrating. It's like, wait a minute, you guys are going in the same direction again. You're going in the same circle. Like, why are you spiraling again? It's like, I know it's hard to get out of that, but gee whiz, it's like some people are just like you got to beat them with a smart stick or something, Like
have you ever been to Gym Panda? Have you been to Gym Pandas? You got to check out his server because it's like a laugh fest as long as you don't take it too serious. And I'll go over there and just listen. I'll see if I can find it. I got it on my Discord somewhere, but yeah, I'll find it. I just want to say this: like, the one time I go in there and talk, I got banned after like 30 seconds because I got some dude to say that he was certain that certainty didn't exist. And then I just started laughing at him and making fun of him, and Gym Panda got pissed off and kicked me out of his room.
Well, I can probably relate to some of that, but why? Maybe maybe it was just like some people have. Well, I won't talk about that. That's none of my business.
But yeah, Gym Panda's a complete, just ridiculous. He'll say things in the same breath and then change his position. Like he, what started it all was the scientific method argument. And he tried to walk me through his scientific method. And then I pointed out, that, he was like, he was trying to say that our ideas of truth change, and I was like, so I had to I walked him through it, and he said his hypothesis was, well, we stand next to these rocks and we get burnt, he's talking about radiation. And I was like, okay, yeah, that's cool. We'll run with that. Sure. Let's go, And then he said, so we stand next to these rocks and we get burnt. And then we find out later it was radiation. Therefore, my premise is true. And I said, so are you telling me that because you now know it's radiation, you can stand next to those rocks and not be burnt? Right. And that's when the whole certainty.
Yeah, that's when the crickets went.
Yeah, it's like you can hear the gears almost turn, and then
you can hear it go.
But that's when that dude jumped in with the certainty thing, and
that's when they do that shift. They shift you to something else that has nothing to do with it, but it sounds similar. So this is definitely damning evidence. It's like, wait a minute. What? Sometimes I don't.
It's good stuff. It's fun.
It's funny, but it's sad at the same time. It scares me. It's like I'm watching all these grown people that seem to be intelligent. If you talk to them about anything else, they seem highly intelligent and logical. But then as soon as you bring in, anything about the earth and the shape, it's like their brain goes to putty. It's like all of a sudden all those rules change. All those, it just doesn't make any sense to me. But then their argument is always the right one. See, they're always right. Okay. I'm not going to argue with you.
Yeah, I just put a link to Jim's server. If you want to jump in there, that's on you, but whatever. It's a silly place.
Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, as much as they listen to our live streams or whatever, it's really fun to listen sometimes, because Jim does a live stream too. It's called Humans of Earth on YouTube. It's just as silly, in your mindset, I guess, if you think, flat Earth is silly. But they're, inside, like Jim server, they're more, what would I say? They're not as gracious as we are here. So, anyway, I'll just say that much. Oh, we have a lot of patience. They don't. They're a bunch of dickheads over there.
They're denialists.
Yeah.
I don't know much else to say about it. But I posted the link, so I don't know if you guys want to go over there and have some fun. Whatever, I'm not doing anything.
Oh man, people bring it up sometimes. I'll share Jim's link, but I guarantee you, somebody comes here first and then goes over there. I don't see it, so I sent it already. So I don't know what you're talking about. So,
well, then you're in the wrong place, Elio.
I'm in live stream voice text. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
So then you should see mine right above yours, then, Helio.
Okay. Well, either way, yeah, I see it now. Whatever. Yeah, there. If you find yourself there and you want to have a conversation, it doesn't flow like it does over here. So. Anyway.
I'm getting fatigued.
Are you watching the news, Elijah?
No, I'm sitting in a bagel shop, eating while I still can.
Eating while you still can? What does that mean?
Well, if they implement this key to the city policy, I won't be able to eat outside.
Yeah, I thought that was already implemented. Well, I saw something that said, yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're in New York City. New York City, get a rope. New York City, get a vax. What they're trying to do to us, bro. Almost looks like Mark of the Beast shit. We may or may not supposed to be saying that, but what's happening in social media with this this jab thing? It's just like get this or fuck off, Kind of weird. Miguel, are you obsessed with pandas? What's the deal? I like this one. Oh. This one's funny. Check this one out. Only reason I have Facebook is to steal freaking cool memes. It's an addendum to the other one.
Sorry about ducking out on you guys earlier. It was kind of abrupt, but it's one of my agreements with my wife is when she's present, I don't talk flat earth.
Well, that's kind of an addendum with my cigarettes. I have to go outside to smoke, so it's kind of the same thing for me. I have to smoke outside.
This is like an addiction for me too, so I get it. Yeah.
You see some of the memes I'm just posting. I'm just like I was saying. I only have Facebook to steal memes from, the best flat Earth memes. I don't really post much on Facebook, but I do steal a shitload of memes from Facebook. And that's the reason my account still exists, because I don't post much, but I steal that shit from people when they post and get their account banned. I steal their fucking memes. Like this one. This is a good one.
Here's something funny. I can fix a $50 million piece of equipment, but I can't get my fucking coffee maker to cut on right now.
Holy shit, that is fucked up, man. What's wrong with your coffee maker? It's plugged into the wall. I mean, do we need to go through like a step-by-step?
Man, that ain't even funny.
Tech support for your coffee maker.
Oh shit, that ain't even funny. Like my brother does tech support, and he was telling me about this call he was on, right? And he was talking to this woman and like going through all the steps. It was plugged in. It was all this, He's like, and he's gone through everything trying to get this computer to cut on, And he was finally like, it's obviously broken. Give me the serial number on the back of the computer, and she said, well, hold on a second, I go get a flashlight, the power's out.
And did you give him the model number or whatever? What's up with your coffee maker? I mean, it's pretty simple design.
I got it to work. Got it to work.
All right, cool.
I hit it, and that fixed it.
That doesn't work every time, but yeah, that's the man way to do it. Damn it! Hit that some bit, and then. That's kind of a weird thing, though. I mean, how does it actually, sometimes it does work when you hit it. I don't know if that's a man thing or a woman thing. I've seen women hit appliances before and they start working. But yeah.
You know what that could be, though? Like, you get a carbon buildup anytime you have a loose connection, and striking it would actually cause the connection to reestablish itself.
As a carpenter, I mean, the hammer is one of my main tools, so I use that shit every day. So the hammer is the best. Nobody's talking, and I'm kind of bored. I'm just going to post some more memes. See what, some of my new memes that Let me check my phone. I have different memes on my phone than I do on my PC. So I just captured some new memes today, I think. Let me think. Miguel's the meme master, but hold no phone. Let's see if he can steal some from me. Unfortunately, on my phone, I can't even. It's so small, I can't even read this shit. But it must be good because I saved it. Most people don't really want the truth. They just want constant reassurance that what they believe is the truth. That's a good one, right, Miguel? That's a good one. Steal that son of a bitch.
Approve it.
This one. Oh, yeah, this is a good one. Here. We were just talking about that.
Realizing the Earth is flat, the sky gets really, really weird. Like the sun. I seen Elijah post something about the sun, and how it appears to be in front of things sometimes. But if its nature is apparent, solely apparent, then how is it any more justifiable to say it only appears like it's in front of something?
Well, let me ask you this. On that point, I'm going to post this, if you want to take a look at the live stream voice text. Why wouldn't the analemma, or analemma, whatever you want to call it, why wouldn't it be like an 8-ball, like right at the equator? If what they claim is, the third rock from the sun, distance, not distance from the sun, but, as far as all that works, why wouldn't that center point of the analemma be right there at the equator?
You want the heliocentric justification for that? Because there is an explanation.
Tell us both. Tell us both. Yeah, go ahead.
The distance in the lower part being further is, how they say, like in the northern summer, the Earth is further away, and in the southern summer, the Earth is closer to the sun. And they'll point to the Analema as proof of that.
Yeah, but they don't have it. How does that prove globe Earth? I know that's what I'm asking. This is on, plastered on these globes that you can buy at Walmart all the time. What is the why wouldn't it be like an equal 8 ball? Because they claim that the seasons are caused by the angle of Earth, related to the sun, and we're in an elliptical orbit, right?
Sorry about that. Yes, it's an elliptical orbit, and that's why the bottom half of the Analema is longer in their paradigm.
The southern or the northern is longer? Because
the southern should be more skewed, I believe.
But why? Is it because of the elliptical path? So it's like 3 million miles different.
Well, right. It's not it's one of those. Looking back on it, it kind of sounds stupid. It is stupid, but that's.
But you used to argue this, so I want to really hear the globy side of this.
Oh yeah, well that was proof within the model that we have an elliptical path around the sun. Is the Analema.
When you get a chance, listen to that debate last night with Winston, because this was brought up, and the model was like, well, you flat earthers don't have a model, so you don't have anything to go off of. It's like, okay, is Earth a model or is Earth Earth? That's what I would say. What do you mean? I have to have a model?
Well, that's one of the dangers in the sextant theodolite, right? Is you start talking about the stars like they're actual things in geometric locations, and you can be brought into a straw man real easy with that. So that's why I keep on trying to warn people on Nathan's show, like, don't argue this unless you understand it completely, because if you just takes one misstep and you're rolling down the hill of everything's physical.
Well, and I think Nathan knows that too. He does. All of this. Let's not get into pretensions or anything like that. It's and often I say, Earth is Earth. Always has been, always will be. It's a phrase that I use, but there's no discussion beyond that. Earth. What the stars, sun, and moon are, I'll defer to ancient tomes and say, they move in patterns above us. If you think that Earth is moving, traveling around a universe, that's on you. Somebody told you that and you believe it. But I actually have physical evidence that Earth is not moving, and it's always been a stationary plane, and the sun, moon, and stars moving patterns above us. I can prove that shit every single day. I don't have to believe that we're a third rock from the sun, following the sun while it's traveling around the Milky Way galaxy. Somebody else told you that. I don't believe it, but I used to believe that, by the way, but I don't anymore. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And if someone says, well, you don't have evidence for it, I would just ask them, do you have evidence to the contrary? And their answer is going to be, well, general consensus. Everybody else believes it's a third rock from the sun spinning around the Milky Way galaxy. Okay, well then you can believe that if you want to. I choose not to believe it.
Well, see, that's the thing. Now that it's demonstrably not a sphere and it's measured flat, there's no reason to believe that. You know what I mean?
I do, but why do?
Good morning, guys.
So many people want to believe it, and they'll defend it, and call, instead of defending it and actually having a conversation about it, they'll call us stupid for not believing it. Even though I'm quite studied on this topic, it's not like I'm ignorant about the topic. I've just chosen to not believe the nonsense, and. But they won't even take the freaking time to look into it, and so it's not on me, since I am familiar with the topic. When you're not, but you're just like you're a believer because you won't even have a conversation with me about it. Who's the new guy? My bad. Somebody said hello.
No, it's just me, Helio. I'll just say good morning.
No, good. I was on a little rant there. Go ahead, Flathead. What's up?
No, just saying good morning, everybody.
Hey, good morning, Flathead. Good to see you.
Anybody catch that Australian black swan that dropped yesterday?
No, send a link.
I'll put it in the live stream voice text. I'll put it in there.
It's interesting that we call them black swans, but like now it's kind of like every horizon seems to not conform with the idea that it's a sphere, right. It's like everything seems to be a black swan,
It's just a word we use to describe something,
Well, it's like when I unsaw the globe, there's no going back. It's just like, I see now, and it's not like, and it's really freaking weird. I've been watching this fictional television show. I can't remember which show it's on. It's called C, and it's like it's a dystopian future where there was a virus or whatever. Whoa, a virus? Okay, whatever. But anyway, so there was a virus that caused all kinds of freaking people to die or whatever, and then caused everyone that survived to be blind, right? And so then they can't see anymore, and they build their own kingdoms as blind people, and they're still humans, right? And but
did a one-eyed man become king?
No, it's not. It's not like that. Yeah, just look it up. It's called C. It's a television show called C. Jason Momoa. Jason Momoa is is in him.
You know what I'm saying? Like in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is God.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, without too much spoilers, but yeah, there are people born that can see, and then it's like there's thousands of people that can't see, but then the people that can see, it's a drama, whatever, it is what it is. But yeah, and so it's just really interesting. It's an interesting show, and and it's violent too. It's like Jason Momoa. He's always plays violent characters.
Are you saying there's violent blind people? I could see an army of
they can kill they're like they just exist in a blind, in their own blind, but they can hear, so they just exist. There's like as far as when the series starts, it's already been like 100 years into people just living as blind people, and they build their own kingdoms and shit. And then so they all just the animals can see, so they use horses and dogs and shit, but the people can't. It's really interesting. It's
if I couldn't defeat a blind man in battle, I probably would just give it up. I go home.
Dude, some of the battle scenes with the blonde people are freaking crazy. I mean, it's Jason Momoa. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Jason. Well, I guess I kind of am, but at the same time, I mean, some of the battle scenes are they're so badass, man. And they're gory and shit, but whatever. But yeah, it is. I mean, it is what it is. But the story's decent. It's a show called See. It's an Apple TV thing. It's how you have to be subscribed to Apple, or I can send a link to it that you can watch it for free. And there's also this blind queen she's so funny. Oh man, I've been watching it for a few days. You couldn't tell, but she is so freaking hilarious. I'll send you guys a link. Anyway. Back to what? Yeah, I'm a huge fan of fiction. There's no secret. I listen to fucking audiobooks and stuff all day long. Whatever. But anyway, like I said, I mean, truth in the movies, lies in TV. So whatever. I like the fiction stuff, man.
Well, it's like once your eyes are open, a lot of stuff that you thought was originally maybe factual, such as Jurassic Park has been my favorite movie since I was literally a child, and then you realize you're like, hold on, dinosaurs. You like look into it, you're like, dude, like all this stuff is freaking fictional, man.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, it's like I could say, hey, I know dinosaurs never existed, but I can't necessarily say that for sure. But the way that they told us about dinosaurs, that's impossible.
Yeah, exactly.
Same way they tell us about globe Earth,
Well, they tell us dragons are mythological creatures. So it's like, hold on a second. Well, maybe it's like dinosaur skulls aren't a dinosaur. It's like a dragon freaking skull or something. I'm not saying that's true, but I mean, at least you can.
But there is a historical. Hold on, with dragons, there is a historical record, not only from Europe and the Middle East, and I mean, there are many records of dragons existing in tomes, and some from skulls or whatever, and there's also records of giant humans and everything, human skeletons. But yeah, I mean, so dragons did exist, but they're not necessarily dinosaurs. In my opinion, you don't have to listen to me. You can do your own research. But
well, exactly. Dinosaur. The word just means extremely old. It doesn't specifically connotate to lizard or anything. It just means something that's very, very old. So a dragon could be called a dinosaur by that definition.
I mean, Eastern culture like China and Japan. I mean, there's dragons everywhere. But as if. I mean, did they just make cartoon dragons and they just decided to just make dragons exist? That's bullshit. I mean, of course there were dragons.
You don't put something. You don't put something in stone to that level of detail and that much prevalence over that large of an area, and have that much influence, and there's not some reality to it, because it's the same type of dragons we're seeing too, the ones that's holding the pearl. And I mean, there's way more depth to what they tell us about that kind of information.
Yeah. I mean, with these, with all the history and the records, in Eastern culture and even in, in the Northern European. I'm not sure. I think there's some dragon evidence in the African culture. Not sure so much in the in North American, or so much that we're not told about. It's like, look at what it's like. They called America the new frontier. And they told us that people from Europe found America and it's the new lands. That's so pretentious in my mind. These motherfuckers, pardon my French, the French knew about it, so I don't pardon my French. The Europeans, the Spaniards, they all knew this land existed. It wasn't like that. I mean, the story is, Christopher Columbus was sailing west, and he found a new land. No, they knew about it, and they had the intention to conquer it. That's why they sailed west. And it's fucking disgusting, but at the same time, I guess it was sort of inevitable.
And that's just the mainstream story that we get, because there's so much evidence that says the otherwise about, civilization has been thriving over here. There's technology that goes far beyond anything that we are even currently using. It's been here.
You know what's funny? I told you I watch a lot of TV shows. I've been watching the show Heels. It's a Starz thing, and it's about wrestling, and the the fake wrestling presentation, everything. But it's like I catch this stuff, this one guy, he's an older guy, and he's friends with a family or whatever, and they have a teenage daughter, and he's like sitting at the table with her, and he's like, so what lies are they telling you in U.S. history in your high school class? She doesn't elaborate, but that's what, just like a little jab, right? Boom. So what lies are they telling about U.S. history today,
Pretty much everything you can imagine about it. I mean, just really think about the Masonic connotations that go on with all the presidents and their allegiances, and like how all of them are 33rd degree, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, they don't even elaborate or even touch the tip of any of that in high school. When you look back later, you're like, why wasn't this taught?
Who was that?
Hold on a sec. I got a question about a claim that was made. Like, what technology did we discover in the New World? I didn't know what there was.
Oh, the New World when Christopher Columbus came to the New World? Or what do you mean?
Well, it depends on what you mean by technology, right? There was soil found in South America where they were creating soil in a very acidic place that was actually usable, right? So the people in South America, they were terraforming the soil, right? And they weren't just doing like the top layer. They were doing it to where it was like 8 and 9 feet deep. And they did so much of it, they said that it was actually larger than France, the state of France.
You're saying the land mass itself was?
I'm saying the soil was terraformed from a very acidic soil where they couldn't grow crops to a soil that was actually used to, supply millions of inhabitants in the land. And they did it by making like a sort of a compost, right? So I guess it depends on what you mean by technology. There was quite a bit of agricultural technology that was going on here. Of course, there had to be to support the inhabitants of the land, reaching close to estimates of 100 million people. If you have 100 million people, you have to have the ability to feed 100 million people. and the agricultural advances that were made here.
Right.
I guess that would be one way of looking at it. Now, as far as nuts and bolts technology, that may have been lacking, or we can't find a whole lot of evidence of that.
Well, that's because a lot of stuff has been covered up. I mean, there's evidence. Chicago, or as it was originally called. There's architectures and structures that we can't even really replicate today in the same fashion that was apparently already there. Things we're told, it's like, oh, this was started, no, it's like, it's way older than that. Or it's like at a point where they built it and then the entire history is just covered up about said geolocation. There's a lot you have to think about.
Well, the reason I bring it up is, because that, like the claim that, I ain't saying that history can't have been changed or whatever, but we don't know that, like it's just an assumption we're making.
It's just you're not going to get it from, going off of mainstream information. You're going to have to actually investigate it and see it yourself. And go to places and look for yourself as well.
No, I ain't saying there's stuff that doesn't make sense, and was probably, just bullshit. Like 9/11, when people look back on it, anybody that researches into it's going to be like, well, that doesn't make any sense, but the narrative will remain the same as long as the government that invented it is in place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you have enough mass population, numbers that are buying in on the mainstream narrative, it's even the truth of the matter, it's not going to get out. It's going to be suppressed. As long as they're doing it correctly, that's the everyday battle.
Well, yeah, that's the control of information, like they built all these forms of communication for a reason. You know what I mean? Like there's, like, even the way we're talking right now, trillions of dollars of infrastructure went into creating it, and there was no promise of a return when it was created. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they didn't forethink it all the way out, all the way, in my opinion. They couldn't.
Like, would flat Earth have even been possible for the resurgence that it's had? Would it even have been possible without the internet and people, being able to communicate with similar ideas?
There's no way to find out at this point.
It was almost like they tried to make people forget how to think, and then there's this small pocket of the internet where you can go and remember how to think, not what to think, how to think. Yeah, but I wasn't wanting to run the conversation on the ancient technologies. I think that stuff's interesting, but like, I was just wondering, how, like, the primary source evidence, I guess, for it. It's kind of what I was hoping to get.
Can I be heard okay? Mic check.
Yep, we can hear you. Hank.
Cool. He said that when the Native Americans were dancing around the fire, they would kick up dust. And because they were dancing around in a circle, it created a toroid. And the dust would be elevated because of the kicking up of the dust and the stomping. And then it would get in contact with the heat, and then it would go up. So these rain dances were like literally like a technology that the ancient people had from their ancestors, right, passed down to make it rain. Because today, what we do in cloud seeding is we spray like dust particles. Sometimes I've heard ash, right? But these particles, and they attract water. You know, kind of like if you got ashes left in your grill starts to rust because the ash attracts water and holds it. So I guess, you know, the static electricity, the way that it works, it gathers the rainwater all together in one spot and then it rains. So they were literally making it rain with their little rain dances. And I'd never even thought about like the legitimacy of the rain dance. I thought it was like some BS. And when he told me this, I mean, it was just complete muffin top, blew my mind.
Well, I don't know how much validity that has. We got some experimental tests we can do to cause the rain with the dance. Like, I want to check this out.
You're more than welcome to research it, but if you think about it,
it's an interesting notion.
If you put dust particles into the sky, what's going to happen? Same thing happens when we do it today.
Right, but how can you show that the dust particle made it to the sky from dancing?
I don't know, bro. I guess you have to reenact it.
I do believe there's a lot that you know we don't understand about water. I don't know if anybody watched Flat Earth British's show on water last night. It was like 3 hours long, and just how individual water particles or droplets, you know, a raindrop, how it looks like when it hits, and how individualized it is, and it's very, very interesting.
You know, that's the thing. Like, you know, the delayed choice quantum eraser thing, and how much uncertainty affects matter. You know, like, I kind of feel like we've been looking at it the wrong way, from like a societal standpoint. Maybe it's not knowing and knowing actually have an effect on things, like, and maybe even belief itself can affect the world around us, you know. So I think it's an area that's not really been broached except by, you know, wizards and witches and stuff like that kind of sounds silly to talk about. But is there any validity to a hex? You know, if you believe something enough, can you affect reality? Because the only people that ever changed the world believed they could. You know what I mean?
I just want to be clear that I'm not making any claims, you know, about rain dances, but I just thought that it made like a lot of sense. Because, you know, have you ever seen like them dancing around the campfire? They really are like kicking up their feet and kicking the sand and stomping and kicking, and, you know, it's really interesting to think about.
you can see the two water droplets interacting with each other in that shot I put in the voice.
And the whole time they're dancing, what are they saying? Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya. So they're calling upon the name of the creator. I don't know, man. Kind of seems like to me like they know what they're doing. Praying for rain.
It makes sense, Hank. Battlemod was talking about it one night, and his words were pretty much that if you get thousands of people dancing and a couple of hundred fires going, and that's going to raise the sweat, and that combined with the dust, and I was thinking maybe the odd wet bear skin thrown on the side of the fire to raise the steam. Yeah, you'd encourage the rain.
Well, water is life, so yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I mean, when Outkast said, hey, everybody wanted to dance, right? So, I don't know. Maybe hey is the let's get out on the dance floor slogan of all of creation.
So anybody heard anything new or recent?
I think the government's spending trillions. Oh, I think I heard that the government's going to start taxing us per mile that we drive if we let them.
Can you elaborate a little bit?
So I heard with the new infrastructure bill that, you know, they don't just pass like one bill and one law at a time. It's like, you know, 2 or 3 like decades worth of legislation in like one bill. That way they could spend as much as humanly possible, right? At least that appears to be the goal, right? Because what are they spending? $4 trillion on infrastructure, I think is what it was. So yeah, one of the things in that bill is that if you're driving, you're going to get taxed per mile that you drive. And I heard it was something crazy, like a really high, like almost 50 cents. I think it was like 40 something cents. That's what I heard. I haven't read it myself, take it with a grain of salt. Because, you know, who's got that kind of time to read that bill? Who's got that much time, you know?
Well, that's why they do those bills like that, though, at the same time.
Is this the push to bring electric cars to America? Are they taxing you out of the petroleum market now?
I just know that I'm not paying that. If I'm driving a 3-cylinder car, I'm not paying what, you know, these people rolling around with these dualies. You know, I'm not paying the same. Just ain't doing it.
Yeah, I'm all for a sliding scale. I don't mind that. If the money were going to the upkeep of the roads and stuff, even more so. But it should be a sliding scale, definitely.
But the thing is, we already paid taxes. It's like Bubba Gump shrimp. There's like coconut taxes, and there's like pineapple taxes, and like estate tax, and inheritance tax, and gasoline tax, and road tax, and sticker tax, and it's like I think we're taxed enough. Income tax, sales tax.
You know, all those taxes you mentioned, except for the income tax, are apportioned, right? Like the income tax is it's an unapportioned tax.
Well, all I know is Trump said that he paid like $700 in taxes, right? And when they called him out on it, he said that makes him smart. Well, maybe we all need to be smart. Maybe we all need to look in these tax loopholes. Because apparently they're there, because you hear about people, you know, not paying like barely anything in taxes. So I paid more than Trump did. I paid $2,000.
Hold on, there are loopholes in the tax code working within but you have to make over $250,000, and you have to be what they call job creators to be able to access those loopholes.
Well, here's the deal. We have the right to contract unlimited.
There's ways to get to it.
According to the Constitution. Us Americans, we can contract. So there's nothing wrong with doing something. There's nothing wrong with doing something to avoid occurring attacks, right? Like if I give you bananas and you give me strawberries, that's not really a taxable transaction. We just traded. Like I had too many, they were going to rot. You had too many, they were going to rot. Now we can both have smoothies. But what's illegal is evading the tax that you've already incurred. So apparently there's ways that you can make a trust, and when you create the contract, you create the law. But if you're acting like a corporation and not acting like a trust, and you don't know what you're doing, they can retroactively go back and deem you a corporation. But what a lot of people do is they name their trust such and such blah 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 corporation, but it's actually a trust. So you don't know that what they're doing is a trust. You assume that it's a corporation because it's nominal, existing in name only. Just like NASA's spaceflight.
Right. A trust and a corporation, they're both existing in name only.
I wouldn't disagree with you. But if you have a trust, and go ahead.
I was just going to say law is an interesting religion, but
it is.
You know, the economy is kind of tied in with it too. So, like, we'll be talking about both.
You know what's interesting? The fact that they just made up this shit out of thin air and people like reificationed it into reality. Like when they did the gold standard, all persons must turn in their gold, right? When they did that, like back in the day with the gold confiscation. Like a person is a legal term. A man doesn't have to turn in his gold, but a person does. And a person would be like a corporation, but a man isn't a person.
Yeah, they made a lot of ambiguities in the law so that they could do shit like that. Like it's twisting the language is all they've done.
That's why I call them dark magicians. Some people call them the brothel fools, but you can call Congress whatever you like.
Like if you really want to know what a law says, you have to look at the terms under which it was written. You know, like you have to go to whatever medium or dictionary they were using to define their terms to actually know what they meant. You know what I mean? Like so many people point at laws that don't mean what they mean. You know, like they point to it like it's evidence of what they believe, but that's not what they meant when they wrote it, and that's the spirit of the law. You know?
Yeah, like I heard some funny hat people say that the First Amendment of the Constitution, the first words in the sentence are more important, and then the last words are less and less important. So a well-regulated militia is like the most important part. It's like, oh, okay, really? Is that what you think that means? Really, that's how that works in law? Well, why don't we go back and read with the documents that these, men were talking about before they actually put this in writing? Were they worried about top-down control from a federal government? Yes, they were extremely worried about it. That's why they spoke this way. And actually, the most important part is shall not be infringed, because that's what they were actually talking about before they wrote this down.
Well, I thought it was interesting that they created all these extremist groups back in the 90s and then used them to redefine what militia actually meant, So instead of it being a group of men willing to come together in times of need to defend their society, it became a group of crazy motherfuckers that are wanting to kill people, They changed the meaning in everybody's eyes. And so the First Amendment changed because of that in their eyes.
To me, a militia is every able-bodied man that's not already a firefighter or EMS or a policeman that is willing to aid the community in a time of crisis. That's what a militia means to me. So if women want to join in on that, that's completely fine with me.
But the thing is like...
Yeah, militiaman is all encompassing. Exactly like you said, Hank.
But they changed the definition of it.
That means the preacher, that means the librarian, that means the plumber, right? What happened when the Greeks got attacked by the Persians, right? It was the Spartans who showed up and like 30,000 artisans, right? That's the militia. The Spartans were the military, the heavily trained guys, and the 30,000 Greeks behind them, free Greeks. That was the militia.
That'd be a lot of people.
Yeah, but that's your plumber, that's your IT guy, that's your banker. That's the guy who's not willing to have his grandmother's garden ravaged, and like say there's a flood, like down south, then they'd be like helping like elderly people out of flooded nursing homes and that sort of thing. If there's fires, they'd be help evacuating like people and animals, livestock. You wouldn't be sitting on your ass, Like if we caught you sitting on your ass, boy, get your ass up. You're a grown ass man. Get over here and help us.
Well, if everybody's connected with radio chirps, you're only a chirp away, mate. If you haven't got a vehicle, we'll come and get you. We work together. We could do it, Hank. We could. We could sort things out and attend all the problems and move as a mass to help everyone, and everyone in the perimeter move in closer, make it all work. We could do it.
Yeah, it's the thing. Like everybody's waiting to be saved. Like you're the number one person in your own self-defense, in your own salvation. You shouldn't wait on anybody to come save you ever. You're the number one actor in your own salvation.
That's fact, Hank.
I mean, I know because I interviewed those people that were coming out of Katrina. Like, I know, I'll never forget the scars and how they told me they got them. Like, I see the truth in their eyes. There's two types of people that'll tell the truth. Drunk people and angry people. And those people were angry.
Yeah, we only saw a little bit of that on the media. It always seemed to cut off at the appropriate moment on the broadcasts to UK and Europe. How angry and real and ready for instant action together as a people everyone was that were coming out of these. Is that like Katrina and the disasters, the fire zones and stuff all across Europe? Everybody's ready and waiting to move as a people because we've had enough.
You know what you need, don't you? They had the PNAC, Project for a New America. I think we need like Project for a New World. We need a Joan of Arc 300 Alamo type event where someone says, this little 17-year-old maiden can stand up to these fucking evil men. We're just going to sit on our ass? I don't think so.
Some type of international revolution.
Yeah,
and it doesn't have to be a violent one. It has to be like in the mind. You have to free the mind of the people.
Right.
Because it's a mental enslavement. It's like we've chemically castrated all the men by what we're putting in the water. And we need to wake up and realize that, hey, we're not like complicated rocks. We're like men created in the image of God. I say that as in mankind. I'm not leaving out women. Just to be clear.
No, I know exactly what you're saying.
I like what you're saying, Hank.
There's no such thing in the world as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks.
That woman is confused. So sad. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, she needs to see like a psychiatrist. She's got full-blown like psychosis.
I mean, what's the simplest way to describe their justification for that? That's insane to me.
We need Janae of Arc to rise up and change this world.
These people need to be these people need to be shamed in public. That's what needs to happen. People, when they think they can get away with shit, who knows what people do these days. I mean, it's all surrounding us. In case people who are listening haven't noticed.
Well, if we can get enough people together locally on a big enough scale to publicly shame, I mean, it's definitely possible. They can't stop a large enough amount of people. It's just problem getting the people to get together.
That's what they did in the olden days, right? Like pioneer days for the United States. I don't know what time frame you'd say for other countries, but I don't know. Obviously,
I mean, people used to get tarred and feathered.
Oh God. Or burned at the stake. That was for witches, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, witches celebrating the witches' Sabbath. Anybody who got together on a Saturday, they would find them, and I read The Witch's Hammer. See, this
nice.
This Catholic monk, like he was. Yeah, that was the manual for witch hunters. So this Catholic monk, like 300 something AD, like complete woman hater. Like he started like waging war on women. Any woman caught getting high on the moldy bread that she rubbed on her broomstick, and then she rubbed, where witches put their broomsticks. Like that was like a death penalty. Any woman caught like herbs and anything like, because see, men can't get high off the mold. Only the woman can, because we don't have the parts. Anyway, so any woman caught like gathering herbs, right, and using like natural medicine. Yeah, anybody with the Bible in their native tongue, they would burn them at the stake with a Bible strapped to their chest. So this witch hunt, it wasn't like a little thing. Like it's estimated 3 million women at least, and I would say that's a low ball.
That's so that's insane.
So they just weren't burning Wiccans, right? They were burning Wiccans, Christians, anybody who was like a healer using natural herbs and medicine. They were just waging war on anybody who didn't go to church and pay their tithe. And this is like under the Catholic Church.
Wow. Hank, how did you come to know that information?
The Witch's Hammer.
Oh yeah, but like not everything you said though, right?
Some of it I'm on a piecemeal from other research that I've done, but my sister-in-law's Wiccan, and she let me borrow it, right? Because I don't discriminate against religion. I allow other people to have their own religion because as an American, I think it would be terrible to impose like religion on people. So I let everybody have their own religious belief, and I was like, "Hey, is there anything you got that I could read to have like an understanding of your religion?" She was like, "Oh yeah, I got something for you." So
the Witch's Hammer is it, huh?
Yeah, that's a huge thing to help you understand the Wiccan people. Because I don't really see them as evil. Like I gotta watch out for the Wiccans. They got herbs. They got so many herbs and jars in their house. You know what I mean? I'm not really that type of person.
That's so comical to me.
And she does got a lot of herbs. A lot of damn herbs in her house. But you know what? Here's the thing. I got a lot of damn herbs in my house. I just rub my herbs on steaks. You know what I'm saying? So we're not really that different.
I know. But yeah, so it'd be interesting what other people would have to say if they heard what you just said, Hank. That's what I'm saying.
I also, like Hank, I knew a couple of witches that they always wanted to make the distinction between being a white witch or a black witch and the different types of magic that they implement. To me, anytime that you're playing with spirits or calling upon natural forces to make, let's call it spooky action at a distance, I think that you're kind of maybe teetering on the edge of something.
Well, they call that parapsychology. Sorry to interrupt you. They call. I'm hearing an echo from somebody, but they call that it's called parapsychology. It could be a couple different things, like remote viewing. That's done by the military. FYI. So yeah, it's like to me, there's no question that we have extra abilities like that. But please go on, Flat Earth Solar. I always like what you have to say.
No, that was a good point. I was just adding my 2 cents that I guess also because of my upbringing, we were drummed in as a Christian. Everything else is Luciferian in some regard. And, sort of exploring that side of your spirituality is normally sort of forbidden, or it's not encouraged to be trying to do out-of-body experience or anything like that.
Yeah, and I'm not a coincidence theorist anymore, so that kind of leads me a little bit sometimes. I don't know about you.
Well, I'll just put it to you like this. If people are gathering herbs and doing whatever they're doing with it, using it for medicine, you might say that that's witchcraft, but if you've ever taken any over-the-counter medication, or you've ever went to the doctor and you got prescribed some medicine and you took it, you're a witch, and you've been practicing witchcraft. Yeah. So be careful how you judged, because you're going to be judged with the same measure.
Just look at the origins of the caduceus with pharmacia.
Yeah,
I know that if there's a plant like an aloe vera plant and I'm burned, I'm not going to think twice about it. If I got a burn, aloe vera is going directly in that burn. If I got a cut, I'm going to use hydrogen peroxide.
But that's called homeopathy, or natural medicines. And I've got no disagreement with that. But from what I heard from my witch friend was that they were like casting spells to become rich and successful, but always good spells, We don't cast anything negative against someone, but we cast good spells. And that's the line whereby I got no problem with naturopathic healing. I do it myself. Your point is also valid that if I've taken pharmaceuticals, I've also partaken in that. But effectively, like if you're going to be casting or, drawing pentagrams to try and generate energy, to use spiritual forces to create a reaction in someone else or something else, I think that's where the bound starts to cross.
Right. You shouldn't have to perform any type of ritual. Right? There should be no drawing of images and such, in my opinion. I was really lucky. I went garage sailing yesterday, and I came across these really thick textbooks. Well, not textbooks, but hardback books. And they're on natural healing. I got like 4 of them. It's pretty bizarre. So I'll be like investigating those in the future. So lucky find on my part.
Can you digitize those? Can you scan them in and make a PDF?
That's interesting. I'm not sure. Probably not, unless there's like some little.
Are they short files? Are they short?
No, I'm talking about thick, really thick hardback book. I'll take a picture.
Hey,
yeah, I got them for $1, so it was like woohoo.
Hank, what was the name of that witch book you said you read again?
The Witch's Hammer. And I guess you got to make sure you get the right one. The one that I'm talking about is a thick book. It's a very thick book, and it's a guide for hunting witches and eliminating them. Right, but to him, a witch was anybody who wasn't going along with the norm. Right, so if you weren't like, in the church paying tithes, like you were a witch. Right, so he was like reinforcing the missionaries' work, because the missionaries' work, they're on a mission to get everyone to join, and it's like you can, take your religion with you and you can bring it into the Catholic Church and you can mix it in, right? All your blasphemous deeds that you were doing before, you can still do it, but now you got to do it under the direction of the Pope, right? So it was a mission. It's like the Borg. You can either assimilate your religion with Catholicism or you can die. And that's how it was for a very long time, as far as I could tell. So it was very much like Star Trek, the Borg. And I can't really say much about it other than, like, most people in here would be considered a witch, especially those going to church on, or having church on Saturday. So, Battle Mod would be a witch.
Please elaborate on the going to church on Saturday.
Yeah, the Witch's Sabbath. You heard of that?
I've heard of that before. I think the text, the correct one you're talking about reading is the Malleus Maleficarum.
That's it. I just couldn't say it in Latin.
So all these Jews that practice Sabbat on a Saturday, indirectly, because I've kind of looked at how they always called Sunday the start of the week. And it always was strange to me. Why is it that we go to church on a Sunday and then spend the rest of the day being pissed off that we've got to go to work the next day? It's like your Sunday was always like this, the day before going back to school or going back to work or going back to varsity. It was not a fun day per se. And then I thought maybe the Jews had it right that they take the Saturday because then you can just relax and you can catch up on Sunday, whatever needed to be done. But I guess that's how they sliced up this cake. Sunday to Monday. Or Sunday to Saturday, should I say.
Yeah, if you look at the actual history, the day that Columbus set sail for America was the day that it was illegal to be a Jew in Spain, right? Because they kicked out all the Jews. That's why you got the conversos who pretended to be like Christians and stayed. And then you got, the people that suffered, right, under the Spanish Inquisition because they were trying to get all the Jews out of their country. Because remember, they've been kicked out of like 89 countries like 111 times. And the Jesuits have been kicked out of similar numbers, which I can't quote directly, but very, very similar numbers. And these Jews. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. Sorry if I'm stopping you.
That's all right. So these Jews, when they were told to get out, in 1492, the day that Columbus left, he left at daybreak. So, like, they were starting, the Spanish Inquisition when he left out and was like, okay, I think we better go find some more land. Right? So, the Spanish Inquisition, when you look at it, a lot of it had to do with persecution of the Jews and I guess you could say Judeo-Christians who were keeping, the Lord's Sabbath and who were, I guess, basically pre-Protestants. Because the Protestant movement, it started in 1517, but it had to have like a ripe breeding ground for it to start, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, there needed to be persecution for the protesting to begin.
Hey, Hank.
What I found was truly mind-blowing, Hank, was that here, even in South Africa, it's never discussed, but digging back a little bit deeper into some of the research that I've been doing, everyone knows about apartheid with the black-white segregation, but the Jews were included in that. And it was in the 70s that Jews were allowed now to enter certain establishments. And then through the 80s, they dropped the ban on the colored people. But nowhere is it ever described that the Jews were also part of apartheid. But yet they were. And Jews are typically white-skinned. So how is it that, or at least like, tanned or whatever, but how is it that they were always no matter which country, they were always ejected, like you say, 89 different countries. We know that they were obviously sinister, creating like media manipulation and control. Germany wanted to kick them out because they were putting homosexuality on cinema screen, and they were introducing all these socially immoral concepts to the public. But for me, like I say, it was mind-blowing to see how much history is of the apartheid of the Jew in South Africa.
I can see that. What was it you said, Chopper Dave? Mr. Hinkle?
Am I breaking up?
No, we can hear you, bro.
Oh. I probably shouldn't say it. Well, anyway, how do we know that you guys have done a lot of research relaying this information? How do we know it's factual? You read it in a book or something?
Yeah. Yeah, I had to take the word of men on history.
Exactly. That's my only point, playing devil's advocate, but go ahead.
Yeah, you do got a point. You do got a fair point. How do we know that the witch persecution never happened? So we got remnants of the story from America, right? I'm sure we've all heard of it. There was a little place where they had like a remnant of the witch hunt. But the persecution of women is no, all right, because there's two types of societies, right? The patriarchal and the matriarchal, right? And some societies kind of mix like halfway in between. For example, like the Cherokee, I believe that the men owned the land, but the women owned the teepees. So basically, if the boys weren't getting along, get the fuck out. You're sleeping in the doghouse tonight, right? And when they learned to get along better, then they could come back inside, right? And this kept society balanced. Well, we know that women were persecuted in other cultures, and they didn't have kind of the same rights that they did in the Native American culture, right? Because they could literally tell you to get out. Like, get out. This is my house. Get out. And they couldn't be evicted off the land because it was the men own the land. So, were women persecuted in the past? They're the weaker, physically weaker gender. So it only makes sense. And the people who are going against, this Rothschild medicine, or I guess I should say Rockefeller medicine, it isn't new, right? It's probably been around a lot longer than we know of, this pharmakia, this witchcraft. And people who were doing it were probably persecuted because think about it. In the United States, medicine is the most heavily regulated industry out of all the other industries. Nothing is regulated like this. So to think that, they weren't doing it back in like ancient Roman times, regulating, medicine, I don't know. And who would you regulate? Women are the natural healers, right? Like naturally a woman is really good at nurturing, feeding people and healing people. And if you know what you're doing, sometimes doing both at the same time. So you got a good question, Dave, but it makes logical sense to me that these women would have been persecuted.
And I'd say that the regulation is a smokescreen controlled opposition, because what we've started to find now is that the FDA is not approving what should be used, like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and then is approving these injectables, which already have a track record that should make them be removed and banned for life. So that quote unquote regulatory body, when you go and look, they own some of the patents themselves, and they're actually profiting from the creation of these new drugs. So it's kind of like the Flat Earth Society. As long as we know that there's someone there wagging a stick at them or some kind of opposition, we kind of put it out of our mind thinking, well, at least they'll be doing that, making sure that what we get is healthy.
Well, Hank, you can get a hard copy of that Malleus Maleficarum for $215,000 online.
Only.
No, bro, that's just what they're asking. I'm sure that's like an original manuscript or something. I had like a library copy that she probably stole from the library.
I know, I'm just saying.
But yeah, that book was a trip, dude. It was like all the different like tortures and stuff that guy came up with, and you know, like, oh, if they don't float, then they're not a witch, but somehow I'm not guilty of murder. Like, how you figure that? Like, if they don't float, they're not a witch, but somehow you're still not guilty? I mean, it's just lunacy. That guy was a madman. Not too much different from Dante and his Inferno. It's just, you know, a lot of things that people like in modern day, when they hear the word hell, they think about like Dante's Inferno, and it's completely non-biblical, in my opinion. So if the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, those words ring truer today than they were probably originally spoken. But yeah, that's just Dante's Inferno is just, you better do what the church says or you're going to burn, and there's more than one ways to skin a cat, and it's just disgusting. And for anybody who's listening, I'm not talking about individual Catholics. I'm going to say I'm talking about individual people, right? I'm not like putting a curse on like the whole group or anything like that. Of course, I love my Catholic brothers and sisters, and I wish that they would come out of the Pope's authority and realize that they have their own authority and God-given divinity, and they don't need a priest other than Yeshua, the Most High Priest of the Most High God.
Amen, brother. Amen. All men should stand freely. All women should stand at their sides. Children and families together under God. That's all we need.
I'm gonna have to give me a copy of this soon.
You know, I think society is always trying to control women, right? Because women are like the most important part of society. And I've said this before, and if you heard it, I apologize. But in humans, we have sexual selection, and the woman chooses the mate. So she's supposed to choose the best genetic material that she can find. And yeah, I'm talking about his seed, right? But she needs to find the best, most healthiest guy with the highest IQ and the best ability to prepare to take care of her during her time of vulnerability, when she's, you know, taking care of the young for 18 years. So, you know, she doesn't need an old geezer, right, who's about to kick the bucket, but he has a big old bank account. And she doesn't need a young guy who doesn't care about sticking around. Oh, you want it, huh? Yeah, it's pretty interesting. And see, think about all these books. Like, I was talking to a guy last night, and he's like got his bachelor's, and he was talking about all the books that are behind all these paywalls in college that you have to go to a book behind a paywall, and then you find another book behind a paywall, and it's like, if you're not part of like the system, you don't have access to any of those books. So how many books are like this that are out there that are like behind paywalls and just a cult? Like, think about what a cult means. So when the moon goes in front of the sun, allegedly, hypothetically, whatever you want to say, the moon occults the sun, right? The moon hides the sun. So that's what it means. It means hidden, right? So the natural law stuff. What's that?
To occlude.
That's a good word. Okay. So
it's what occult. It's what if something's hidden past tense, it's occulted. But if it's present tense, it's occluded.
Let me add something to that. Let me add something to that as well. You got to look at, we say a cult is something that's hidden, right? It's also, you got to think about, it's even deeper than that. It's occultist, It's like the order of the Freemasons, they have their symbolism with the compass and square, and then you have, even deeper meaning than that with the all-seeing eye, it's the oculist, and then that from oculist we got the occult,
Okay, but I was saying all this to explain that natural law is one of the things that was hidden. Like, I didn't know about natural law until I was in my 30s, and I'd been a flat earther for several years before I discovered it. And this natural law thing, it's so legit. I can't find anything more legit than natural law. There's nothing more legit. So, like, when I say natural law, you probably think of like the laws of thermodynamics. Yes, that's natural law, right? And then there's also like natural law, like karma, right? If the Hatfields and the McCoys just would have said, you know what, we could just put this aside and forgive each other, right? They wouldn't have lost so many of their kin, or think Romeo and Juliet, right? Whatever you want to think about. But if they would just stop the positive feedback loop of violence, right? And they just obeyed natural law, right? And they forgave each other, like, a lot of bad stuff wouldn't happen. But natural law is like one of the occult things, and it's not bad, right? It's not bad to follow natural law. I promise you. In fact, there's no other choice, because if you break natural law, there's natural consequences, and you don't want that. Trust me, you don't want that.
Naturally.
To me, like, breaking natural law and trying to avoid the consequences is like a man who's determined to keep the beach ball at the 12-foot level of the pool, like down at the bottom. Like, he's just struggling, right? And no matter how hard you try to break natural law and avoid the consequences, eventually, you're going to pass out, but you're going to surface, or you're going to get tired and you're going to surface. Like, natural law always like swings back around every time. So it's better just to be aware of it and not violate it.
So what do y'all think the main reason for the cover-up? You know what I mean? Like, what's the...
Oh, yeah, I know what it is. So what we have today is a power differential because we have a knowledge differential. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, well, my thing is, like, if you think about, like, let's say before, I don't know, before even the airplane or the invention of the hot air balloon or whatever, my thing is, where did this start? You know what I mean? Like, why all of a sudden are they covering up certain things? You know what I mean? Like, why? I don't know.
It's not all of a sudden. It's
a multi-layered answer.
Yeah. It definitely is. But it's, to me, it's like, okay, so who is the head of this this thing? Is it supposed to be like the America or some type of?
No, it's Lucifer, the light bearer.
Okay,
right,
so
because they've hidden so much information.
Well,
right,
Lucifer
the ones that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's like, just if I can add one thing, this is a multi-century deception. No one has lived that long to be able to have reaped the benefit in their personal lifespan for the entirety of it. Thereby, it almost needs to be something metaphysical or something that lives longer than humans.
It reminds me of when I listened to Michael Heiser, how he talks about how unless you're a scholar and you're reading, and you can read ancient, these ancient texts, you have, to where you can read ancient Hebrew and Greek and all this stuff. He says that, the normal person doesn't know I'm not saying that it's hidden, but doesn't know what the Bible is truly saying. You know what I mean? Like, and what these other writings in Egypt and all these other things are saying, and how they all are actually one side's like
right.
One side is the perspective of truth, and the other side is a perspective of how they see it, but not a true, like the true meaning, like what they see they don't understand, so they just put it out and say, like Lucifer, like if they saw Lucifer, they'd call him a god.
So archetype.
Or Hercules, the god of thunder,
another archetype.
Yeah,
but I think they know. I think they know the truth, though.
Yeah, and that's one thing that Michael Heiser was explaining, that there's a lot of things that, man, that if it was taught, and if we were taught it growing up, that we would actually, that people that have nothing to do with the Bible, don't want nothing to do with the Bible because of their perspective, that if they were taught the things that these scholars are actually understanding now, because of the, these fragments and stuff they're digging up, they're finding. He was saying that if they actually knew what the scholars are understanding, then they would actually, really like the Bible and want to understand it, and not, you know what I mean? Like not reject a lot of these. And that's just me coming, as a Christian, I have a bias towards the Bible, but.
I don't get why you said people can't understand it. Sorry, bro. Just real fast. It's written in 5th grade level reading English. Yeah, it's written to where everybody can understand it. In Matthew, it explains through his genealogy that he's the Messiah after the lineage of David, right? And Mark, it gives you like some different perspectives on the same story, right? And some of it lines up, and then some of it's a little different. Right, in the book of Hebrews, it explains that he's the high priest after the order of Melchizedek. I mean, this is stuff that anybody can read and understand. So I'm not really sure what you're talking about people can't understand it.
Well, let's just say, like he said that, like you can take like Greek or something like that. If you take Greek, you can say, the man is happy. He says you can. What the scholars have found out, that it can be written over like 1,200 different ways, and it will say the same thing. So in like in these ancient texts, he says, but we just see it in English because it's given to us a certain way, according to how a certain person, a certain translator translated it. Although it could say a bunch of things. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, how like the Mount of Transfiguration, he says was that, Mount Hermon, which was at the gate of the gate of Hades. He stood on the rock to the entrance, I guess, to where the fallen angels, were bound, that had these children or whatever. And he says, but people don't even know that, because one of the, I guess, a king's wife back in the day, she was into the Bible, and she said, "Oh, it's this mountain." And he says that's how it started. It's not even like true what we're being taught according to Scripture. It's something totally different. And
but what does that have to do with Christ died and rise 3 days later for your forgiveness of your sins?
Who even mentioned that? That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, like,
I know that's not what you're talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You mentioned some obscure mountain.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
But what does that have to do with the main doctrine, right, that says that Jesus died for your sins?
No, that's not the point. That's not what I'm trying to get at. What I'm saying is that if you want to just focus on that, that's cool. But his thing is what they learned. This Michael Heiser, was one of the main guys for Logo Bible Software. He's taught at universities. He taught in Israel for 6 years. Now he's in Florida. They started a new seminary in Florida. But his thing is, he says that what he wants to bring out to the world is what the scholars already know, what they've been debating for a long time, but most people have no idea about the teachings, about what angels, according to how we're taught, in America, what angels are, who they are, what they were called, but the basic biblical story, like you're talking about Christ, why he came, how he created everything. He came in flesh, died, and took the keys of hell, and he was his final sacrifice. That's good and all, but what his thing is, and my point is that he thinks for those who don't understand the Bible and say that God is this evil, vindictive, jealous murderer, and they're all about science. He says that if they really understood what these texts that him and his other scholars are learning, he says that it would totally change their perspective and actually make them very interested in it. He's even been invited on non-believing radio shows. What do you call that, where they're all into
secular?
Yeah, because these radio shows were saying, hey, you're putting it all together, because we're already into this stuff. We're into the Egyptians, the Mayans, and all this stuff. But what Michael does, he puts it together to let them show that all this historical stuff just proves what the Bible was saying. But you have to understand what these ancient texts are saying is true, and these other ancient texts about these other perspectives is true, but it's not. It's built upon truth, but it's a twisted understanding of what they're actually seeing and what's going on.
So what's the false doctrines?
The false doctrines is stuff like, okay, let's say these gods around the world, right? So these gods around the world, then you have their children, these demigods around the world that were worshipped. He was saying in the Bible that these particular gods and stuff were also known as angels. And he says that God gave them domain and places in the world, to actually, and he talked about the how many nations they were ruling according to the manuscripts, but they were worshipped as gods. And
wait a minute. So you're saying that's a false doctrine?
No, the false doctrine is they didn't know that they were angels, because they said that they were worshipped as gods. They didn't tell the people the truth of who they are and what they did and how they left their first estate. So these other false teachings is that that they pretty much looked at them as gods. You know what I mean? Like
it's in the name. Michael, Raphael, Elohim.
Right.
God is translated as El Shaddai, El Jehovah.
Yeah, he talks about that too. Yeah. He says that we don't even understand the meaning of word God, because we have a very shallow understanding, as if God was one particular person. But according to the ancient text, God just means exactly what you were saying. It means angelic or above, higher than, I guess, whatever. But he was explaining these false doctrines are just it's pretty much a blind person's writings, when I mean blind, like they just can't they're not seeing clearly what is in front of them, what's going on, so they write all this stuff down, and it doesn't mean that it's a complete lie. It's just a twisted narrative of what they're seeing. You know what I mean?
look, all I know is that we have a wealth of information when it comes to the Greek New Testament. In fact, it blows everything else out of the water. So when you look at the New Testament, you can argue, whether Christ walked on water, whether he fed the loaves and the fish to the multitude, right? But I mean, you have to throw out a lot of history. In fact, most all of it, because nothing really meets the standards of that many copies all saying the same thing. 5,000 Greek alone. And I think there's like 5,000 other ones that weren't in Greek. And they all say the same thing, and they're 99.6% accurate. So, like the whole people talk about, the telephone game where you line up a bunch of kindergartners and you say blue bird, and out of the other end, comes red caboose. Right? That's not what was going on. Like, scholars were copying it word for word, and if they messed up, they would start over on a whole new scroll. And I think a lot of manuscripts are like that, right? Because they say, well, like oral tradition, right? Like, oh, you can't trust it. It comes from oral tradition. Well, Michael tells me that with his people, Michael Smith, got him on, tells me that you had to get it down word for word exactly like it was told, or you couldn't be one of the keepers of the history, right? So if you messed up on one word, like you could be a wise man and an elder, but you couldn't be a keeper of the historical record. So I think we can trust some history. It's just there's always narratives, and you have to dodge the hijack. So what I mean by that is when they say African American, right? Does that really mean that they came from Africa? Right? So when you're reading it, the story's there, right? So they're talking about these people, right? But they might call them freedmen. Well, does that automatically make them African American? Because I know a lot of so-called African Americans. They're like, I don't know why they call us African American. I ain't never been to Africa. I'm an American. Like, but that's what they do. They want to hide the fact that this is their land, and they want them to think that they belong in like Libya or some shit.
Yep, absolutely right. They came from here.
Do y'all remember back when what's his name? He used to be on Fox News a lot. Glenn Beck. Do y'all remember before Glenn Beck got kicked off Fox and he did that whole article on he did that article on the stone that was uncovered. I don't know if it was in Utah or something like that. Came out of this tomb or in this coffin or something like that with this mummy. And he had on the mummy's chest, they found this box, and they thought it was ancient Indian, like some type of ancient Indian writing. So they put it in the Smithsonian, and it's down in the basement. Well, there was a big flood or something like that, so they had a big crew, and they were pulling out everything out of the Smithsonian basement. And one of the guys there was I guess a Hebrew scholar or something like that, and he saw the stone. He said, "That's not Indian. That's ancient Hebrew block text, and that's the Ten Commandments written on the stone." So,
yes.
Glenn Beck was saying, he goes, how? He goes, what in the world? Back then they thought it was only these Indians. How did the Hebrew language get written on a stone, and put inside this tomb? It was pretty cool. Then it wasn't too long when they were like, you're out of here, man. Because he started getting
Hebrew is found, and Proto-Hebrew is found all over in the America.
That's right.
Yeah. Native languages.
Well, I've never heard of Hebrew block text. You know what I mean? Like a block.
Well, that just means that it's pictograph. So they've known about this for a long time, ever since the beginning of Western civilization coming over here. The interpreters were Sephardic Jews, right? Because remember, the Jews had to get out. They had to get out of Spain, just like I got through talking about earlier. So the Sephardi spoke Hebrew, and they could translate the people that were living over here. They spoke Hebrew. And you can find this firsthand information in the journals of the people who came over here. So I got a really good YouTube channel for that. The guy, he's always reading like the journals of the first, explorers who came over here. And what they do is they change it up to where you can't really see what's going on, but if you can read between the lines and dodge the hijack, like he always says, then you can kind of see what's going on. Like these Native Americans were descendants of the Israelites.
Yeah.
Some of them. I'm not going to say all of them, right? Because that would be dumb. But some of them spoke like Hebrew and could talk directly because, it's not like John Smith came over and him and Pocahontas like fucked around the woods for 3 months and then learned to speak with each other. That's not what happened. Like that's just the story, right?
Yeah, really. Interesting, isn't it? Yeah, and the whole story about like Brutus and all of that, where they were like Chaldeans or something, right? So there was a bunch of movement going on. I don't think even the places they told us are what they actually are. I honestly am starting to believe that part of what was in the Bible in the very early times was happening in America. How would we know the difference? How would we know?
Bro.
Yeah, really. How would we know the difference, right? We wouldn't know.
And we know the Phoenician ships were seaworthy, just like the Nordic vessels who could go over vast oceans, but yet small enough to crawl and creep up rivers to do smash and grab campaigns.
Yeah, exactly. No kidding. Those ships.
And if King Tutankhamun, sorry, bro.
It's okay. Sometimes I pause and it gives people a little in, and then I.
Me too. I understand. Yeah, King Tut, he had cocaine and tobacco in his system. Wonder where he got that from. Yeah.
Right. How did that get over there?
He probably wasn't feeling well, dying from syphilis. It's a very painful death.
Yeah. So they had some goods from other lands. What the hell? If you believe that story, that was the first time anybody went across the Atlantic, or the Pacific for that matter. No, that's all wrong. Yeah, the whole story's just bogus about movements and where these people were, who they were, who we all are. Who knows why they lie about that, about our origins. Think about that. The lie about our own origins.
If King Tut was, if he was dying from syphilis, which if you look up like the medical journals or whatever, it's a very, very painful death, like extremely. So if he was dying from syphilis, is it possible that King Tut like invented the Primo? Like were they sprinkling the cocaine and the tobacco and they were like, here man, smoke this, it'll make you feel better?
What?
Just a theory, just a speculation.
It's not that far out of the realm of possibility. That's definitely sure, for sure.
Keenan, I hear that King Tut is a cocaine addict. Is that what I just heard?
He died of syphilis. They were probably administering it near the time of his death when his muscles spasmed to the point to where it broke his back. I'm telling you, look up how
Oh, you roboted right there. Okay. Right after the back part.
It's Roboticus.
Roboticus. All the way back to the back part. That's how far back the robot went.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. We missed everything after.
So when your muscles spasm,
back. Yeah.
Yeah, when your muscles spasm to the point to where it breaks your spine, at that point you're going to want to smoke some cocaine, right? I mean, think about it logically. He had cocaine and tobacco in his system, so they were probably administering it to help him with the pain, because it would have been a very painful death. I mean, if they can theorize that Hitler was a meth head, I could theorize that King Tut was smoking primos on his deathbed. Did that rhyme? Holy shit, Mike! You better write that down.
So you've done some research, Hank. What was the whole deal with that mummy thing? Why would they do that?
To preserve their genetics because they believed in the afterlife.
Okay.
I think.
Makes sense.
Because why would you preserve your soft tissue other than to preserve your genetics?
Yeah, and why would they have boats fully stored and provisions and a few extra virgins, stuff like that?
Back in those days, they just had virgins laying around everywhere. That was pretty cool.
If they can make Hitler a meth head, then I can theorize that Tutankhamun was smoking primos on his deathbed.
I don't think it's a theory. Like you said, like it's not a theory. It's actually, they're the ones that told us that it was in his system. You didn't make that up. You actually have some empirical evidence right there. That's the thing about evidence, boy. That pesky evidence really gets in the way of a good story.
Being a crackhead work on a globe, though. Sorry, son.
It's okay.
How does King Tut being a crackhead?
Yeah, is there any Globers in here?
How does that work on a globe? King Tut being a crackhead.
I don't think there's any Globers in here. Hank, can you explain to me silver and gold?
What do you mean?
Like I see some people have like silver and gold.
Oh yeah, these are.
I thought he literally wanted you to explain the precious metals of silver and gold to him.
I did too. That's why I asked. So in this Discord, there's different ranks, right? And people pull rank, right? Because some people get out of control when they're new. Like for example, when you start eating red pills, you get the red pill rage, and sometimes you just need to be muted. So you get ranks in here because you don't get to choose your roles in this Discord. You have to earn your roles in this Discord. That's why.
I got you. I just didn't know what different roles there were even to go for.
You really want and yet another junk roll. It's one of the most important roles on the server. Let's see. Yeah, some of the best roles are also space herpes, space AIDS. More cheese, please. That's gotta do something. I haven't figured it out yet, though.
I guess it depends on what circles you.
I was about to say, how do you get space herpes on here?
Oh, you don't want to know.
That's a good thing, you know.
I probably don't want to know.
Maybe I've made my own connotations of what those mean. That's my problem.
Yeah, if you go hang out in some of the rooms down below, or the Cogdis room, you might catch it.
That might be a pretty good initial step to have, though, on the way to becoming a flat earther. I don't know.
But I really want Hank to explain the actual metals, silver and gold. Where do those come from? Why are they valuable?
They're veins, right? They come from the giants' feet, allegedly. No, I don't know where they come from. They come from Earth, right? They say that gold is like from exploded stars. Prove it.
Right.
Gold is a natural mineral that comes from the ground, and it's really good for technology. It's a technology rock. So if you had a gold coin 2,000 years ago, when Jesus was walking around, you could get a brand new suit, in this case a tunic, a belt, and a brand new pair of shoes, in this case sandals. If you have a gold coin now, you can get a tailor-made suit, brand new belt, and pair of shoes. Right? But 100 years ago, if you had $1, it was worth like $97, something like that.
Right.
Interesting that you took the term vein, because like someone else was saying something about how they cleared the gold and the silver out of the riverbeds by doing that, and so that's part of the reason that our water isn't as healthy and clean anymore, is because it doesn't have those metals that would be normally cleaning it in a sense, you know?
Exactly. And if anyone doesn't know what he's talking about the medicinal properties of silver and colloidal silver being used all the way back in Roman times. They would put silver in a wound.
Yeah, I use colloidal silver all the time. Like, super easy to make, and
super
it's almost
cheap.
like you can't take too much of it. I'm sure you can. Don't over. Super cheap. Yeah, once you get that silver wire, yeah, you make a ton. Or we use gold, not gold, but we use silver coins from Canada, actually. Ordered a couple of 99.999% silver coins.
Okay.
If I'm not wrong, you can look up YouTube videos on how to make that too, right?
Yeah, that's right. I recommend distilled water, which means pure water, and glass, and fine or extra fine silver, 99.99 at least, and a 9-volt battery. Some people say 3. I say a 9-volt battery, because if you got 2 little pieces of wire, you don't want big chunks coming off of the wire. You want little tiny chunks coming off, and then you filter it with a non-bleached coffee filter. Thanks.
Oh, maybe I should filter mine. I never filtered it. Never had an issue either, but I never filtered it.
Well, you want the little chunks because if you think about it, if you're fighting bacteria, you don't want big cannonballs, right? You want birdshot.
Fair. That's true.
So when the negatively charged, I forget, is it called ion, comes in contact with the bacteria, it rips the positively charged nucleus out of the organism, and it just dies. Like, it just rips it out. Like, it's actually pretty amazing. But
Don't
you know,
bacteria.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say something stupid anyway. Don't bacteria lives matter? Y'all go ahead.
Ah.
Yeah, the good ones do. That's why colloidal silver is so important, because it doesn't kill the good bacteria in your gut.
That's what I was just going to say. It's quite crazy how it doesn't kill the good stuff, but it does kill the bad. It's almost like it's got some programming or something. I don't know. I know it.
Healing properties.
What did you say about the coin?
Personally, we used 2 silver coins from Canada. We ordered them online. I don't think they're in circulation or anything. It's just they're 99.999% silver, or so they say. And it's really cool because when you put one side in, you can use one coin actually, and one side of the coin will be the positive and one side of the coin will be negative, or you can have 2, and then one coin will be a positive charge and then other will be a negative charge. One
like
goes
that.
white
So
and the other goes
are you saying
black.
you put it in your water?
Yeah, you get distilled water. I use alligator clips, and I make sure that the clips obviously aren't touching the water, and you leave it in there. I have used personally like 3 batteries, but I'm gonna try it with the 1 battery way because it's more.
Well, and then you just put that in your water,
cheaper.
right? Right. It's like reverse electrolysis.
Yeah, and you put it in the water.
Yeah, you gotta have a hot and a cold. So you gotta have a ground piece of silver and a hot piece of silver, and then you put it as close together as you can without having it touch. And the electrolysis between the anode and the cathode, it takes the little pieces of silver off. And those little pieces of silver, you want to store them in a brown jar in a dark room. In fact, I would make the silver in a dark room because you don't want the sunlight getting to it because it cross cancels the potency.
Right.
I'd like to see
Very
how to build
photosensitive.
that. I could build one of those. I have.
It's not hard.
Yeah,
Alligator
less than
clips,
100
wire,
bucks.
and a battery. And,
Rechargeable 9-volt battery. Yeah, everything will cost you less than $100. And I just want to say, I used to have the worst allergies and subsequent head colds and sinusitis and subsequent like fevers from when it gets into my chest. And ever since I started nebulizing colloidal silver, only when I get sick, I haven't missed a day of work in like 10 years.
Oh, yeah.
Disclaimer: this is not health advice. This is not health advice.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
does anyone have something they could DM me on how to... I should be able to figure it out. I work with electronics all the time, but there's...
Yeah, obviously. Sorry, bro.
No, go ahead.
Gold is...
Yeah, I just want to give my disclaimer. Yeah, I'm not a doctor. I didn't graduate high school. You should obviously consult your doctor and ask if neurotoxins are right for you, because the doctor is an educated specialist, and I don't want to get sued. So consult your doctor before you make any medical decisions, because penicillin, you know, it might wipe out your gut biome, right? But it's what the doctor prescribed, and he doesn't really know or care about the gut-brain connection and 80% of your immune system and all that stuff. But yeah, consult your doctor. He knows best.
Nice disclaimer. Good job, Hank.
Yeah, I like that, Hank, a lot.
Felt like that was a TV commercial.
I just don't want to get sued for anybody, you know, going outside of, you know, what their doctor tells them.
All who gave advice and agree with Hank say aye. Aye.
Yeah, that's my disclaimer goes for the whole channel, Discord, everything. We're not doctors. This is not medical advice. This is infotainment only.
Aye, aye, matey.
Man the poop deck.
Store high in transit.
With gold as well being a great conductor of electricity.
You know how, like, I kind of like figured this out by reading, like, about the ancient Sumerians, and I found out that the gods were drinking white gold, and I was like, what the fuck is white gold? And why are they drinking it? And then I thought, wait a minute, like, your body is like electromagnetic in nature. You're basically a walking battery with stomach acid and electrical signals going from your brain to your entire body. Like, what if you increase like the conductivity of your body? And I was like, what happens? How do you get silver in your body? And then I like found a bar on, it was a metal bar on my, it was an ingot really, on my porch, and it was stamped 999 silver. So I took it to the pawn shop and I was like, hey man, I don't think silver is supposed to rust. Is this real? And I typed in 999 silver, and then it was fake, obviously. I don't know how it got on my front porch. It was almost like it was divine intervention. But I typed in silver, and then something popped up, medicinal silver. And I was like, what the fuck? And it was like it clicked. I was like, oh, that's what they were doing.
So you're saying they thought they called silver white gold? Because that would make sense, really.
And the Anunnaki were drinking it. I was like, how do you drink white gold? What is white gold, and how do you drink it?
I've heard about colloidal gold, though. Is that... I didn't remember looking too much into it. But I wonder what would
It's
happen
a little
if
out
you
of
did
my
one...
price range, but yeah, I kind of wonder.
Right. What about one gold wire and one silver wire? You know, wonder what that would do.
Well, if you think about it, it's supposed to be in your drinking water, not in large quantities, but in particle size. But hey, you know what? Don't trust what we're talking about. Go get your nanoparticles directly from your doctors, because I'm sure those nanobots, they're good for you. Go talk to your doctor.
Yeah, they got at least 8 years of Rockefeller medicine education. I'm sure they know what they're talking about. So definitely consult your doctor.
Even though David Rockefeller had a homeopathic doctor till the day he died.
Yeah, you even get a silver Band-Aid now. I carry it in emergency kits for chainsaws and everyday use, even in a kitchen. It heals cuts like 30 to 40% faster. It's great.
Yeah, but Neosporin kills the good and the bad bacteria, and the silver doesn't. So anytime you like put, that antibacterial stuff on your hands, you just wiped out all the good bacteria on your hands. So always shake people's hands or give them the knuckle bump, like through this whole pandemic. I would offer people like, hey, put it out there if you want to, and I would bump knuckles because I want whatever bacteria they got, good or bad.
Yep. I wear a fistful of silver rings. Knuckle dusters are illegal, so I just wear a fistful of silver rings, mate. And I don't get ill. I don't get sick. I heal fast. And I wear out my rings. I actually wear out my rings and replace them continually. It's almost like I sweat and absorb it.
I was just looking at... Oh, sorry.
Your sweat is going to cause the silver to somewhat... Because you are electromagnetically charged. And so when your sweat causes... Yeah, you get where I'm going with it, I hope. It's just, it causes that. But I don't know how. Yep. I just know it is, apparently. Anyway, sorry, Sonny.
I was just going to say Himalayan sea salt. I was just looking at, thought I remembered it having silver. Hey. It does. It has like all kinds of, it has gold, almost every mineral you could think of.
Doesn't it have like 87 different minerals in it?
Oh my God, it's got like over 100. I think about 100. Wow. Here's I
have to use more of it to get the saltiness flavor from it. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, you do. That's why I like it for water. I put it in my water, and it makes it alkaline.
Hank, if you have the chance to go to a store that you can get Cypress sea salt, it's this black salt that is in the shape and structure of a small pyramid. It's pretty wild. I always really enjoyed using it.
Cypress, huh?
Yeah.
Find it for me and put a link in, and I'll definitely check it out. I found this amazing thing called black garlic. It's like McCormick black garlic seasoning, and it is so wonderful.
Wow, sounds good. But yeah, if you have an HEB or not, like a central market near you, if you live in one of those bigger cities, I'm just saying, you go to their bulk section, they should have it. But for anybody,
I'm about to write it down.
Anybody, black cypress sea salt. It's, I don't know, it's kind of like Himalayan pink salt, I guess. It's pretty expensive, but I love those benefits, those minerals you get from nowhere else,
I use Celtic sea salt.
Nice. Yeah, I liked when I lived where I had the opportunity to get the different sea salts. I definitely liked to get the different ones just to try them,
Yeah, if they used to pay the Romans a salary of salt, Maybe it's like way more important than we know, right? Maybe they were giving them, the exotic salts.
Because we are the highly electro.
Yeah, when you add a salt to water, the salinity makes it more of a capacitor, so it can hold more charges. So that kind of makes sense. If you can hold more of a charge, and you're out fighting and away from your wife and not doing the other thing that you would be doing if you were at home.
I just came back from gyms. What a headache.
Yeah, man.
You take a shower,
man.
You need to shower first before you come in here.
Yeah, wash all that.
I'm in a rain shower, so it should be fine.
Ah.
How's that bike?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Nice, man.
I keep trying to go home, but they keep sending me big ticket orders.
Oh.
And it's like, well, how lazy can you be when you feel like, you know what? I don't need $20 to go down the block with a motorized bike. I'm tired.
Mm-hmm.
It's the difference between $20 an hour and $20 5 minutes.
Yeah, I can ride anywhere I want to go. It's amazing, man. I put 1,100 miles on my bike in less than a year, in about 10 months.
How's it? He says doing good. The bike's holding up.
Yeah, I had to replace the bottom bracket, and I got a sealed cartridge in there now, and that's rock solid now. That's crucial. And just replaced a rear brake cable just because I broke it out on the hill one day. So it's good. Thing flies.
It's insane how the first thing I did was ask them. I was like, the begging a question aside, and they're like, how is it begging the question? There's no begging the question in Andrew Thomas's paper. There's blah 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 blah. And I'm like, you have to have a curved atmosphere. They're like, what do the curved rays have to do with anything? It's following the curved atmosphere, which is a consequence of living on the ball, according to them, because that's not how Snell's law works. So it's a derivation. But right here, when you say, well, the rays are bending, well, you're begging the question. And they're like, no, I'm not. And I'm like, oh, whatever. So the fact that they think that, at some other point beyond, somewhere, you can see things as though everything's actually on your plane of reference. It's just flat. And I'm like, not everything, but, whatever observation you have, it's like, well, that's possible because it flattened out because, everything on that curve back there got pulled up due to refraction. And now, yeah, there it is. And I'm just like, where is it? So I know what Andrew Thomas Young's work says. So why don't you just give me the extra, give me the math for that? That's the first thing I said. So they finally gave it to me much later. Much later. And dang, did I? Oh, okay, yeah, I do have it. Here it is. No, I got to go back in there and grab it. But it'll make your head hurt because they really believe this shit.
They really want it to be true.
Sounds like they were using the same argument that McClown was saying last night on that Witsit debate.
I don't want my head hurt to
No,
I don't want my head hurt to a light.
That's the whole thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Enoch. Sorry.
No, that's all good. I was just trying to tell Elijah I don't want my head to hurt, and my head's already hurting.
No, but I like the discussion because they have to show that it's lifting up that behind section further and further back at every single distance marcated or whatever you want to think it, however you want to think of it. At every single distance further out, it has to be lifting it up, right? So
yeah, so they try to apply this this standard, but you can't apply the standard because the black swan is outside of the range of the standard. So then they have to present something else. And they were bringing up Walter Bislin. I'm like, it's just a slider. All you're doing is increasing the radius. And they're like, no, you're not. It has nothing to do with the radius of the Earth. I'm like, no, you're increasing the ray curvature by increasing the distance between the center of the Earth to that ray. That's all you're doing. Now, you can look at it like, well, that ray is a real thing. I just look at it as all you did was increase the radius mathematically.
yeah,
That's all you did.
Like the guy yesterday on here, the Earth breathes.
Elijah, did you see the Australian black swan that came out yesterday?
No, what was it? Is it from Mitchell from Australia?
Yes.
All right.
I put it in the voice text again. I posted it.
Okay, cool.
It's amazing the mental gymnastics these anti-flat earthers will go through to maintain their ball, isn't it?
It's extreme. It's extreme. Like sometimes I'm like, I go over there to not get into a confrontation, but it's like first day, we spent 30, well, even longer talking about QE and Nathan. And I'm like, yo, I don't want to talk about QE and Nathan. Like why? And they want me to admit that all they do is shut people down from making good Globerg points. And I'm like, well, if I was QE, not even QE, like if I hear someone make an erroneous statement and they keep trying to pass it off as correct, I can understand why he wants to call you a dumbass cracker and block you. You know? Like, wait, can I say that because I'm black? I hadn't even thought about it. I don't know.
I'm offended, Elijah. Don't say that. I'm offended.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm sorry. You know I love you, man. So it's like, yo, if and then like, who's the arbiter of what's erroneous? He is when he gets to me. I'm like, yo, took me 15 minutes to say when I, as the person listening to the debate, see something as erroneous, I then can justify why he mutes someone. And that's all I see, you know? But, okay, let me not say that's all I see. Sometimes he blocks people unnecessarily. Fine, whatever. But I've never seen someone say something correct and him just straight up block them. When does that happen? Or mute them? When has that? Is there audio somewhere that I'm not aware of? So they just want to. It's just so weird, man. So this looks like they're digging at your morale minute after minute. Then you tell them, hey, I'm not talking to 5 different people, so I'm not going to say something, and then one person says something, and then I try to rebut that point, but then another person is like, no, I want to be a part of the conversation too, so you're going to hear me, and I have a point too, and then there's another person on the back of that, and then it's like, and then a moderator finally steps in to say, hey, you know what, that's unfair, only for it to happen 5 minutes later. Like, it is very draining, very draining.
I posted it in there, Elijah.
Thank you. I'll be back too. I got to make a quick call.
Oh shit. Oh, they're back. Are we looking something up? Hi, Helio.
Julio Skeptic.
Or are we just listening to each other breathe?
Me and Julio down by the schoolyard.
Is that a different one?
Is anything on anyone's mind?
Yeah, lots of things. That's probably the thing.
Let's talk about something.
Hey, that was some pretty nice jamming yesterday, Sonny.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty awesome.
Tell you what, I had an idea one time.
Gave myself goosebumps, actually.
Really? I felt bad. I felt like I was taking the spotlight.
Yeah.
Oh, that's exactly what I did. I took all the spotlight. Is that what you're saying?
No, it was a lot of fun. I like doing that.
What's up, Flat Monkey? Yeah.
What's up?
Breathing there.
Welcome to any of the new silvers. I heard there was a few new silvers now, so welcome to all of those people.
If you haven't watched Whitsitt and Kai out on the street and on the strip in Vegas last night, it's worth looking at. They crushed up there. There was like 80% of the people wearing face diapers.
Face diapers?
Funny. Yeah, Whitsitt was like, "Why are y'all wearing masks? Did something happen?"
Did someone fart? You try not to smell their gas. Sorry.
This ridiculousness.
It's not even ridiculous, it's recalculous.
kind of funny watching some of the girls walk by half naked but still wearing a mask.
That's funny.
Modern day Babylon, everybody rebel, but do what the government says.
Take off your clothes, but wear a mask. Sorry.
We could probably play part of his video on here. I wonder.
Oh,
yeah,
what's
Kai
it?
did a little Carrie Underwood song on there at about an hour into it. If you want to find that,
Wow, that's freaking awesome, man. Those
The earth
two.
is flat.
She did Carrie Underwood with Flat Earth lyrics, so it's worth listening to.
Gonna sit here now, gloat over anything. Gonna sit here and think about the world is flat. Gonna tell the whole world that the earth is not a globe. Gonna tell the whole world that stop lying to yourself. Stop telling that the whole world's a globe. They only took a bunch of pictures and they made it into a little circle that looks like a ball. And that's why we all think that it's a ball. Fuck NASA for lying to us about the earth being a globe. Fuck NASA for telling us lies, because now we gotta go inspect it for sure. All the numbers they told us, just expect it's a lie. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's a lie.
Hey! You gotta teach me that, Elijah. That was
It's
nice.
a
lie. Can't do that. I'm too.
Yeah, I've been practicing my whole life, and I still can't.
Yeah, man. I'm just over here fucking around.
Yo, guess what? Yo, this is totally unrelated, but because I remembered, yo, when I say Shang-Chi, yo, the new Marvel movie, oh my god, hands down, fuck Avengers, fuck all that. Because you know why? Because I've always been in love with kung fu and kung fu flicks and all of that, and so that right there was just, yo, I know, Spider-Man. I know they all fight. No. My man's got down. Okay, he got down, and because I watch Kim's Convenience and I love that show on Netflix. Was basically Koreans that run this convenience store. And it's like a little family, just a little family business, and they, the ins and outs of doing that. And so the brother in that is the main character in Shang-Chi. So I was very pleasantly surprised because I had no idea it existed. I didn't know this was coming out. I didn't know it was a thing. It just came out, and I was like.
You know, they got that new Bruce Lee There's a new Bruce Lee movie coming out on Netflix.
Is it like a biopic or is it like a movie?
It's like I think it's a movie because I seen like episodes of the Chinese version of Bruce Lee.
Mm-hmm.
But I have this one set like it's supposed to be a movie, bro.
I highly doubt his name is Bruce Lee, by the way. I highly doubt it. I don't give a fuck what it is. Bruce, word.
Yeah, his name was Bruce Lee because his dad named him Bruce. There was a whole document. Man.
All right.
I wish I could say more in his defense, bro.
Bruce. Okay, I could be wrong, but
the reason it's called Birth of the Dragon.
Nice. I'm definitely gonna watch it.
Yeah, it's coming out on September 16th, bro.
So I was saying to people yesterday that when I went to the movies, now I got scared because the guy in the front. First of all, I work with these guys, and a couple of times a week, and so I've been doing that for a couple of years, or maybe even a few years, and so we're always like going out to like dinner or doing something, just events. So one time I met, what's that guy's name? It was some famous actor. And so they're always inviting me to stuff. And so yesterday they said, "Hey, okay, well this movie is coming out. You want some tickets? Because we got some people set up there, and it's you're going to be a part of our group." I was like, "Hell yeah, man!" So when I got there, I got scared because as soon as I walked in, they were like, "Okay, all we need is your proof of vaccination," and I was like, "Oh, well, I don't have that." And then the dude was like, "That's all right, man. Just you have to wear your mask. That's all." Now that might not be the case someday, but it was the case that day, and it was like, man, there's really gonna be a day in which, can you hear me? Because I'm getting a call.
It kind of got low on your end.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting a call. I got to call my mama back. So yeah, they were just talking about. Well, they said I could come in, and I was just thinking, well, shoot, one day, like this is just the loose version of the future. It's like what happens when they really separate me from society. It's like, it's crazy because that's where society wants to go, and it's where I don't want to go. And I can't stop them from going there and just being at the movies around people, which I haven't done in a long time, just be around people. I'm always around people. I live in the city, but I mean, for a purpose, I'm actually a part of the party, And it was just like, I like this. I like interacting with people. I like just being me. And it sucks because, damn, like, I can't be me in truth with these people. And they're on a whole different wavelength, and it.
Yeah. I totally understand that. I can't.
Watching this movie,
I can't stand being around them myself personally. I don't know what made me, because I love people too, and I like being around people and social interaction. Like I like all of that. I'm a musician.
Yeah.
I'm a performer. Like that's what I do best.
Yep.
Yep. And so not being able to interact and have that possibility was very difficult for me. Very difficult. I just had to find my own way, and like the way I've always seemed to work things out is by staying active. Like even on days when I go, fuck, I don't know what my purpose is. What the hell am I doing? What am I supposed to be doing? Like don't even know. Just okay, well, ride anyway. Who cares? Go out and breathe. I know.
Yeah, and then this
That's
and
what
this
happened.
morning I had a conversation with my woman, and she's like, sometimes you think things are facts, and you think that things are facts, but really that's just everyone's opinion. And I forget what that's exactly called. People who think like that. But I was just like, well, if you have a conversation and and you guys agree, well, you're smart, but when it comes to this whole fact thing, you have it wrong. And I was trying to explain to her, no, I know the difference between opinion and fact. That tree that we're looking at, it's right. I said, for instance, if I cheat on you and you know I cheated on you, is it a fact that I cheated on you, or is it an opinion? She's like, it's a fact. I'm like, right. Well, there's the scientific method that does stem from philosophy, but it's really just the nature of the question. And the question is, well, the question is, if this, the statement is, if this, then that. If this, not that. That's what makes it empirical. And I was trying to explain it in as easy terms as I can. And I was basically saying, people say that they're utilizing this method to say that things are, they're not even saying that anymore. So I don't even know, because they say science doesn't prove anything. But when they were saying it, like people, say that certain things are facts and it's backed by science. And I'm like, okay, well, my question to them is, okay, well, show me the process. Where's the if this, then that? Where's the hypothesis? And there just happens to not be none. Therefore, I no longer have to hold that belief. But even breaking it down like that, it's like, yo, I hear what you're saying, but I don't know. That's you. What you need to be doing is like traveling across the country and fucking speaking to people that actually understand. Because she's not saying that I'm dumb or anything. Like, she's just like, yo, why don't you get money for your talent? Just talking to people. You care about this, you're passionate. Why can't you do that? And I'm like, well, obviously right now the way shit is set up, it's designed to do exactly not that. Because what I'm talking about is paradigm shifting. And it's like, our friends and family and our loved ones who don't have time for any of that, they don't understand, and they don't have time to. They think that they don't have time to understand, because it just sounds. Who wanted to be a nerd in school? So when you start talking that shit, it's like whatever. You know what I mean? And it makes you look lame, and that isolates me a lot. Like, I didn't even like school. Now I'm being isolated from the cool kids. Is that what it is? Oh, very hard.
Yeah, I get it, man. I knew all the sizes of the planets and all that stuff, man. Isn't that bizarre?
Yeah. But I'll be back again, guys. I got to make a couple calls.
Hey, Sonny.
Yes.
Anybody say hi to Flat Arthur if he wants to talk? He's an OG Flat Arthur.
Hey,
from
Flat
India.
Arthur. Flat
He's
Arthur.
from India.
I know.
India, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
Long time, man. It's been a while.
Yes, sir. It's been a long time. I've been busy doing other things.
Yeah.
Good to hear from you, sir. Hope all is well.
Yep.
Yeah, Paul. Hello, everyone. I've
believe
been
some of the stuff we see on YouTube in India.
Hello?
This stuff is crazy over there. But anyway,
Tell me about it. But I've been working on my YouTube. So right now I have a channel, I'm glad. And I try uploading videos, conversations with people that I have regarding Flat Earth and stuff, you know.
good for you,
So-
man.
I was here after a long time because I just watched Modern Day Debates Flat Earth debate today with Witsit and Kai debating Flat Earth, and it was so awesome.
So McToon convinced you to go back to the globe, I'm sure, right?
It was really funny.
Yeah, what's up, Arthur? Been a while. How you doing?
Hey, Elijah. Elisha, you used to be Elisha, but now you're Konyo Men.
Yeah. I'm just messing with the names, you know.
All right. So, Elisha, you'd be happy to know that what I've been busy doing is getting to know more and more about Jesus Christ and the Bible and everything.
That's great to hear, man.
And right now I'm kind of obsessed with it.
Mm-hmm. How is it
claim to
over
be-
your How is it over your side with all the madness?
The madness is getting worse every single day. I have somehow managed to keep my job till now. I'm basically a teacher, so I have to deal with students who are adults and who are 18 plus basically, so they are eligible for the vaccines. But I'm pretty sure that I'm not going to get the jab or wear a mask. So I'm not sure how long my job is going to stay. But till now, I still have my job, but I don't think 6 months or 1 year down the line, I'm going to have it. Good thing is that my employer knows very clearly that I'm not going to get the jab.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that you're still doing well. Because it's crazy.
Yeah. Yep. Many people who are standing beside me are slowly to crumble down. They are acquiescing when it comes to their job, their business, or maybe traveling. So yes, they are making it tough for people here.
Yeah, I think what makes it easier for people to stand firm in all this is actually knowing the truth, right? Knowing what you're living on, knowing who your
Yeah.
creator is.
You know what I was thinking about watching
Okay,
the.
well, if they all fall down, that's on them. I'm gonna stand firm.
So I was back here. I am back here today because I really liked the community we are building with Flat Earth. And after watching Witsit and Kai together, I'm not really sure if they are together, like in a relationship, or they were just Witsit been traveling for a long time. So I'm not sure about that, but it was so nice to see both of them sitting together and debating and having a good laugh. Spending some 3 or 4 hours laughing at McToon and the other lady. So it was really funny. And also, I wanted to catch up with you guys. I just remembered such a beautiful community we have here. And I'm really happy for my
Arthur,
friend.
did you notice that Glober girl led off with Aristosthenes as her first pro? That was hilarious.
Anyway.
Yeah. I missed that live debate, but I bet they killed it. Those two, can you imagine? What a team.
Exactly. It was so nice to listen to Kai. I had only talked to her here on Discord. I never really knew how she looked. She looked so awesome also. And I would be really happy for my brother Witsit if they are really together. Wow. So that's
Hey, wait a minute. I was here when he called dibs.
It's this way, Arthur. We don't know for sure, but her name on here is Mrs. Gets It. So.
All right.
That's just great, man. Like to see all that come about, that just like warms my heart.
Really, that was my point, that it was so nice to see that. And that's the reason right now Elisha was saying कि it's so easy for us that we don't have to make a choice between a lot of people any longer. If someone has already got the jab, which is like in India, it is almost population which would come down to 700 million people. Can you even imagine? So
Oh my
the
gosh.
choice is easier for the rest of us, that I do not even have to consider half the population, because I'm sure one who is vaccinated, it's not even physical anymore. Not the fact that they have modified their genes, altered their genes, or anything of that sort. But how can someone be, how can I even think about dating or even marrying someone who is stupid enough to get the jab? So it's pretty clear in my head. No reason can justify, no explanation is good enough.
Yeah, it's kind of thinning out the herd for you, so to speak, right?
That's good perspective, huh?
And the
This
way they were
thing has
making
been
fun of
done
the
for us.
booster shots. The way Kai and Witsit were making fun of the booster shots to McToon and Carissa, that was also super funny.
I'll have
Like
to
the
catch
part
up and
where
watch the whole thing.
You know what it reminds me of? I'm not sure who here would understand, but you know when the prophet Elijah was mocking the prophets of Baal. Go on, keep cutting yourself. Maybe that'll work.
That's quite.
I like the part in that debate where McClown was playing Witsit's voice back to him, and he was making no point with it, but it was hilarious.
What?
He actually had a recording
Free
of
promos.
Yeah. He was playing a recording of Witsit saying refraction matters, so he was trying to tell him that he wasn't accounting for refraction in the black swan, you know. But anyway, you gotta watch it. It's pretty funny.
Where is it on the Earth curve charts that they include that? Can you show me that? I've never seen that included on any of the Earth curve charts. They have exact numbers, though.
Yeah, because they already measured it. They remember.
And that poor girl that was partnered with McClown, she was totally clueless. I think she
Yeah, that was
heard
unfair.
Flat Earth 101.
That was really unfair. It's like they went and took the first person off the short bus.
I mean, she had no clue about anything in the discussion, no clue at all. It was sad. And then when he went out on the streets, supposedly an astrophysicist started trying to debate him, and he lasted about 5 minutes. So that's worth watching too. He was trying to explain bendy space-time to Austin right there on the Strip in Vegas. So I'm sure you can guess how that went. Hello, Michael Gleason. Welcome to the server.
How are you doing? Good. I'm glad that you're still doing well. Because it is. It's crazy.
Yeah, many people can read me.
You're playing the YouTube.
Hello, can you hear me?
Mute your YouTube.
I did. I just stopped it.
Okay. What's going on? Welcome to the Flat Earth Discord. What brings you up?
I've been flat for a long time. I've been listening to you guys for a long time. I just thought I might want to join in the conversation eventually.
Sure. Here's your chance. What you got to say?
Oh, geez. Nothing right now. I'm just following the conversation.
Okay. Flat for a long time, like 3 or 4 years, or how long?
Yeah, quite a while. I started really asking some serious questions around 2012. I laughed at the idea for a couple of years, to be honest. And then I quit laughing and looked into it. Long story short, I'm not laughing anymore.
Yes. It becomes pretty serious after you properly look into it, doesn't it?
Yeah. And, initially you're like, no fucking way. And then you're pissed. And then you want to convert everybody. And then you realize a lot of people don't really fucking care. Oops. Sorry about the F-bomb.
You can fucking cuss. Don't do it a lot.
Oh, right on. That's humor. Yeah, right on. Yeah, initially I wanted to tell the world, and wow, do you guys realize how big this is? And they either don't know or don't care.
Yeah, we all went through that phase, I'm assuming. I know I did. Can't wait to tell everybody, and it's so astonishing how it's just falling on deaf ears, or the apathy out there. It's overwhelming sometimes,
Initially, I would have wanted to yell it in the middle of a grocery store, and now I realize nobody cares, unless they're critical thinkers.
All right, man.
Yeah,
You
pretty
sound
much.
legit to me. Just got any questions, feel free to join the convo. Somebody else is going to go.
Oh, thank you. I'll listen in. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty much two types of minds: those that investigate and look into things that they're stumped by, and then those other ones that will just stick their head in the sand and listen to whatever fake authority tells them.
Yeah. Appeal to authority. That's what most people go with, don't you, Josh?
Yeah, and there's another way of saying it. You have free men and slaves. Their minds are enslaved. That's the only reason why I'm trying to help them.
Put it. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
And they get triggered when you use that slave word. It's like, you think those thoughts that you're talking are truly yours? I could tune the TV on and listen to everything you're talking about that the reporter had said, the talking head.
Yeah, that reminded me just the other day, I was talking about a 76-year-old sister. She was talking about getting her booster. And she heard something on TV, so she wasn't going to listen to nothing I said.
That reminds me. There's a flood coming, and you have all these geriatrics and wheelchairs and walkers, and with IVs on and hospital beds, and they're trying to get on Noah's Ark, but it's not Noah's Ark, it's Pfizer's Ark. I think it's just ridiculous.
Yep.
I mean, I've said this a couple of times. I was raised different than most people. I was raised where they told me, the parents or whatever, they had told me, stop watching so much TV, it'll rot your brain. Everything you see on TV is fake and make-believe. None of it is real. Yet, later on in life, I see them watching the news going, I can't believe this. I'm like, you guys, what did you tell me like freaking 40 years ago? That is all fake. I just don't get it.
When did it go from fake to real? When they told them so.
Yeah, you could definitely make a
9/11.
case for the degradation of a society when everybody had a TV in their home. That's when it started, or really kicked into gear anyway. Go ahead, sorry.
To answer Sonny's question, 10 years ago on Saturday. Oh no, shit, 20 years ago. Shit, it's already been 20 years?
You talking about when those 19 guys hijacked them planes with box cutters? That's what happened. I saw it on TV.
That's where TV became reality.
Wait, hold on. I thought it was Building 7 took them down and then offed itself.
Yeah, that's what happened, yeah.
Yeah, a huge plane somehow collapses into a cruise missile profile at the Pentagon. Yeah.
And all 60 cameras didn't catch any of the footage either. That's pretty good, pretty legit.
They did an Operation Northwoods on us.
And the magician goes, look at the hand, look at the hand.
Pay no attention to the man behind the veil.
Yep, Northwoods and PNAC.
Yeah.
They spelled it all out exactly how and everything. Yeah.
We need a new Pearl Harbor, it said in that document, didn't it, Sonny?
Yes.
Yeah.
We need a catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor.
These people are sick. They are a parasite.
Yeah, they are.
We all need to swallow some chewing tobacco and expel the parasite. At least that's what we do with dogs that have worms. We give them a little bit of tobacco in with some wet food. They love the wet food. And then they evacuate all the parasites.
My dad used to make our dogs swallow a penny.
Really?
Yeah. But pennies were copper then.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure it wasn't one of them freaking zinc ones.
Not a zinc one.
Oh, nice. The birds are back. Fuck yeah. Little yellow chickadees and shit.
So did a copper penny really clean the dog out?
I think copper's got anti-parasitic properties, which is why they started using it for water pipes.
That's what he said. He said that's what he was always told, and that's what they always did with their dogs, and got rid of worms.
It's a shame that the parasites of society have all the money and power, though, right?
Mm-hmm. How did that happen?
Money's not real.
Can you imagine being in that room? Okay, we're going to be the ones that control all other humans. Let's start.
It's like, who died and made you the player in Lemmings?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If we tell them what to think, then they won't think we're parasites.
See, here's the thing, right? Everybody made fun of Bill Gates. They still make fun of Bill Gates. He hates people because he's been made fun of his whole life. We need to start being kinder to the nerds.
That's a good point. I think he turned bad after he got those pies in his face. You know, he was just running Microsoft up until then, but after that, he's like, fuck all these people.
Well, the thing is how was he running Microsoft? It's intellectual theft.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure if you were to go on social media and start posting truth in the antitrust movie, you would be blacklisted and it would be taken off for breaking community guidelines or some shit. Antitrust was a movie about Microsoft.
Seen that one? Is it worth watching?
Yeah, it's an older movie, but it pretty much outlines, you know, his tactics, his business, his shrewdness. Okay, since Microsoft Systems is too big of a company, we're going to break it up to Microsoft Windows and Microsoft SQL and all these other things, which are Microsoft, but they're their own companies, to get away from that stupid antitrust lawsuit.
Yeah, if you got enough cash, those pesky laws don't seem to bother you too much anyway, right?
Yeah. You know, too bad it was a cream pie and not a cow pie he was hit in the face with.
I wonder where those guys are today, the guys that actually pied him up.
They're in their grave. They're probably in their grave.
They might not have lived after the next day. Who knows?
Yeah, I heard after Bill Gates got divorced, no more mandates for him. Because, you know, people are saying he was married to a man.
Wah, wah, wah. I always thought it was kind of funny. The richest guy in the world allegedly got the ugliest woman or whatever it was for a wife. That's whatever.
Right.
You know.
I mean, okay, think about it. All these children today are playing that stupid ass Fortnite game.
I don't like that game.
Do they realize that that's on a flat plane?
What about Call of Duty?
There's only like a handful of games that have featured ball like geometry, right? One of them was Mario Galaxies. The other one was like Sonic bonus stages, Sonic 3D type shit.
Halo.
Well, Halo was more like a ring.
Around the world, exactly. Oh, yeah.
And then again, you had this other thing, you know, they had a deeper layer of deceit within Halo. They were called Zealots, right? They were called the Covenant.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And the Heretic.
Yep. Arbiter.
Oh
yeah, they put all that stuff in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on book 2 right now.
Oh, you're actually reading the books. Nice.
Yeah, I have all 3 right now. The first 3.
So who was John 117?
What do you mean? He was a kid. Like there was a bunch of kids that were trained, and they were trained at a young age at first, and that's how it began. Before they started injecting them,
Enhancing them.
Yeah, enhancing their bodies, because as they would train and work out, they would enhance their bodies day by or each there would be sessions, and then it was to train their body so that when they would wear the suit and put on the suit, one small movement can of when you do something, the suit will do it 10 times faster. So when you go and punch or swing, the suit does it 10 times, way faster, way better, way harder. It's a bit better than an average person.
Almost like what the hell do they call it? What was that Call of Duty game?
Almost superhuman, bro. Not that one. I know exactly which one you're talking about.
Super soldiers. Yeah, super soldiers.
You'd have to have a delayed reaction if you think about momentum. The machine would eventually have to take over your actual momentum, right? So it'd have to.
So it's more of the thought of you actually doing it, instead of you actually trying to physically try to move your body.
Yeah, it won't be very fast, I don't think. It might be effective for punching down doors and stuff, and maybe kicking down things.
No, it actually in the book it actually describes that the suit moves 10 times faster than the actual person that actually moves his body.
Well, it would have to provide support, right? If you think about it, because it would have its own weight to overcome. But then it has to facilitate the momentum of the human body, which means the contraction of muscles. So the timing and contraction.
There's people that tried the suit on, and it destroyed their whole body, bro. It explains. I don't know, if you read the book, it explains to you. If you.
No, I know that.
John 117
I've looked into this stuff years ago, and then they're coming up with some for the military, right? But if you look at the actual functionality of anything current. In robotics, there's always that rigidity movement, right? There's always that. It's not fluid, so.
Right, it's like a delay reaction, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just not fluid.
John 117 was like a freak of nature.
What are you trying to call me? I'm kidding.
I've been saying canonically in the storyline he was.
Well, it was the fact that the mission comes first, bro. It doesn't matter whether
because
it was life or death. It doesn't matter. He would sacrifice his own life for the mission to happen, and that was the thing why they selected John, was because no matter what, mission came first, and John didn't care if his life was sacrificed.
Oh yeah, because most people that would go through the process, most people that go through the process would die, or a lot of people would anyway.
Right.
Kind of based off the whole Ronald Reagan speech that he was speeching all over the place. About a outside threat, right?
The mission came first, and citizens, civilians, were not to be harmed. They were first priority. And then when he was given a specific order, then he would follow by that order. If he didn't have to kill, he won't kill somebody just to get the mission done. If it had to say, if it was to say, if the mission was to just unarm people, or just to get from point A to point B, he like he would say he would even say something or think to himself like it would the mission was not to kill but just to get from point A to point B. Like he's logical. Like he'll think like he'll want to use more Marines. Like even say if it was an inside mission and the Marines didn't know, and he had to hurt Marines just to get to point A to point B, he would only he would only disarm them or knock them out because he knew that we needed every person against an alien invasion. Because even
Yeah,
though it was training, he would you know what I mean? My bad.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm trying to say is that whole deception about aliens, right? They want to make war with heaven, with New Jerusalem and all that, right? And this has been echoed in many movies and TV shows and video games. It's all about an alien invasion coming in, so the whole world rallies together to fight them off, right? And then, since it's Hollywood, the story is, well, mankind is victorious, right? But in reality, they're going to be consumed by fire. And the thing is they will never reveal the truth to us about anything. That's why we had to find this information about the Earth not being a globe on our own. No website would point it out to us, would lay it out to us. And even if, the information was handed to us in a suitcase with a nice dossier, we would have to check it out. We would have to go through everything and validate everything that's in that dossier, right? So it's kind of like only those that are willing to wake up, only those that can see the deceit will be able to see the truth. And it takes a special individual to sit there and never question reality, never question what truth is, never question the narrative. That takes a special person to do all that, And then we have dumbasses like Platypus in here, who just comes in here and spouts off with some nonsense. At least with that other guy, he kept saying SATCOM, SATCOM. He's like, what are you talking about, SATCOM? What is SATCOM? It's ham radio. So are you saying that if I were to build a balloon and suspend an aerial from a balloon and have it tethered to the ground, that wouldn't do the same thing? I mean, think about it. Well, then what about the orbit? Well, when the wind moves, the balloon moves. It's even got things on it to where it moves. So, I mean, it's not just sitting up there stationary. When the wind blows, it causes the wings to operate and it puts it in an orbit around the station where it's anchored at. Circular circuits, orbit. Every time I drive to Yuma, I see those balloons. And those are on the Army Proving Ground and GMC Proving Ground. And it's kind of scary when you're driving to Yuma and they're dropping bombs in the desert.
No telling what they got going.
I haven't done that before.
Dude, I like seen this black plume of smoke start bellowing up. Then all of a sudden, like many flashes on the ground all over the place. And then like the whole, like a good portion of my peripheral was covered with this black smoke rising up. I'm just like, wow, they blew something up. And why would they need to cover an area that large? Yeah, without saying certain things, some of you already know. Those that don't, just keep eating your popcorn. See, when you have an organization that claims to bring truth to the population, but yet they don't tell you that it's a flat and motionless plane, why should you listen to them about anything they have to say? I mean, this should be our litmus test. Okay, what's your official story? Is it a globe or is it flat? It's a globe. Okay, you're discredited. Everything you have to say is out the window. You're a bunch of bullshit because you don't actually critically think. You know?
I like that.
They just like to lie to themselves, bro.
I know. Well, it's not just them. It's our children. It's us. It's evil.
Like, how can, for real, like, how can you sit there and fucking lie to your kid? I mean, okay, and then, like, you would say Santa Claus isn't real, but you're gonna say that the globe is real? Fuck off, dude. Sorry.
I know, and then, like, the thing is like, well, it's about Santa Claus and reindeer. Okay? Later on, oh, no, it's really about Jesus, and he was born then. It's like, no.
Like, NASA even claimed and said so that they made the globe out of fucking pictures.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact,
looking into the AE model is like the adult equivalent of like waking up from the Santa Claus model, and it's that simple. But people don't really look at it like that. But
you broke up.
No, I was just saying people, looking at the AE model, it's the equivalent of waking up, from Santa Claus as a child. It's that simple, really.
Yeah. But like I said, you can't open somebody else's eyes who doesn't want to open their eyes. If they want to have their head in the sand, nothing you can do can convince them that air is better to breathe than sand. Because it's far easier to
all you can do is try to
convince them they have been deceived.
All you can do is try to plant seeds and keep it moving.
That's why I always like to go off topic a little bit, so that whoever I'm talking to, we can get on some sort of common ground that we're being lied to. First and foremost, they need to understand that they're being lied to. Don't worry about why. Just know that you have been lied to. Now it's your job to find the truth and to plant these seeds in other people so that they can think for themselves, challenge authority. It's a psychological thing, really. NASA's just the opiate for the masses. And I dropped that one video earlier with NASA bloopers. It's one of the guys sitting there going, well, NASA's what our mission here at NASA is to make science fictions, science facts with a lot of S's, right? And it's just like, yeah, you snake. I posted it at 20 after the hour. I mean, these people that think they know something because some 4chan poster, right? So then you start going, okay, well, everything this 4chan poster was talking about is not right. It's not correct. Nothing he said has actually happened. In fact, I can show you documents where the same thing happened 100 years ago, and I'm pretty sure I could find it even more back in like 1700s, 1600s. I bet you I could find documentation about the same kind of program that was going on. I mean, 1976 was the 200th year, right? The bicentennial. That's why we have to plant that seed that, hey, you're being deceived. Don't worry about what you're being deceived on. Just know you're being deceived. And if they want proof, then you show them little nuggets. Like, for instance, 9/11. Oh, yeah, we know 9/11, it was all bullshit. It's like, yeah. So why are you still going along with it? How come you're not standing up against the narrative and sitting there talking shit? Instead, you're just going along with it. Like with the whole Afghanistan debacle. It's like, it's one of these things are not like the others. Oh, man.
So I missed it. What happened to the Burning Man as satellites? Did he get banned or what happened to him?
No, I pretty much planted a seed in his head that, hey, you're not free if you're an American. And then you had Platypus saying, well, you can leave to another country. It's like, no, I'm not going to leave to another country. I'm going to overthrow all the military dogs like yourself. Oh, well, what do you mean? Hey, you're the one that signed up for the Navy. You weren't drafted in, so you voluntarily enlisted yourself. He just doesn't understand it. At least with the other guy, he still thinks, satellites are real because he works with satellite communications. It's like, okay, so if you have to build this huge antenna, this complicated bullshit just to get a radio signal, then what about that stupid sticker with a wire connected?
He's seen stuff on his screen, so it has to be in outer space, right?
Yeah. That's like STEM. That's a small ass antenna. It's just a piece of plastic, right? With some like wiring inside of it or something. How is that possible? And he's like, oh, you need to make a parabolic dish. And it's like, no, you just need a dipole. And you can pick up, what is it? It's not Brazil. Italy, Radio Italy. Because apparently there's a group of hackers that's taken over the SATCOM. And now they're broadcasting music over it. Communicating and all that stuff.
I mean, just look at how basic satellite dishes are set up for, direct TV or whatever in your yard. It's just like, they'd be straight up if there were satellites the way they say there are.
Well, from what I can tell, This satellite is pointing southeast in the direction of Yuma. So, hey, there's lots of lands that we don't have access to, right? We don't have access to it because of national security reasons. Yeah, fuck your military industrial bullshit. You are a threat to the national security. You're going over there, you're killing innocent people, you're bombing children in hospitals because you don't agree with the politics of some tribal guys. Well, no, we had to go over there because they blew up the Twin Towers. No, they did not. They're goat herders. Who did we fight over there? Farmers. And see, that's the thing. Farmers with guns, right? That's us. That's why they're not going to put troops on the ground or anything. It's going to be one of these things to where society will look at you as a pariah. Well, I've been a pariah my whole life, so ain't nothing new to me. Bring it on, bitch. I still think it would be awesome if somebody were to hack into all of the broadcast companies around the world and stream in their own languages of the regions flat earth proofs that we have been lied to, and then every clip of their politicians and everything just lying to them, and just see how the chips fly after that.
It's like in that movie, the Running Man, when they broadcast on the uplink or whatever. Anybody seen that? I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. It was also on like the 100. Have you seen that series? These people supposedly are in a space station that's failing because there was an atomic war that supposedly wiped all life out on Earth. So the thing's failing, so they send a bunch of criminals to the Earth because they were children to see if they could survive the radiation. And lo and behold, there's people still surviving. So, like, the whole thing was about, this one guy made this broadcast video and was going to tell the whole station the truth, and there's going to be a mutiny. But instead, he was floated or whatever, sent out of an airlock. They killed him. And later on, like when everything was too late, the broadcast was broadcasted. So it's like a little bit too late, Oh, we don't have enough air for everybody to survive. We only have 4 months left. And to fix everything, it's going to take about 6 months. So we have to start culling off the population so the rest of us can breathe. Kind of like, there's not enough space. There's not enough food. Not bullshit. You could put every single person on 1 acre of land per person, and it wouldn't even fill up the state of Texas. I'm not just talking about Americans. I'm talking about everyone. Some will say, well, 1 acre is not enough to, grow your food. No, but you got the rest of the land to grow the food. See, I think one of their plans is to evacuate the big cities and turn it into like these cities of tomorrow or whatever the hell they're doing. They've done it a couple of times where they've done like futuristic type bullshit. Like one of them is in, I want to say Saudi Arabia, but I think it's in the UAE somewhere. And it's all like underground trams and electric vehicles powered by like sodium towers and sun and all that stuff. Passive cooling, which is better than any air conditioning we have today from old towers that causes an updraft. And the thing is I think they're going to cause everybody to leave the cities so that they can rebuild them and then force everybody to move to the city. And it's not going to be like an overnight thing. It's going to be at least a 20-year stepping stone, with many steps in between, baby steps. A small drip, drip, drip.
Process so people don't even notice what's going on, maybe.
Yeah.
You could be right, who knows?
But one thing's for sure, in those cities of tomorrow, they will probably tell everybody the truth that the world is flat, that we cannot leave. Ah, man. Any globies?
Okay, everybody stop over talking to each other. I can't understand a word y'all are saying. We have a VC verified here named Maya. Hello, Maya. Welcome to the server. Can you speak? My, oh my. Mic's open. I don't hear nothing. Is my mic working?
5x5.
See if you can get Maya to talk, Joshua.
All right, I guess I'll stop researching.
Does mic open, he or she, but they're not talking. I don't hear them. Oh, well.
The way, the truth, and the life. That's right. So how you doing, Maya? Do you not feel like talking to us?
Maybe they'll talk to Roger. He's here now. Everybody talks to Roger.
Earthglobe.
We've got them VC verified here with their mic open, but they're not saying anything, Roger. So, oh well.
So, MY, my?
Yeah, my oh my.
Yeah, I need a few minutes before I can really talk. So, but if my wants to ask a question, well, shoot. Is that my?
Lions and tigers and bears, oh my.
Hello?
I will. Are you there, Mo? Did you
Yes,
say
I'm
something?
Yeah,
Welcome.
Joshua, you need something? Thank you, man.
Oh, you were just, whenever you're VC verified in here and we don't have anybody to talk to, you're going to get bugged. So, sorry if we're bugging you.
Just trying to welcome you to the server.
Oh, thank you, man. I've actually been here for a few days, but I haven't gotten my roles as such.
Do you think you live on a ball?
No, I am a flat
You
earther.
don't live on a ball? Okay. That's fair enough.
What did it
kind of
for you?
hard to live on a ball. Go ahead, Joshua.
Yeah, what finally did it for you?
Well, I've been a Christian for about a year. Became a Christian during the Corona situation. I've been studying the scriptures for some time now, and I've been trying to figure out the cosmology. There is verses like in Genesis which states that the moon is a light. I mean, there are some people which could try to do some mental gymnastics to justify that, and it's the same with the firmament. And I also started to think about Nimrod when he was building the Tower of Babel. Was he building a tower to float in space and die?
Well, maybe he was making a rocket ship. I don't know. I'm going to send you a GIF, or not a GIF, an image that's about Hebrew cosmology, and it has all the verses that back up flat Earth.
Actually, I have. Do you know what the truth folder is?
No.
Well, if you search for the truthfolder.com, there is a collection of. How do you say it? There is a flat Earth folder in there with all the topics you can think of. Maybe not all of them, but they have a lot of topics. I've been studying that, and I've been looking at some documentaries. However, I'm not an expert on the flat Earth subject. I still don't understand some stuff. like when they try to justify some stuff about curvature or whatever and the eclipses and stuff like that. But so far, my observation, it doesn't lean towards a globe Earth.
Exactly. I mean, there's a basic thing, right? The globe Earth is the foundation of the Big Bang, evolution, dinosaurs, extinction, all that stuff, right?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that too. Actually, I've been seeing those arguments about evolution and Big Bang. I was actually sitting and thinking about that topic for a second. If there was no Big Bang, I mean, I didn't even believe in the Big Bang or evolution. I thought that was just an atheist religion with some theories and mental gymnastics. However, if you remove it completely from the picture, who was the first man on Earth? Who planted the first seeds to the trees so they can spread out and continue living throughout the generations? And you will soon come to realize that this world can't exist without a first mover and someone that has actually planted these seeds in this world. So when you actually debunk the globe Earth, you will lean into believing in God. So I think that might be the fastest way for non-believers to get out of the atheist religion.
Well, see, I always say there is no true atheist. They're all agnostic.
Well, this is the thing with atheism. This is why I call atheism a religion. If atheism didn't come with pre-beliefs such as evolution and Big Bang and such, it would be atheism. But because it comes with these beliefs, it is a religion.
Right. And like, do you know the similarities between atheism and Satanism?
Pretty similar, right?
Yeah, they're both philosophical belief systems, which means man thinks and man gets himself in trouble. It's like, how can you claim to know anything about the celestial when you don't know anything about the terrestrial?
Yeah. They've been also these space agencies like NASA have been making such weird claims that they can't even make sure are true. Like if they claim space is infinite, how would they know that? If they claim the world is rotating at X speed, how would they know that? They're making some weird claims that I don't really know how they justify it. We're just supposed to believe it.
Yeah, even Einstein himself, in the paper that he wrote called The Earth Mover, he said the Earth, there's no way to measure the rotation of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
No optical way of measuring.
Yeah, I don't really know a lot about Einstein, but it wasn't Einstein like a Freemason or something?
Well, he was in the Thelma cult, the cult of Thelma, like the Thule Society and all those, the German secret society.
I see.
With Madame Blavatsky and all that.
So it was basically like Freemasonry, right?
Well, yeah, it's theosophy, yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically Jewish Kabbalah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Freemasonry, like Jewish Kabbalah, is the framework for Freemasonry. So is it the same for these hidden sects or whatever?
Pretty much, but these esoteric orders, right? They're known as hidden, right? Because what they teach is Satanism, right? They teach you that man is the pinnacle of everything. They say that man can be God and be their own creator, just like the Mormons teach.
Sounds like Genesis stuff in the garden.
Huh? Yeah, it's the life in the Nakash. It's like, you eat this, you will be like him. You know?
Yeah. But have you guys read the Book of Jubilees?
I've gone through it a couple of times. I haven't really read it beginning to end.
There is a prophecy in that book about after they had built this Tower of Babel, and there is a prophecy which states that God separated the people and such, and the next time the people, the nations or whatever, get together and have the same shared goal, whatever it will be, something like that, the judgment will come. Like we
We'll
can
all
see,
be of one mind. Yeah.
yeah, we can actually see that taking shape today. I mean, it has been taking shape a long time, but it's getting together.
If I could interrupt real quick, we've got a Globe Earthers join the panel. Jake on the plane, welcome back to the server. Hello, Jake on the plane. Do you want to talk? Yes, you don't. You guys go ahead.
Of course, Jake don't want to talk. He can't even be honest with himself. Snake on a plane.
Hey, that was a good Snoop Dogg movie.
I think he owes a conversation with QE for some reason.
Oh, hey, there's also Witty, who has server boost and VC verified. The fuck, is everybody on some really killer weed or something?
Hello, Witty. Welcome to the server. What say you? Witty says nothing. Back to you guys.
I think he's muted. He can't speak.
Well, he's VC verified. He can unmute himself, or they can unmute themselves.
Isn't that a server mute? Yeah, that is a server mute. I don't think he can unmute himself.
I don't know. I don't see a red mute. I see a white mute. If it's a red mute, that means he's server muted. If he's got a white mute, that just means he needs to hit the microphone button and speak.
Yeah, for me, it's a red mute.
That's weird. I see a white mute on my screen, so I don't know.
I also see a red mute on Jake.
I don't know. Maybe it's just my phone. This thing's a piece of shit anyway.
He is saying in chat, "I am unmuted. I still can't talk." He says.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, we can't unmute you, so You have to talk to a moderator. Oh, hey, he's unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, now you can hear me. So yeah, I mean, I come here. I'm a flat earther, but I come here a lot to learn because every time I come here, I learn something new.
Right on. What finally convinced you of the flat Earth?
Well, like, I mean, I've always had my doubts, even as a kid. Like, there was things I would question, and things that just didn't make sense to me. Like, I believe it was about between 8 and 10. I was outside with my older sister. We were just looking up at the sky, and I was like, wow, those clouds are moving really fast right now. And she was like, what? She was like, the clouds aren't moving, we're moving. I said, no, we're not. I said, the clouds are moving. And basically, she made me feel stupid. But in my mind, I was like, there's no way we're moving. Like, I'm looking at the clouds moving right now. But anyways, back in 2016, I started looking into it because I heard somebody said, something about the earth was flat, or, there's been talk about it. And after looking into it, it didn't take me maybe even a week, but like all my suspicions were like verified, and I've been a flat earther ever since.
See, there's a couple.
So you honestly investigate the globe claims it falls apart, doesn't it?
Yeah, and even to this day, like I have a drone, and me and my son will go outside, and I'll just take it up as high as I can. And this thing never curves at any point. And I take it above the clouds. It never curves.
Even the bottom of clouds are flat. Which kind of indicates that the sky is flat as well.
Right. And
you'll see you'll see like different layers where the clouds are, and each one of them move in a different direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the picture that's right here that Miguel Sosa posted. How can you have, say, wind from the north and wind from the east at the same time? I've seen it worse where it was moving in 3 directions.
And another big thing for me was when I saw the videos of how you can just bring a ship back into view from like not being able to see it at all. That one blew my mind when I first seen that.
Yeah. You're just like, hey, wait a minute, what?
Yeah. You're telling me they don't go over a curve?
Well, the thing is a lot of people think the curve only goes away from you, like wherever you're looking. But if they were to think about the geometric shape of a sphere, it would be falling away from you in all directions. So you would be able to see the arc of a horizon. The horizon would be arched, and it's not. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's plenty of panoramic photos of like bodies of water and ocean and stuff like that, where it shows that it's flat. And these are like 180 degrees of view. And you should be able to see within that 180 degrees of view some sort of an arc to the horizon, but you don't.
I think I know what you mean. Like the edges of your perspective, right?
Well, no, I just posted 2 of those panoramic images.
I see.
And this is of the ocean.
See, how I painted it in my head is that when you tell me that not only the horizon, but also the edges of the horizon are supposed to curve? Because why is it only? Yeah, I don't know if you see my reasoning here.
Like you're talking like the peripheral view. Like, what is the angle of our vision? You know, how wide of a sweep do we see? That's one thing that I'm trying to figure out. I think it's less than 90.
I have no idea actually.
But even with our own eyesight, our eyes should be able to tell us if it's flat or curved. And they say, that's not how it works. No, you're pissing on my leg and telling me it's raining. Let's get to facts. Don't jump to conclusions that you have in your head from preconceived beliefs. Let's actually sit here and get down to brass tacks and test shit, you know? And they go, oh, but no. It's like this because smarter men before me had said it was like this. It's like, nah. If you can't, like, go out and test it for yourself independently, then it's a story. Right? Can you test a movie? No. Because it's a movie. It's fantasy. Can you test the globe? Yeah. What does it test? That it's not a globe. The results, that it's flat, not curved. I mean, just like water levels, right? That really blew my mind when I learned about water levels by learning how to level the foundation of a house. Blew my mind. So I asked the guy, I go, you know, how does this work? And it's like, water always finds its level. And I go, wait a minute. So what you're telling me is you're a flat earther. And he goes, don't tell people. And it's like, you know, the secret is right there out in front of you. Water, right? Look at your coffee cup. Look at a glass of water. Look at a water bottle. That level, that bitch is flat. And it's one of the properties of liquids, right? Liquids find its level, especially when they're at rest, and it takes the shape of its container. Has no definite shape, has a definite volume. Gas has no definite volume because it changes with temperature. And gas also has no definite shape because it takes the shape of whatever container it is in. A solid has a shape and a volume. So, I mean, if people just don't understand, you know, phase changes, I mean, then like the other day I heard somebody sitting there saying, well, you can put water under enough pressure, it turns to ice. It's like, no, that's not how it works. It turns to supercritical fluid. Because if it's a liquid and you compress it, it acts like a solid. Doesn't mean it turns into a solid. And actually, if you give it enough energy, it will actually move the phase diagram to where it's both a liquid and a gas at the same time. How does that happen on the globe?
So, Joshua, are you trying to say that bodies of water cannot bend convexly around a spinning ball in space? Come on, man.
Well, if we were on a spinning ball in space, then that means the very center of that body of water would have a depression in it. And the, let's see, if we're spinning to the east, right, or to the west, that means the west bank would be higher elevation than the east bank. But that's not true. It's all flat.
If I had to select one thing that did it for me 5 or 6 years ago, it's just the physics of water. Properly investigating and accepting what water does. There's no chance to glow. Not a chance.
People need to go back to the sandbox. Forget what the fuck they learned in school. Go back to the sandbox. And something else I find interesting is when you try to plot the position of the sun, you get like these kind of diagrams, which shows a flat plane. Oh, but that's just because the math is easier. Oh, but you cannot do trigonometry on a sphere. Sorry. How do you get a right angle on a curve? Right angles is a masculine, curved is a feminine. Masculine cannot exist in a feminine environment. So how do you have feminine lines that indicate reality when everything we use is masculine to test reality? And the masculine straight lines indicates that there is no femininity to the earth. There is no curve. I think that's why they call it the sacred feminine, you know?
There are.
But by all means, don't listen to what I say. I'm a moron. I could be completely wrong. Just test it for yourself. And the more and more I find, it's just, it's like right there in front of you the whole time. And that's why I've kind of moved on to other topics, right? To try to get some kind of common ground for all of these Jake on a plane idiots, so that we can try to get through to them. But I have a feeling some of these people are paid shills. What's even worse is they're a non-paid shill because their career depends on the fucking lie of the globe, like Matthew. So at that time, it just becomes self-preservation.
Yeah, if anybody with intellectual honesty, if your career depends on the globe, you need to change careers. Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, teacher, leave those kids alone.
No dark sarcasm in the classroom.
I mean, even Pink Floyd knew about it, you know?
One of their lyrics from the time is you run and you run to catch up with the sun, but it's sinking. Racing around to come up behind you again. That's a flat earth lyric. Never heard of it.
Freaking sun is jamming.
We don't need no thought control.
Hey, teacher, leave them kids alone.
guess, yeah.
All in all, it's just another brick in the.
I don't need no arms around me. And I don't need no drugs to calm me. 'Cause I have seen the writing on the wall. Don't think I need anything at all.
Hey, Fauci, stick that jab up your ass.
No, don't think I need anything at all. All along it was all just bricks in the wall. All you were just the wall.
Who's gonna sing it? I have a fan in the background. It's probably kind of loud.
Oh wow. Hey, Goodbye Cruel World is easy to turn into a flat earth song. Goodbye, cruel ball. I'm leaving you today. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, all you people. There's nothing you could say to make me change my mind. Goodbye.
Man, that sounds good, huh?
What did you do? Look up the tablatures?
What's that?
Did you look up the tablatures?
No, just from memory.
Nice. No, see, Jake, it's more like we don't like lying pieces of shit. So if all you're gonna do is speak lies, you might as well just hold your peace. Because your career depends on the globe. How does it know that you sold out your future for slave money? Goodbye, blue sky, goodbye.
Goodbye, blue sky. Goodbye, blue sky.
Pretty brilliant stuff.
Yeah, some people say they were on LSD and kinds of hallucinogens and shit, mescaline, right? And then some people will sit there and say, well, Roger Waters was insane. And I'm under the school of thought of maybe they were sages of the time and they knew what was what.
Yeah, where are they
Okay.
talking about the dark side of the moon? Yeah, 1972.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw them when I was a kid in St. Louis. I wasn't even 15 years old, I don't think.
Yeah, I've only seen like maybe 30 bands, but they're all like millennial type shit.
Right.
Like Korn and all of them.
I probably saw 50 or 60 bands just in the 70s alone.
See, I think I was born in the wrong era.
Yeah, me too, though, actually. See, I like having a lot of space in my music. So I have missing notes and stuff. Just to get an idea across. Some sparse framework to work with.
How about David Bowie? You know his stuff? Ground control to Major Tom.
Yeah, didn't he think he was like some star child or something?
Iggy Stardust back in the day.
Yeah.
With my electric, I can make space sounds with it. That's the only space you're really gonna get is from my guitar, the electric one.
You know that song, Time? I can't remember who did it, but it's like time keeps on slipping, slipping.
That's Steve Miller.
Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle.
I always thought that was going to be the final song that plays on the airways when the bombs drop.
Fly
Just because
like
it's got
an
that.
eagle. To the sea, fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. Going to fly like an eagle till I'm free.
To the sea.
Oh, to the revolution. Free the babies.
Children.
Shoes on the feet. Cross people. I forgot how it goes.
Hey, that's okay. Can't be copyrighted.
That sounds good with it. You could sing it with it, huh? Fly like an eagle till I'm free. I'm gonna fly like an eagle.
Spirit carry me.
I like my version better, actually.
I wanna
Little bit of
fly.
little bit of funk in there.
Justin's got it.
Steve Miller Band's best song, in my opinion, was Big Old Jet Airliner. Don't carry me too far away.
Don't get me started. Leaving on my
Out on the road, I've been down before.
I forgot the word, dang.
I've been thinking about my home. My love seems so far away. I feel like it's all been done. Somebody's trying to make me stay. You know I got to keep moving on.
Big old jet airliner, don't carry me too far
Doesn't it go all the way from Winslow, Arizona, down to Tacoma, Philadelphia?
That's another one. That's a different one.
But Big Old Jet Airliner does have a line in it where it says, you know, the big wheel keeps us spinning around.
Around. Yeah, I missed karaoke last night, so you guys are guinea pigs now. Too bad. At least for a little while.
Yeah, that Phoenix, Arizona, all the ways to come, and let's keep on a rocking me, baby.
Yeah. What key is that?
Keep on a rocking me, baby. Baby, 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 keep on rocking.
Almost sounds the same.
Yeah. It's just basic 3 chords, right? With the riff.
Yep. And if you...
Is Steve Miller still alive? Does anybody know?
I don't know.
Yes, he is.
Thought so.
Thank you, God Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen him twice. He's good.
Take the money and run.
That's another good one. I'm still trying to...
Little story about Billy Joe and Bobby Sue. Didn't have anything to do except get high and watch the tape.
Don't get suspicious.
Yeah, that's just how they got so indoctrinated. Yeah, I watched it too. Which that's what I did as well. So I can't point my fingers anymore.
Mixing my songs up. Oh, that's right. I remember. That's something like that. Hold on. Now who's gonna sing it? Gonna leave me to sing it too?
I'm not going to subject everybody to much of my singing. I'm sorry.
It's fun going through a bunch of songs, so I don't know. I don't wanna divert the attention from what our purpose is here though. Either.
It seems that the Earth is not a globe. Have you heard this, Sonny?
Earth not a globe. Earth is globe because they say so. My job is only to obey.
There you go.
one? Yep. Here's a story about Billy Joe and Bobby Sue. Young couple with nothing better to do. Let's sit around the house, get high and watch too. Here's what happens when they decide to pollute. Billy Joe shot a man while robbing his castle. Forgot the words. I'll have to practice.
So, but Billy Joe shot a man while robbing his castle.
Castle.
Bobby Sue took the money and ran.
Took the money and run.
So apparently we have some kind of rebuttal for those Google Earthers.
Google Earthers. All right, great.
Yeah, the lead developer for Google Earth
down in Texas.
is a flat earther.
Billy Mack is a tech down in Texas.
I always think of the Friends when they do that.
He knows exactly what the facts is.
Go on, take money and run. Woo, yeah. Go on, take money and run. Yeah. Take the money and run.
Ooh, Lord.
Go on, take the money and run. Ooh, Lord.
Test Sonny's knowledge, just throw random songs at him. How about this one? The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind. He's way behind. He's willing to make a deal.
Bom, bom, bom. Next. You gonna sing it? You can sing it, Dave. Bum, bum, bum.
I'm not singing nothing.
Not singing. Down, 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 down. Now I'm making shit up.
No, in America, well, I keep on thinking about you. Just a golden hair surprise.
Fucking Aaron Lewis, man. Aaron Lewis.
I really see.
Bits and pieces, bits and pieces.
What do you got, a Fender or a Gibson?
This is an acoustic Yamaha. My old ratty Yamaha. It's a really nice, worn in one, really old.
Yeah, I got a guitar one time. I traded. What the hell did I trade for it? I think I traded a gram of weed for it. It was an old school guitar, nylon strings and all that.
Oh yeah, right.
But it kept like going out of tune because the neck was separating from the body.
Oh right. That's
So I ended up trading it for a gun case.
The person who owned this guitar before me had it refretted with jumbo frets, so it's like freaking great, man.
So you don't have to press hard or nothing?
No, it plays for me. It plays just like an electric. It's pretty cool.
Has anybody talked to Mr. Gleason, VC Verified, maker of the azimuthal equidistant map, in our live chat?
Yeah, he talked earlier. Seems like a several-year flat earther, from what I could tell. You want to talk, Michael?
I'm here. I'm listening in.
Okay, cool. Just saw him in there. Didn't know if anybody talked to him.
Yeah, I'm just listening in. You guys are rocking out on the guitar right now. That's kind of cool.
Well, welcome to the server, Michael.
Thank you.
We're fortunate to have Sonny's talent here. Back in the day, he could have signed a record company contract. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was wondering.
Your soul, so.
I could have been in a situation where I might have had to sell my soul, and I'm glad I didn't have to do it. I really am. Actually, yeah, I lived in the freaking belly of the freaking beast in Los Angeles. I grew up as a teenager there, so.
Yeah, you'll have that.
Yeah, but that was back when it was fun.
It was a lot of fun, right up to almost death. I'm glad I made it. Shit. Lots of people I know didn't make it. Just put it that way.
Yeah.
Too much fun.
Hey guys, I'm gonna mute myself. The woman is vacuuming right now.
Yeah,
I'm
you
still
better
here
just shut
listening.
up. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Mic open.
We don't care if someone's vacuuming. It's not that bad. Leave it on. As a matter of
Right on.
Hey, maybe you can go to the beat.
All right. It's all music to my ears. Of course, I hear music everywhere. I go outside and the birds are doing it. The bees are doing it. Is that a Kirby Model 375? Sorry.
I'm sitting over at my neighbor's house one day when the Kirby salesman comes over and he's sitting there talking his wife up into getting it. And then the guy's sister, my neighbor's sister, says, "Hey, I just got one question. How much?" Salesman said $7,000. He says, "Thank you. Please leave. Thanks for cleaning. Please leave."
My dad bought one of those when I was a little kid. He literally had it for like 50 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're good vacuum cleaners. You can vacuum your bed.
Weighs a ton. Yeah. Yep. Bring in your requests, and I'll make a train wreck of any song. It's fun.
Here's a random one for you. How about Rock and Roll Band by Boston?
Wait a minute. Which one?
Rock and Roll Band by Boston. I think it's the band.
Oh yeah,
Rock and Roll Band, everybody.
That's an electric song for sure. I'll have
Getting
to-
crazy. Anticipating, yeah.
Uh-huh. I like that one. I gotta go for a while right now, though. I have to take care of something. Nice talking with you guys. Or nice playing for you, actually. I wasn't doing much talking.
Well, thank you, Sonny.
We enjoyed it, Sonny. Have a good one.
Yep. Later.
Well, hello there.
Oh, I hate globe logic. Unreal how people can just say it and spray it, and we have to believe it. Unreal, these globing motherfuckers. Yeah, just look. There it is. I can see it. It's verified. Right there. It's on the TV screen or in the book. Unreal, people. We are getting to the baseline. How did you test it? Huh? What forms of testing, verification have you done? I just saw it. Yeah, that's my verification. Yep. NASA told me. It's good. We're good. Globe logic. Doesn't work here. Sorry. We don't want to speak to globe logic anymore. We're past it. We want you to listen to us speak for a minute. We don't care about globe logic. We have been taught it. We don't need to be taught it again. Thank you. Oh, and we're past it already. We're way past it. We are not going to just believe. How can you verify air? Light a match, and then you can see the air coming off the match. It's white. It's literally what I just got told. And then he just full on believes that. That is not verifying air. What is air? That's what I want to know. What is it? No one has verification of it. No one but the creator. And you will not push anything on me. Or anyone in here, for that matter. Gravity is not. It's a word. It means nothing.